Wenwan never expected that Lu Jinchuan would see her hitting Lu Guizhi. She felt a bit nervous. But who was Lu Jinchuan? Even if he was angry, he wouldn't show it on his face. So, Wenwan didn't notice his thoughts. She only saw him walking toward her with a serious expression. She couldn't help but step back 2 paces. Lu Jinchuan stopped in front of her. Uncle Lu. Warmth didn't know what to say, but she saw him look down at her hand and ask, "Does it hurt?" Warmth was momentarily stunned and quickly shook her head. "Little uncle." Lu Guizhi climbed up from the ground, sounding a bit wronged. Lu Jinchuan's cold gaze made Lu Guizhi freeze in place, unable to move. It even seemed like there was a hint of mockery in that look. Lu Guizhi's eyes and face burned with anger. After being beaten up by a girl, he saw Lu Jinchuan and even wanted to complain he had no shame at all. But what he said next made Lu Guizhi even more embarrassed. "If you dare bother her again," Lu Jinchuan's deep eyes looked at Lu Guizhi, "you won't need her to fight you. I will handle you myself." Lu Guizhi was speechless. So, whose side was Lu Jinchuan really on? Who cares if they called him little uncle? He watched helplessly as Lu Jinchuan took the girl's bag and said, "Don't be afraid." Those simple words instantly made Warmth, who was like a prickly hedgehog, lower all her defenses. Lu Jinchuan finally noticed that she was trembling all over. His anger grew even more, and his cold eyes looked sharply at Lu Guizhi. "What did you do to her?" His imposing presence pressed down on Lu Guizhi like a mountain. Lu Guizhi had never seen him so angry before. He was so scared that his legs felt weak, and tears welled up in his eyes. I didn't do much. Actually, it was him who got beaten up by Warmth like a mad person." "Uncle Lu, I don't want to see him. Let's go." Warmth lowered her head. Seeing Lu Jinchuan, her heart ached deeply. She looked coldly at Lu Guizhi, and her silent presence conveyed her message. Lu Guizhi was about to explode with anger. He had never seen such a shameless and wild woman like Warmth. Clearly, he was the one hurt, and he was the one beaten. But somehow, she was the victim? Lu Guizhi's confident attitude earlier made Warmth both angry and scared. She feared that even with her rebirth, she couldn't escape her past fate, until she caught the faint, familiar scent of mint, and only then did she feel like she had found her anchor. She was no longer the naive girl from her past life. Lu Guizhi's attempt to force her into marriage was impossible. She had a job and Uncle Lu, so she wasn't afraid of him. "Don't be afraid." Lu Jinchuan seemed to sense her fear. "Even if the sky falls, I am here." "I'm not afraid." Wenwan shook her head and looked at Lu Guizhi. Her eyes showed strength and confidence as she said, "If you dare to bother me again, I will see you once and hit you once." This time, using chili powder is a light punishment. In her kitchen, she had plenty of self-defense tools. Lu Guizhi thought about it and was ready to wait at any time. "Lu Guizhi. My eyes still hurt badly. How is that light?" I need to go to the hospital." Lu Guizhi finally couldn't hold back and cried out. If he didn't go now, his eyes might be blind. Seeing him run away in a panic, Wenwan couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out she could be quite formidable too. Wenwan moved her arms, and Lu Jinchuan looked at her. "Does your hand hurt?" "No," Wenwan smiled. "It just felt pretty good to hit him." Then she felt a bit embarrassed. She had hit Lu Jinchuan's nephew and was feeling proud in front of her little uncle. He deserved it. Lu Jinchuan's eyes were full of approval. "If you have the chance, I can teach you a few moves. Hitting people won't be so tiring then." "Really?" Wenwan's eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan chuckled, "Sure." He glanced at the net bag on the cement platform. "Are these for me?" "No, not really." Wenwan felt a little shy. "They're for Brother Xiao to make chicken soup." "Let's go," he said with a slight smile. "I'll take you to deliver it." At this moment, Xiao Yanin was sitting in the lab, frowning at the numbers on the computer. She didn't even notice when the lab door opened. "Engineer Xiao, someone is looking for you outside." "No need." Xiao Yanin looked down at the data. "I'm busy right now." "It's Captain Lu, and there's also a young girl," someone whispered. Xiao Yanin put down her pen. That must be Wenwan. After saying that, she stood up happily and headed outside. The person below let out a sigh of relief. This engineer Xiao works so hard. She's like a superwoman, working nonstop since lunch. Is she pregnant? It's really you. Did you bring me something delicious? As soon as Xiao Yanin stepped outside, she saw Lu Jinchuan holding a mesh bag. She suddenly felt hungry and opened her aluminum lunchbox. Wow, it smells so good. Since you're pregnant, I didn't add any spices, Warmth said happily, loving to see her satisfied smile while eating her homemade food. It makes me happy too. If you like it, I will cook for you often. That would be wonderful, Xiao Yanin said gratefully, eating and showing off to Lu Jinchuan. I'll take her back first, Lu Jinchuan said. No need. No need. Warmth quickly waved her hand. I know this road well. Lu Jinchuan is so busy. Let's go. I need to talk to your village chief, Lu Jinchuan said. Yes, let him take her. It's just a quick trip, Xiao Yanin replied. Warmth didn't insist further. Lu Guizhi had a tough time at the base hospital. His eyes hurt badly, and only then did the pain ease. He was angry inside but couldn't let it out. He slammed his hand on the steering wheel hard. Lu Jinchuan. He shouted angrily. Warmth, I won't forgive you both. Warmth. He looked ahead with a gloomy expression, eyes red, and a strange smile appeared on his face. You think clinging to Lu Jinchuan's leg can save you from my hand? He had plenty of ways to deal with her. At this moment, when Fengqi was glaring at the black, unappetizing food on his plate. Is this pig feed? He asked. Wang Xianhua shrank back and weakly said, I can still eat it. When Fengqi was speechless. He glared and slammed his bowl onto the table. I think you're worse than a pig. He cursed and left angrily. When Wan pouted and sneered mockingly. What are you still standing there for? Wang Xianhua said from the kitchen. Finish eating and come wash the pot. When Wan looked at her coldly, she turned and went back to her room. Wang Xianhua was angry and cursed behind her. Somewhere along the way, Wang Xianhua started venting her anger on Wenwan whenever she was upset. When Wen Fengqi hit her, she would hit Wenwan in return. Seeing she didn't respond, Wang Xianhua's curses grew louder. When Wan lay flat on the Kong, staring straight at the ceiling. Wang Xianhua was no longer scolding her, but crying instead. The suppressed crying had no effect on Wenwan at all. Since Zhou Yani received her acceptance letter from the workers, peasants, and soldiers' university, her heart had already died. After planning for so long, it all ended in loneliness. Lying on the Kong, Wenwan tightly clutched her pants. If she didn't burst out in silence, she would perish in silence. In the blink of an eye, it was August, and the weather was getting hotter. Every day, Wenwan traveled back and forth between the base and Sancha village. Mornings were fine, but evenings left her covered in sweat. During this time, Zhou Yani came over twice to show off. They exchanged only a few words each time, and Wenwan felt exhausted just watching her. One day, she returned early and saw that the normally closed courtyard gate was wide open. Wenwan hurried inside. She saw a woman about 40 years old sitting in the yard chatting with Zhao. Wenwan is back. The woman smiled and looked at Wenwan. She's grown so much. They say girls change a lot after 18, and Wenwan looks even more beautiful now. This is Aunt Zhang. Zhao smiled and introduced Wenwan. Wenwan greeted her, but couldn't remember who Aunt Zhang was. Until Zhao gently took Aunt Zhang's hand and said sincerely, this matter still needs your help. Only then did Wenwan realize that Aunt Zhang was a matchmaker Zhao had called to help find her husband. Grandma, Wenwan sat in front of Zhao after Aunt Zhang left. You don't need to worry about my marriage. I don't want to get married right now. Silly girl, when you want to it'll be too late, Zhao replied. Wenwan was about to say more when she heard Wang Xianhua's voice at the door. Xiaomuan, can you help me out? I don't know how to steam buns. Can you help me steam some tonight? Before Wenwan could refuse, Wang Xianhua hurriedly added, I don't cook well, and your dad. Your eldest uncle has been very upset with me lately. Don't worry, I've already kneaded the dough. Once the dough rises tonight, I can make the buns. I know I wasn't good in the past, and I don't deserve to be a mother, Wang Xianhua said with some guilt. But I really didn't mean any harm. Please help me, okay? If I mess up again this time, your eldest uncle might even hit me, Wang Xianhua said sadly. Okay, I'll go over in a little while, Wenwan said impatiently. Just this once, you watch and learn. Hey, Wang Xianhua nodded excitedly. Then I'll wait for you at home. Little warm. You must come. Wang Xianhua ran a few steps back to look at Wenwan, worried she might change her mind. Wenwan looked at her. Wang Xianhua kept looking back every few steps, finally running away under Wenwan's watchful gaze. Your grandfather didn't agree to this marriage back then, Zhao said, shaking her head. But the crazy one liked her and caused trouble for us over it. And now? TSK. Someone who used to fight with the family over Wang Xianhua now acts indifferent toward her. Zhao didn't like this at all. What's not available always stirs up desire. Those who are loved take it for granted. When Fengqi is just like that, and there's nothing strange about it. Just go over tonight, Wenwan said. You go to bed early, don't wait for me. But Zhao couldn't sleep well. Go early. She waved her hand and told Wenwan. Xianhua is very good at making clothes, but she's terrible at cooking. It's better to do it yourself and come back early to sleep. Wenwan chuckled. Got it, she said, helping Zhao into the house. Indeed, Wang Xianhua had no talent for cooking. She was terrible at it. How's the dough rising? Wang Xianhua asked. Not bad. Let's start steaming, Wenwan replied. Actually, if you can make the dough rise, you can steam it. It's just not as good as yours, Wang Xianhua said. Where's Wenwan? Wenwan asked. Why didn't you call her to knead the dough? What can she do? Wang Xianhua said, a bit annoyed. There are too many mosquitoes in this house. I'll light some incense. A few days ago, their argument had been vividly mimicked by Hu Shaoling, who had learned it well. What does it mean to be capable? Probably she got beaten so badly, she was lying on the Kong, too ashamed to see anyone. But this time, Wenwan guessed wrong. When Wang Xianhua returned to her room, she saw Wen Fengqi and others sitting on her bed, watching her. Seeing Wang Xianhua, they hurriedly asked, How did it go? We're steaming the buns now, Wang Xianhua asked Wen Fengqi. What about that mosquito coil you mentioned? Won't something happen? Mom, what could happen? Wen Chang said impatiently, It's just a little sleepy incense to help her rest. Once she wakes up, everything will be settled. I am the direct son-in-law of Director Liu. Wen Chang was a bit excited and said, Hurry up and light the incense. Be careful not to hold your breath too long. Don't inhale too much, Wen Chang warned. That thing is powerful. But, Mom, Wen Chang used his trump card. My girlfriend promised me that if I can get her to the cement factory, she'll marry me. Aren't you always wanting to have a grandchild? This is your only chance, Wen Chang said. Besides, Director Liu is such an excellent person. He's more than enough to warm her heart. When Wenwen marries him in the future, she'll definitely thank you. Wenwan, go help your mom. We'll stay here tonight, Wen Fengqi said. You and the others stay in the front yard. When we finish, come and tell us. Then they would handle the rest of the plans. Mom, Director Liu promised to help me get a university spot, so you won't be looked down on anymore, Wenwan said, pulling Wang Xianhua, who was hesitant. Let's go quickly, or she'll start to suspect. Wang Xianhua's wavering heart became firm again. Yes, this is such a good marriage opportunity. Wenwen is naive and clueless. As her mother, I don't have much ability, but I can't fall behind now. I need to push her a little. Big sister, Wenwan said with a smile as she looked at Wenwen, who was unconscious, and helped her. Don't blame us. We're doing this for your good, for the family. Wenwen, dizzy, said nothing. I can't believe this. Doing something inside the mosquito coil just to help me? Wenwen deeply regretted it. She never expected Wang Xianhua to be so unscrupulous, teaming up with the family to set her up. No, Wenwen begged, grabbing Wang Xianhua's hand with pleading eyes. Please, let me go. Xiaowen listened to Mom. Be good and don't resist. Wang Xianhua held her hand. It might hurt a little the first time, but it'll pass. Wen's heart grew cold. You're still young and naive. One day, you'll understand all my hard work. Xiao, help your sister onto the bed, Wang Xianhua directed. Strangely, the room was already decorated as a joyful wedding chamber. The bed was covered with a bright red sheet and a red quilt, and the wall was decorated with a red double happiness character. No, please. When Wan could feel her body growing warm, and her voice sounded almost like a cat's meow. Mom, she cried out. This was the first time she called Wang Xianhua mom since she was adopted. And the last time. Unfortunately, Wang Xianhua didn't seem to care. She pointed at Wan and said, "Help her onto the bed. I'll wait for you at the door." She hurriedly ran out after saying this. Wan forced herself to endure the uncomfortable feeling inside. Just as Wan was about to help her onto the bed, she suddenly pushed her down. Big sister.
Ugh.
Wan hit the back of her head. Then she fell onto the bed and lost all feeling. Fortunately, she is sensitive to smells. When she noticed something was wrong with a mosquito coil, she quickly grabbed some disinfectant pills from her kitchen medicine box. However, she didn't know where Wang Xianhua got the pills from, and she was too aggressive. If she hadn't taken the pills, she might have already been gone by now. Until she left Wen Fengqi's house and saw no one chasing after her, when Wan finally relaxed a little. Her last bit of family affection for this home was completely gone after tonight's events. When Wan clenched her hand holding the knife, the pain made her slightly clear-minded.
Just.
Only a little. As the medicine's effect grew stronger, when Wan curled up, feeling she might collapse at any moment. Every step forward was hard. In the end, she simply couldn't hold on anymore. She had tried very hard in this life, but she still couldn't escape her past tragedies. Wan, why are you so useless? You wasted the care heaven gave you. But just as she was about to fall, Wan caught a faint, familiar minty scent. Maybe she was just imagining it. How could Uncle Lu appear here at this moment? No matter who this man was, Wan thought, as long as it wasn't Lu Guizhi, it was fine. Lu Jinchuan never expected that, just on a whim, he would come to see this girl, and what he saw surprised him. In the darkness, he smelled a strong blood scent. Lu Jinchuan's heart clenched tightly. He could hardly believe that the fragile, helpless girl before him was the same confident, quick-witted Wan who had made chicken shredded noodles just a few days ago. When Wan was now hot and weak, through her cotton shirt, he could feel her body burning. Wan, how are you? Lu Jinchuan's voice trembled as he said, "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." Wan, awakened by his voice in the darkness, looked at Lu Jinchuan with dazed eyes. "Little uncle, I am going to die, but I don't want to die." After rebirth, she had recalled countless moments from her past life. She thought that after experiencing death once, she wouldn't foolishly choose to die with Lu Guizhi again. Death was the easiest punishment for him. Especially now, she has skills, a talented chef, her grandmother and Uncle Lu. The best years of her life are just beginning. She still needs to take the college entrance exam, open a shop, and create new success. How could she be willing to die? It won't happen, Lu Jinchuan gently lifts her. "I will definitely not let anything happen to you." Warmth spirit was scattered again at this moment. She snuggled in Lu Jinchuan's arms and smiled. "But dying in my little uncle's arms, I have no regrets." "Don't talk nonsense," Lu Jinchuan scolds. Ugh. Warmth starts crying. "Little uncle, you're scolding me." Lu Jinchuan. "I'm not scolding you. Be good," he says softly. "Uncle won't let anything happen to you. Let's go to the hospital. Zhou Jin will definitely have a way." "Okay, let's go to the hospital." Warmth, holding a knife, starts to cut her arm, but Lu Jinchuan quickly snatches the knife away. "Stop hurting yourself."
But.
"I'm scared." Warmth's arm has already wrapped around Lu Jinchuan's neck, and her hot breath hits his face. Lu Jinchuan stiffens. The girl's youthful energy fills his nose. "Be good, we'll be there soon." He pauses, changing his position to try to put her on his back so they can run faster. But at this moment, the little girl suddenly reaches out both hands to his face, gently applying pressure. While Lu Jinchuan is stunned, she leans forward and kisses him. Lu Jinchuan. In a panic, he pulls her down and, with some difficulty, carries her on his back. Not to mention, warmth is so light. Usually, he can carry 100 kilograms and run in the mountains without issue. But now, carrying a little girl, and this girl's hands are unruly, reaching out and touching him several times. Lu Jinchuan almost drops her several times. Running with this kind of weight is almost torture for Lu Jinchuan. Zhou Jin is on night shift tonight. He was dozing off when suddenly, the office door was kicked open. He saw Lu Jinchuan carrying someone inside. Hurry and check what's wrong with her, Lu Jinchuan says before Zhou Jin can ask. She probably has butterfly fever.
What?
Zhou Jin's face also turned serious.
Let me see.
He finally saw the girl's face clearly. How could she be? Focus on getting better first, Lu Jinchuan interrupted him. Zhou Jin nodded. It's just butterfly enchantment. Weren't all of it already cleared out? Recently, Lu Jinchuan personally took down a hideout near the base, and they found butterfly enchantment inside. It had been destroyed, but somehow some of it still got out. Is there an antidote? Lu Jinchuan asked. Zhou Jin rolled his eyes at him, and first helped Wenwan treat her arm and hand wounds. This girl is quite tough. Butterfly enchantment is a kind of love potion, and naturally, the antidote involves men. Wenwan, trying to stay awake, even thought about self-harm. I'm talking about other methods, Lu Jinchuan said with a serious face. Yes, but it's complicated. She might have to suffer a bit, Zhou Jin replied. Lu Jinchuan looked down at Wenwan, who was unconscious, and squatted down to call her. Wenwan, wake up. Use this, Zhou Jin said, wetting a towel with cold water and handing it to him. Lu Jinchuan gently wiped her face. Wenwan didn't wake up. Instead, her arms wrapped around him. It took a lot of effort for Lu Jinchuan to soothe her. I have a way to get you the antidote. You need to hold on, okay? Wenwan nodded unconsciously. Before dawn, the birds outside had already started chirping. When Wenwan woke up, she felt terrible all over, with no strength at all. She wanted to open her mouth, but her throat was so sore she couldn't. Her left arm was bandaged and still a bit painful. Wenwan could only lie on the bed, her eyes darting around until she recognized her room and felt relieved. Memories from last night flooded her mind. She remembered Wang Xianhua asking her to help teach her how to steam buns. After Wenwan agreed, Wang Xianhua said there were too many mosquitoes in the kitchen and wanted to light a mosquito coil. The problem was with this mosquito coil. She was sensitive to smells, and the scent of the rural mosquito coil was different. Seeing Wang Xianhua light the coil and stand at the door talking to her, she became suspicious. While she went out to fetch water, she found an antidote pill in the herbal medicine box and took it. Sure enough, the scent was suspicious. They had planned everything long ago, even decorating the wedding room in advance. Wenwan was feeling anxious and wanted to know who had brought her back. She remembered smelling a faint minty scent when she fainted. Later, she hid under the blankets, thinking if those scenes are real, then the person last night was Lu Jinchuan. A scene appeared in her mind. Little uncle, your beard is so prickly, a girl said, holding his face and giving him a kiss, then smiling foolishly. She also seemed to have touched Lu Jinchuan's cheeks with her hands. Wenwan curled up under the blanket, not wanting to see anyone. She only remembered these things, surely. She was dreaming. But how did she get back? She felt confused. Suddenly, she heard movement at the door. Someone pushed it open. It was Lu Jinchuan's voice. Wenwan curled up tighter, pretending not to hear. It was just an illusion. Wake up and have some water, Lu Jinchuan said. You've been tossing and turning all night. Is your throat sore? Tossing all night? Wenwan's face turned red instantly. In her past life, she had been married, so she knew what the strange smell from the mosquito coil last night meant and how to detoxify. Did she really spend the night with Lu Jinchuan? She scolded herself. What are you thinking? That's not pure. Lu Jinchuan was her uncle. Suddenly, the blanket was pulled back, and Lu Jinchuan's voice came again. Are you feeling unwell? Should we go to the hospital? Then, his rough hand reached out and placed it on her forehead. You don't have a fever like last night. But why was her face so red? Don't stay under the blanket while sleeping, Lu Jinchuan said sternly. It's not good for the air quality, and it can cause problems. Wenwan was too scared to look at him. She quickly asked Uncle Lu, what happened to me last night? Anyway, she would never believe she had done anything disrespectful to her most respected uncle. Lu Jinchuan handed her a glass of water from the bedside, warmly lowered her head and drank a bowl of water completely, then looked up at him. Was it you who saved me last night? Her voice was still a little hoarse. Yes, Lu Jinchuan nodded. I was passing through the village and happened to see you fainted by the roadside. Wang Xianhua asked me to steam buns for her last night, warmly said, lowering her head and clutching the edge of the bowl. Then she used incense to make me faint. That incense was suspicious, warmly said with a sneering smile. Wenwan took me to my old room, decorated just like a new house. I knocked her out and ran away. Lu Jinchuan looked at the girl with a bit of concern. I won't cry, she said, still clutching the bowl. From now on, I won't shed a single tear for them. And she definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to be bullied by them again. No matter what you do, Uncle Lu will support you, Lu Jinchuan said. At this moment, he didn't even realize how much he was showing affection for Warmly smiled through her tears. She glanced out the window. Last night, she knocked Wenwan out and escaped. Strangely, she didn't see Wang Xianhua at the door. She wondered how things were over there. Do you want to get up? Lu Jinchuan asked. I'll go see how the porridge in the kitchen is doing. Warmly felt warm inside. Uncle Lu still cared for her just like in her previous life. Being cared for like this felt so wonderful. Suddenly, just after getting up, she heard someone knocking on the door. Wan, open the door quickly. It was Hu Xiaoling's voice. Warmly put on a long-sleeve shirt, covering her arm injury. Hu Xiaoling excitedly ran over and pulled her. Come on, let's go see the show. Where are they performing? Warmly asked with some confusion. At your uncle's house, Hu Xiaoling said. This morning, someone bumped into Wenwan and Lu Guizhi, and they rolled onto the bed. Now everyone is watching the show in your uncle's yard. Warmly understood. So, everything from last night was really prepared for Lu Guizhi. Let's go see, Warmly said with a cold smile. I heard they were blocked on the bed, and Lu Guizhi refused to marry her. Now Wenwan is throwing a fit, threatening to hang herself, Hu Xiaoling gossiped. Hanging herself? Warmly sneered. She wouldn't really do that, it's just a trick. Lu Jinchuan came out of the kitchen and saw the backs of two young girls. After thinking for a moment, he decided to follow them. In Wen Fengqi's yard, it was already crowded early in the morning. Some people were holding bowls of rice, others looked sleepy, and even some curious onlookers were leaning against the wall. Inside the yard, Wenwan's voice was heard. Don't stop me. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore. Wenwan said, your voice sounds pretty strong. Hu Xiaoling smiled quietly. What do you mean? Wang Xianhua asked. My daughter was with you, and now you say don't? Lu Guizhi's face was stern. What could he say? Did he sleep with the wrong person? Who knew that in the end, this family would set him up? He was surrounded by many people on the bed. Seeing Wenwan crying so sadly, Lu Guizhi couldn't hide his disgust. If you don't take responsibility for this, we will report you for at your workplace, Wang Xianhua said, protecting Wenwan and staring at Lu Guizhi. Mom. No, Wenwan cried, tears falling like rain. She grabbed Wang Xianhua's hand and shook her head. Please don't report him. It's all my fault. Don't stop me. The onlookers, who had been watching the show, suddenly saw Wenwan trying to hit the wall. They became anxious. Let me die, Wenwan cried, covering her face. Mom, Director Lu likes my sister, not me. He misunderstood and thought I was my sister last night. Please don't report him. What does this have to do with Wenwan? Wenwan sneered slightly. Sure enough, Lu Guizhi's face improved a lot. I mistook someone, Lu Guizhi said, feeling a bit ashamed. Mistook someone? Wenwan straightened her back among the crowd and said clearly and seriously, "You two are shameless to be caught by everyone. Are you trying to use me as a shield?" Lu Guoji's face darkened again. "Wenwan," he said through clenched teeth. "Oh, Director Lu is angry and embarrassed now?" Wenwan raised her eyes with a cold smile. "How dare you pretend to be innocent? Are you saying I mistook you?" She looked at Wenwan, who was crying with her head down. "Wenwan, clarify this. I don't understand what you mean by saying I mistook you. I was adopted into this family long before the new year, and everyone in the village knows about it. As for why I refused to go to college and insisted on being adopted, everyone understands the reason. It's because I didn't want to marry him." She pointed at Lu Guoji. "So, my good cousin, what do you mean when you say that Lu Guoji considers you as me? Wenwan's sister." "Shut up," Wenwan said dismissively. "I don't have a sister as shameless as you. Spreading dirty rumors about me while still calling yourself my sister." Wenwan said coldly, "Wenwan, I wouldn't want a sister like you." "And you?" She turned to look at Lu Guoji. "Are you mistaken? Have your eyes been blinded by chili powder?" Lu Guoji choked, recalling the scene that day, and still felt his eyes burning painfully. He looked at Wenwan with a gloomy expression. The foolish people in the Wen family can't even handle such simple matters. "Can you just say you got the wrong person and avoid responsibility?" She coldly scolded. "If that's the case, the people in Sancha village will have to go ask the leaders of the cement factory or the base. Does he deserve to be a leader at the cement factory?" "I didn't mean it like that," Lu Guoji said anxiously. "Not like that?" Wenwan interrupted him with a mocking smile. "Then what do you mean?" "If that person really is me," Wenwan looked at him with cold, beautiful eyes, "do I have to swallow my pride and marry you?" "Director Lu really has a good plan," Wenwan sneered. "What a pity," she shook her head. "Even if you lie, at least make it believable. Think carefully before throwing dirt on me." "It's not like that," Wang Xianhua hurriedly said. "Last night, many people saw you come to my house." Wenwan looked at Wang Xianhua with no warmth in her eyes. "No wonder you asked me to help steam buns last night." Wenwan looked at Wang Xianhua, feeling both sad and disappointed. "Did you plan this all along? Because I was disobedient and refused to marry him as you wished, so you could benefit from it." She stopped speaking here. He looked at Wen Fingqi, Wen Chong, Wang Xianhua, and Wenwan with cold eyes and said sadly, "Why don't you just go ahead and make it official? Bring me here, and then use dirty tricks to force me to agree?" Haha. The girl stood firm, her eyes clear and sharp as she looked at the people in the yard, making others feel inexplicably sad. "It's just a pity." "The pity is that when Wenwan was called away afterward," Lu Jinchuan spoke from behind the crowd. The onlookers quickly made way for him. Lu Jinchuan, with long legs, walked over and stood beside Wenwan. His deep eyes showed no warmth. "An expert at the base wants to eat Wenwan's cooking. I took her away to prepare food for that expert. If you don't believe it, you can check the entry records at the guard post at the base entrance," Lu Jinchuan said. "There are records of everything." While Wenwan's words couldn't completely dispel everyone's doubts, Lu Jinchuan's statement was much more believable. After all, who is Lu Jinchuan? He is the leader of the base, and a very powerful one. His words are trustworthy. Do you believe the nonsense from Manhwa and Lu Guoji? And Wenwan is so pitiful. Even if she was adopted, these people wouldn't leave her alone. It's like they want to push her to the limit. "Enough," Wen Fingqi, who had been frowning, finally spoke. He looked angrily at Wenwan, who was standing straight, and then focused on Lu Guoji. "This is all a misunderstanding. Last night, Director Lu officially proposed to me, and he wants to marry my Wenwan. Is that right?"
Was she?
Wen Fingqi said with a smile to Lu Guoji. "If he doesn't marry her, he's just a troublemaker. Forcing himself on someone could land him in jail, and his life would be over." Thinking of this, Lu Guoji, though furious inside, had to grit his teeth and agree in front of so many people. "Yes," he said through clenched teeth. "So, you didn't mistake someone?" Lu Jinchuan looked at him calmly. "No," Lu Guoji pursed his lips and finally said, "I like Wenwan. I want to marry Wenwan. After proposing last night, we talked for a while. Later, I couldn't help myself. After saying this, he angrily waved his hand and looked at Wenwan. Are you satisfied now? Worm nodded and shrugged. Director Lu really cares about feelings. Lu Guizhi choked. Congratulations, my good cousin. Worm smiled at Wenwan. Lovers finally get together. That's something to celebrate.
Wenwan hesitated.
Then we'll wait to celebrate Director Lu's wedding, Worm said with a bright smile. He likes Wenwan so much that he can't help himself. I bet he'll give her a grand wedding, right? Wenwan quickly looked up at Worm when she heard this, only to see Worm giving her a sarcastic look. No, she wasn't helping her. She was just openly tying Lu Guizhi and Wenwan together in front of so many people. In this era, few people went to get official marriage certificates. Most just held a banquet in the village, and that was legally recognized later. In her previous life, Wenwan always envied her for marrying Lu Guizhi, right? So in this life, she would enjoy being Lu Guizhi's second wife and the stepmother to those two ungrateful people. But she didn't know if Zhou Yani would still be with Lu Guizhi like in her past life. That would be interesting. Of course, Lu Guizhi looked coldly at Worm for a moment before slowly saying 4 words. You'll definitely be invited. No need to invite me. Worm waved her hand. I'm afraid I might be poisoned. Lu Guizhi choked again. As for you all, Worm said with a smile, with honest villagers like you here, if anything happens to me in the future, I'm sure you'll stand up for me. One person then another. Wen Fengqi looked at Worm with a gloomy expression, but Worm no longer felt afraid like before. Instead, she stared back at him for a moment, then smiled with her eyes curved. Wen Fengqi was so angry, he nearly fell backward. He saw a challenge in Worm's expression. Worm stiffened as she returned home, drinking a large glass of water to calm herself down. The recent confrontation seemed to have drained all her strength. Her arms still ached faintly. Little Worm, who Xiaoling looked at her worriedly, last night, they really wanted to. Yes, Worm gritted her teeth. If it weren't for Uncle Lu, I'd be the one surrounded today. Those people are so mean. Hu Xiaoling cried and said, how can they do this? Is this going to ruin the warmth? Don't cry. Wenwan smiled and wiped her tears. I'm fine now. That's good, Hu Xiaoling said with tears in her eyes. Then she added, I'll go back first. I'll come to see you when you're free. When leaving, she respectfully bowed to Lu Jinchuan. Uncle Lu, thank you. It's what I should do. Lu Jinchuan nodded and went inside. Hu Xiaoling turned back at the door, saw Lu Jinchuan talking to Wenwan. His voice was a little quiet so she couldn't hear, but she could feel that he looked at Wenwan very gently. It seemed that Lu Jinchuan only became gentle when he was with Wenwan. Hu Xiaoling didn't understand what this meant, but with someone as powerful as Lu Jinchuan around Wenwan, she wouldn't be afraid of being bullied by Guizhi in the future. Today, you did very well, Lu Jinchuan said to Wenwan. You've grown up. Wenwan used to be very strong too. But for some reason, when facing her family from the Wen house, she always felt a little scared naturally. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Wenwan said sincerely. She couldn't imagine what would have happened if the person she met last night wasn't Lu Jinchuan. At least, things wouldn't be as peaceful as they are now. I want to know. She paused and looked up at the man. How is the poison from last night's medicine detoxified? That was an aphrodisiac drug, which could only be detoxified if the man and woman had a close relationship. Wenwan clenched her fists nervously, waiting for Lu Jinchuan's answer. Last night I took you to the hospital and used some methods to detoxify your poison, he said. Don't worry, it wasn't what you think. Wenwan blushed, feeling relieved but also a strange, hard to explain feeling. What do you plan to do in the future? Lu Jinchuan asked. Wenwan looked at him confused. As long as you're not married, Wen Fengqi's plans won't end, Zhao Shi, who had been silent and angry, said. That crazy man cares most about face. Making him lose face in front of so many people, plus what happened before, he's now angry and has nowhere to vent. He'll definitely try to hurt you even more. Zhao Shi held her hand. Go away, go far away, and don't come back, Zhao said tearfully. I asked old three to give you a letter of introduction. You leave and don't worry about me. Nana, Wenwan held her hand gently. Don't be afraid. He's a person, not a ghost. Why should we fear him? Besides, Wenwan added calmly, look at how he tried to scheme against me before. I'm still fine. Silly girl. It's different now, Zhao sighed. This time, he will definitely be more ruthless. Unless, Zhao glanced at Lu Jinchuan. Unless you can find someone who makes one freak afraid. Wenwan shook her head. I'm not afraid of him. No matter what schemes or plots, she wouldn't be scared anymore. Moreover, this was a war between her and Wen Fengqi. Why should she involve Lu Jinchuan? That wouldn't be fair to him. If she was afraid, she wouldn't have done what she did today. If you have. Lu Jinchuan started to speak, but Wenwan interrupted him. Uncle Lu, you've already helped me a lot. After everyone left, Wenwan slowly stood up. Lu Guozhi had already left without saying a word. Wen Qiang looked at Wenwan, then at Wen Fengqi, who looked upset, and said, I'm going to work at the office. Now, only Wang Xianhua, Wenwan, and Wen Fengqi remained in the room. Wen Fengqi slapped Wang Xianhua across the face. What happened? How did Wenwan run away? Did you two conspire to deceive me?
No, Wang Xianhua cried.
Wenwan was helping someone. I went to the kitchen to put out the incense, and when I came back, I stayed at the door. When she returned and saw someone lying on the bed, she thought Wenwan had gone to the backyard, so she stayed there until Lu Guozhi entered. But who would have thought that the main character of their morning play would turn out to be Wenwan? You say you helped Wenwan, but how did you end up on the bed yourself? Wen Fengqi was furious. Especially today, Wenwan's provocative look. If Wenwan had been caught, how could she dare to look at him like that? She was begging him just moments ago. Wenwan knocked me out. Wenwan cried. Didn't you say she had already taken a lot of that medicine? How is she still awake? How does she still have the strength to fight? You don't believe me? You can check my head, she said, lowering her head to lift her hair, revealing a red mark. Wenwan, crying and pretending to be unconscious, would never admit that Wenwan didn't actually hit her hard. She was just pretending. Someone like Lu Guozhi, a good and wealthy husband, would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. Even now, she doesn't understand why Wenwan is so against marrying Lu Guozhi. Is it just because Lu Guozhi once hit his wife? But how many men in the world don't hit their wives? There are very few in their village. Since they are all treated the same, why shouldn't she choose Lu Guozhi, who clearly has better conditions? In the future, she would be the wife of the director. Wherever she goes, people would envy her. Wenwan, not Wenwan. So, she pretended to be unconscious and lay quietly on the Kong, waiting for Lu Guozhi to come. That night, they came several times. It would be even better if she could get pregnant because of it. Then her position as the director's wife would be more secure. But she never expected Wenwan to say what she did in front of so many people. Now, Lu Guozhi probably hates her to the core.
Dad, what should we do now?
Wenwan asked nervously. Lu Guozhi has agreed to hold the wedding. He won't go back on his word, will he? He dares, Wen Fengqi said, eyes wide. Tomorrow I'll go to the cement factory to find him. If this marriage goes through, you'll still be the director's son-in-law, Wenwan said shyly. Later, when we get married and move to the capital, we'll bring you and my mom to enjoy life. Wen Fengqi nodded happily. What about Wenwan?
Wenwan asked.
That wicked girl, I won't let her go, Wen Fengqi said, glancing at her and smiling. Got any good ideas? Wenwan leaned in and whispered her plan into Wen Fengqi's ear. Sure enough, she's my daughter. Wen Fengqi laughed loudly after hearing her plan. Tough and ruthless. The 3 large bags of soybeans, used for sprouting and making tofu skin, all went moldy. This is more than just a loss. Warm your heart, Master Zhao called out. I don't know. I checked yesterday and they were fine, she said. But today, when she came back, the beans were moldy. How could they be moldy just after yesterday? Mold doesn't grow that fast, Xiao Lu said. So, it seems Warm Your Heart didn't check them yesterday at all? I already said, these beans need to be turned over every day, Master Zhao said sternly. Warm Your Heart is fully responsible for this. The cost of the lost beans will be deducted from this month's salary. But so many beans are ruined. What about the tofu and tofu skin I promised to make? The deducted wages won't cover it, Xiao Lu said. Warm Your Heart didn't reply. She did come yesterday, and did turn the beans over. But why they moldy, she still doesn't know. That's enough. Warm Your Heart, go back first. We'll investigate this matter, and then you can come back, Master Zhao said. Warm Your Heart looked surprised. Master Zhao, I really did turn the beans yesterday. Master Zhao is doing this for your own good, Master Guo whispered. We know your personality. You should go home and wait for the news. Your master won't let you be wronged. But even so, she couldn't feel happy. At the entrance of the base, she met Lu Guizhi. They exchanged a glance. Lu Guizhi slightly smiled. Warm Your Heart if you want to play. I'll play with you until you're satisfied. Warm Your Heart rolled her eyes. I think you haven't had enough chili powder. How about this? Feeling upset about work? Lu Guizhi said sarcastically. Don't think that clinging to Lu Jinchuan means I can't do anything to you. Let me tell you, he leaned in and whispered, one day, you'll be under me, begging for mercy. I look forward to hearing you call me Seven Chun, she said mockingly. Suddenly, she slapped him across the face. Lu Guizhi didn't get angry. He touched his cheek and smiled. The angrier you get, the happier I am. Pervert, Warm Your Heart cursed. I also want to tell you, she said coldly with her bright eyes, looking at Lu Guizhi, no need for Uncle Lu. I'm not afraid of you either. Feel free to use any dirty tricks, she added with a raised eyebrow and a wave of her hand. Frightened, Lu Guizhi hurriedly covered his face, only to hear Wenwan's mocking, cold laughter. She had actually humiliated him. Wenwan, he shouted angrily with wide eyes. Suddenly, everything seemed to turn yellowish, and then the familiar sharp pain in his eyes returned. Ah! Lu Guizhi yelled like crazy. Wenwan, I won't forgive you. Try me, Wenwan said calmly, her cold eyes fixed on him as he covered his eyes and wailed. Perhaps her gaze had stunned him, or maybe his eyes hurt too much, so Lu Guizhi didn't argue further. He panicked, covered his eyes, and ran away. This time, however, his eyes didn't recover as easily as before. Wenwan had used pepper powder, making him stay in the hospital for a week. For several days, Wenwan didn't receive any notice to return to work at the base. She was a little worried at first, but knowing Lu Guizhi was causing trouble, she felt less concerned. Soon, the news about the college entrance exam being restored in September would be announced, and the exam date would be clear by the end of this year. She was at home, preparing for the exam peacefully. As for food and supplies, with Ling Chu as her backup, she wasn't worried about starving. Lu Jinchuan went to the cafeteria the next day to get food but didn't see Wenwan. Only then did he learn about the soybean incident from Master Zhao. Wenwan's love for ingredients was beyond his imagination. She might forget other things, but she would never forget to sort beans. Maybe she's been busy with family matters lately and forgot, Master Zhao said. I've already handled this. In a few days, she'll be able to return to work freely. Take me to your storage room, Lu Jinchuan said. Wenwan didn't know about this. She was reading in her room, but her ears were perked up, secretly listening to the conversation in the next room. The matchmaker Aunt Zhang had come, talking with the Zhao family next door. Once the news gets out, some young men will like Wenwan. She said, everything was fine at first, but a few days ago I suddenly heard about Worm's situation, and it was ruined. What happened to Worm? Zhao asked with confusion. Someone said Worm got involved in her sister's love life. Aunt Zhang lowered her voice and said, does Worm like her sister's son-in-law? These days, neither of them went out, and Hu Shaoling went to her aunt's house in the county and didn't come back, so Worm really didn't know that such rumors were already spreading in the village. People said all kinds of things, mainly that Worm was originally with Lu Guizhi, but later, through his connection with Lu Jinchuan, she no longer liked Lu Guizhi. What should be done about this? So, they planned to harm Worm's sister to help Lu Guizhi. Nonsense. Zhao was so angry she almost jumped up to fight those people, but Aunt Zhang stopped her. I know Worm isn't like that. But she knew it was useless. Once others heard this, they wouldn't want to marry Warm. There is one option. Aunt Zhang hesitated and looked at Zhao, but I'm afraid you won't like it. Who is it? Zhao asked.
Tell me.
It's the second son of the Ge family from Shushui village, Aunt Zhang said awkwardly. Yesterday, I heard that someone asked me to help Warm find a match. Who? Zhao didn't catch it clearly.
Ye Daxian.
Is that the one who used to perform exorcisms? Zhao shook her head. No way. Aunt Zhang also knew Zhao wouldn't let Warm marry someone like that, but Ge Daxian insisted that Warm's fate was good, destined for wealth and prosperity, and he offered some benefits. Your aunt. Zhao handed a few coins to Aunt Zhang. Please help with Warm's marriage. Old aunt, this can't be. Aunt Zhang hurriedly refused. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Next door, Warm sighed. After the people left, she went to the neighbor's house. Grandma. She sat by the Kong, helping Zhao put eye drops in her eyes. Please don't be sad. Imagine if back then I hadn't let her take that university spot, Zhao said. If that had happened, Warm would have gone to university, and her marriage prospects would have been up to her. Uncle Lu told me quietly, the country is about to restart the college entrance exam. I believe I can get into university, which is much better than going to a workers' or soldiers' school. So, please don't worry about my marriage anymore, okay? After a while, Mrs. Zhao patted Wenwan's hand. How could I not worry? What happened that night made Mrs. Zhao truly afraid. Mom, who are you talking to just now? Zhu Dongming looked at the person's back. I think I saw that person go to Wenwan's house. You're so observant, Lu Xiao smiled. That was Aunt Zhang from the neighboring village, matchmaking. You're not young anymore, and you have 2 younger brothers. You need to find a good match soon, she said while busy picking cucumbers from the cucumber trellis. I'll ask her to help keep an eye out. By the way, Wenwan's seedlings are really good, Lu Xiao said with a smile as she looked at the cucumbers on the trellis. In previous years, there weren't many cucumbers left by now. But now they still have quite a few. There are also tomatoes and chili seedlings over there. Don't blame me. Lu Xiao looked up at her son. It's not that I don't agree. You saw the scene a few days ago. If we marry Wenwan, it will bring trouble to our family. Your father isn't in good health, and our family can't handle much more trouble. Zhu Dongming lowered his head and said nothing. Lu Xiao sighed. If you want to blame someone, blame me. I'm a useless mother. Mom. Zhu Dongming helped pick tomatoes, then looked at her. I want to. Cough, cough, cough. Just as he was about to speak, a coughing fit came from inside the house. They hurriedly dropped what they were doing and ran inside. How are you, Dad? Lu Xiao helped pour a glass of water for Zhu Honghai and fed it to him. She also patted his chest to help him breathe easier. After a long while, Zhu Honghai finally relaxed. It's all my fault, he said, holding Zhu Dongming's hand. Your mom works hard to take care of this family. He had injured his lung in an accident years ago and had been relying on medicine ever since. The doctor said if he could get ginseng to make medicine, his illness might be cured. Otherwise, he wouldn't have many years left. But ginseng isn't as easy to find as carrots in the field. I understand. Zhu Dongming lowered his head. He still couldn't bring himself to say what was in his heart. Big brother. Zhu Dongming's younger brother looked at him with a sad expression. Marry Warm's sister.
Our family still has me.
Zhu Dongming gently ruffled his brother's hair. Their family had already struggled enough to support his education, with both younger brothers not attending school. Brother knows. Zhu Dongming looked up at the sky, trying hard not to let tears fall. His brother looked up at him, feeling that his brother seemed very lonely and sad at this moment. Only when he grew up would he understand how much his brother was hurting inside. At the base, Lu Jinchuan had just returned from training outside when he heard the office phone ring. Hello, this is Lu Jinchuan, he answered, but immediately heard his grandfather's voice on the other end. Your Uncle Gu's daughter has come back. When will you come home to see her? Grandpa, Lu Jinchuan pinched his brow. I've been very busy lately. Busy with what? Grandpa's strong voice boomed from the phone. If you don't bring me a wife this year, I swear I'll come to your base tomorrow. You're really busy, huh? Fine. I'll send someone to meet you, Grandpa interrupted him. Grandpa, Lu Jinchuan said helplessly. Can I? No. His grandfather cut him off coldly, then added, this is settled, and hung up the phone with a click. Lu Jinchuan put down the phone and saw Xiao Yanin standing at the door, teasing him. Grandpa's call? She asked as she walked in and sat down, looking at her cousin. Asked you to go on a blind date?
She teased.
Lu Jinchuan tiredly nodded. It's understandable. Grandpa's worried. Our neighborhood is full of kids your age. Some are even old enough to be your parents, Xiao Yanin said, then asked, what happened with Warm? Someone deliberately messed things up, Lu Jinchuan replied. I checked, and the beans were spoiled intentionally. Who would be so mean? Xiao Yanin cursed. With so many beans, how much tofu could be made? Plus, Warm said she could make not just tofu but also tofu meat rolls. They all sounded delicious. She is a granddaughter who collects trash, Lu Jinchuan said. Her granddaughter came with Wenwan to apply for a temporary job. As a result, Wenwan was hired, but her granddaughter didn't even get a job. That was fine, but who knew Wenwan would actually become a permanent employee? That granddaughter is the girl who was chatting with Zhou Yani that day. She was jealous. That day, she followed to take out the trash and saw Wenwan come out of the storage room. She quietly went in and covered a bag of beans with a cloth bag. The bag was already dirty. The water-soaked beans inside quickly went bad and moldy. When no one was around, she secretly took off the cloth bag. But she was too impatient, and some beans stuck to the cloth bag, which Lu Jinchuan noticed. Someone also saw her sneaking into the storage room at that time. The girl was acting out of jealousy. When Lu Jinchuan's people questioned her sternly, she told everything she knew. As for deeper things, Lu Jinchuan didn't tell Xiao Yanin. For example, during the interrogation, there was a young man who was also trying to cause trouble, instructed by Lu Guizhi, but he was a step too late. I think, Xiao Yanin said lazily, leaning back in his chair, to prevent the old man from pairing people randomly, you should find someone yourself. Could it be that you still think about the girl from the Gu family you were engaged to back then? Xiao Yanin sighed. If she hadn't lost touch, she'd probably be around 20 now. Years ago, Lu Jinchuan's father, Lu Yanhong, was engaged to Gu Nanshan's daughter, who was just a day old at the time. But a few days after she was born, she got sick with a complex condition and died in the hospital. That incident has always been a thorn in the Gu family's side. She'll be 21 soon, Lu Jinchuan said, shaking his head. It's not because of her, just that I haven't met the right person to marry. Moreover, the girls in Kyoto either fear him or are interested in the Lu family status. Only in front of Xiao Yanin would Lu Jinchuan say such things. I think Wenwan is pretty good, Xiao Yanin said with a smile. Nice personality, very beautiful, good at cooking, and not afraid of you. Instead of letting the old man arrange someone for you, you should choose yourself. I am her uncle. Lu Jinchuan leaned casually against the table and said, almost 7 years older. Is it common for an older person to be interested in a younger one? What's the big deal? Xiao Yanin shrugged. He's not a real uncle. Besides, if Gu's girl was still alive, their ages should be similar. Lu Jinchuan was momentarily surprised. Because of the big fuss over Lu Guizhi and Wenwan, the small village gradually calmed down. Wenwan had not gone to work these days and stayed at home reading. But early one morning, a few people arrived, making the usually quiet Sancha village lively again. We're here to propose marriage, the visitors announced boldly as they entered the village, handing out cigarettes and candies to the villagers. I will soon be your Sancha village's son-in-law. How did this loser come to our village? Someone whispered. Which loser? Someone curious asked. Go Erden from Shushui village, the visitor whispered. His mother is Go Daxian. So he's Go Erden? The villagers murmured. No wonder he's been causing trouble for someone's daughter. Go Erden's name was as famous as Go Daxian's in their area. Go Daxian was known for pretending to be a ghost in the past, while Go Erden was just a lazy troublemaker. His father worked as an 8th-grade mechanic in the county, earning over 100 yuan a month, but no decent family would marry their daughter to a lazy person like him, especially with a superstitious mother-in-law. Looks like he's heading to Wenwan's house, someone said.
Let's go see.
Wawa, go call your village chief quickly, someone told her child. Go Erden swaggered confidently toward Wenwan's house, followed by a group of children hoping for candies, because he was generous. Wenwan had finished breakfast and was picking tomatoes and cucumbers in the yard. Pick more, Zhao said nearby. Make some tomato sauce too. The sauce we made yesterday for the noodles was delicious. Tell Jinchuan to take some back at noon. Tomato noodles with pickled cucumbers are very tasty. Okay, Wenwan replied with a smile. She hadn't gone to the farm these days. Yesterday, Lu Jinchuan sent a message saying Xiao Yanin wasn't feeling well and asked if she could make something to take over. Warmth thought of the pickled cucumbers she made in the morning and promised him he could come to pick them up the next day. 2 days ago, Lao Lu's family across the street asked me to ask about tomatoes and what to plant in the yard. They also want you to help them get some seedlings, Zhao said. When Warmth first planted cucumber seedlings, she shared some with others and asked if she wanted to come over, but she was afraid the seedlings wouldn't do well and refused. She doesn't know where she got the seedlings from now, and she's almost regretting it. Let's plant some green beans, Warmth said. I'll see if I can get some seedlings later. She carried her basket out of the vegetable garden, smiling, and said, I don't know how the seedlings will turn out when they grow. But all the seeds came from the spirit kitchen, so they should grow just like this year's cucumber and tomato seedlings. While the grandmother and granddaughter were talking, they heard a noise at the door, followed by someone knocking. Warmth, open the door quickly. I'm here to propose marriage, someone said. Their faces immediately turned unhappy.
Who is that?
Zhao asked Warmth. I don't know. Grandma, don't worry. I'll go open the door, Warmth said, placing the basket in the kitchen before walking out. At the door, Go Erden was excited and smiling. He had met Warmth once in the county town. He was captivated by her beautiful appearance. When he returned, he heard Aunt Zhang from their village talking about Warmth. He asked his mother, Go Daxian, to tell Aunt Zhang that he wanted to marry Warmth. But Aunt Zhang said she wasn't interested. Erden was disappointed for several days. Unexpectedly, things took a turn. Warmth somehow found out he liked her, and she took the initiative to give him a token of love and told him to come propose at her home. Erden was overjoyed. To marry Warmth, he caused a fuss at home for several days and prepared a generous set of betrothal gifts. They also had 200 yuan in bride price money they had already collected, making Go Erden's smile even wider. He had checked. Men in their village usually give 25 or 50 yuan for bride price. The most was when Wenwan married the director of the cement factory, and she only received 100 yuan. 200 yuan? That must mean he's marrying a fairy. Hee, Warmth is a fairy. Just as he was lost in thought, the door opened, and the fairy he had been dreaming of appeared before him. However, the girl's face looked cold, and she didn't seem happy about his arrival. I am Go Erden, he said with a small smile. I don't know you. You must have come to the wrong door, Warmth replied and closed the door.
Huh?
Go Erden touched his head, feeling confused. Things didn't seem to go as he expected. Shouldn't she be happy and welcoming him inside? Open the door. I didn't come to the wrong place, Go Erden called out. What do you want? Warmth opened the door again. I'm here to propose, Go Erden said, a bit shy because of her strong attitude. This time, Warmth didn't want to talk much. She simply said no, and was about to close the door. Wait, he frowned. You won't marry me? Then why did you give me this? Carefully, Go Erden took a handkerchief from his pocket and looked at Warmth eagerly, muttering, This is the token of our promise. When Warmth saw what he was holding, her eyes turned cold. Who gave you that handkerchief? It was you, Go Erden said. You told me to bring it to propose. 200 yuan in bride price, he added with a smile. I'm very sincere. That handkerchief wasn't from me, and I didn't take your money, Warmth said coldly. If you cause trouble here again, I'll call the police. The smile on Go Erden's face froze. When he said he wanted to marry Warmth, his friends all laughed at him for dreaming. They knew Warmth was from a good family, she was kind, a good cook, pretty, and had a decent job. But the problem was, how could a troublemaker like him marry someone like her? Unless he used some dishonest tricks. But in today's society, such risky actions were too dangerous. If he failed, he might not marry her, and he could end up in jail. That would be a big loss. Go-Erden used to think like that too, but who would have guessed that Warmth would actually notice him one day? He didn't believe it himself. But the handkerchief was right in front of him, embroidered with a character meaning warm. And the person who gave him that promise was so confident, saying things that sounded impossible. How could someone like him compare to Warmth? She was just an adopted daughter. I have no parents, only an old blind grandmother. You gave me more than just a handkerchief. There's something else. As for that thing, Go-Erden said with a mischievous smile, pointing at Wenwan, it's better not to show everyone. My hand, you need to let go. Suddenly, there was a loud commotion. Everyone saw Go-Erden kneeling on the ground, holding his hand and crying out, my finger, it hurts so much. Drunk and causing trouble at my house? Wenwan said coldly, you need to sober up. When Yofu, who arrived quickly, looked at Go-Erden on the ground. Wang Dagon, have your militia team arrest these troublemakers. Please, no. Go-Erden hurriedly shouted. Wendafe, they already took 200 yuan in bride price from us. You can't just ignore that. 200 yuan in bride price, that's a lot. Don't worry, Go-Erden, panting and holding his hand, said, not only the 200 yuan bride price, I promise I'll find a way to get you the 4 big items you want. As soon as Go-Erden finished speaking, the villagers around gasped in shock. It's not just 200 yuan in bride price. They're talking about giving a bicycle, a sewing machine, a watch, and a radio. Each of these isn't just money. They're things you can't buy with cash alone, and sometimes you need coupons and long lines just to get them. Go-Erden just promised Wenwan all this? Look, he pointed at the bicycle behind him. This is my family's bicycle. I heard you go to work by walking, so you can ride this first. In a few days, when the county gets new bicycles, I'll buy you a new one. Everyone was stunned again by Go-Erden's bold words. But considering Go-Erden's father is a level 8 fitter at the county steel factory, earning nearly 100 yuan a month, this amount of money is probably nothing for their family. Wenwan isn't even married yet, and they're already bringing her a bicycle to use. If she gets married, wouldn't she cherish it even more? Once again, everyone's eyes turned to Wenwan. She frowned as if thinking deeply, then looked up at Go-Erden with bright, lively eyes. Did you say my family already accepted your bride price? 200 yuan, Go-Erden said proudly. You must be mistaken. I did not accept your bride price, Warmth said, shaking her head. Who took your bride price? Go find whoever did. No, are you trying to cheat? Go-Erden glared angrily at Warmth, and the people around him also looked furious. What? Do you want to fight? When Yofu said coldly, everyone knows what kind of girl Warmth is. She said she never took your bride price, and that's true. I was wrong, Go-Erden said with a pleading smile. It was their family who took it. My future mother-in-law took it. Then you should call the police. Warmth said with a sigh, feeling a bit sorry. My family is just me and my grandma. That's impossible. It's Wang Xianhua, your mother. Go-Erden quickly said. Everyone gasped in shock. The events from a few days ago were still fresh in their minds. This family is so mean. Do they want to hurt Warmth before they stop? Warmth had already guessed this. Go-Erden's things probably came from Wang Xianhua, who altered old clothes. The only people who could get such things are Wang Xianhua or Wenwan. Then go find Wang Xianhua, Warmth kindly advised. But I still think you should call the police first. Wang Xianhua's family has a daughter named Wenwan, who just got engaged to Director Liu from the cement factory a few days ago. They're having a wedding celebration in our village soon. Go-Erden was stunned. No, I'm marrying you. He stopped Warmth. Don't try to dismiss me like that. I still have all the things you gave me. Yes, said Xian, panting as he ran up behind them. Your mother Wang Xianhua took the bride price, so this marriage is settled. You can't change your mind. Warmth, who had previously seen her future wife in the county town and liked her, thought she was beautiful, hardworking, and most importantly, had a good face that would bring good luck to her husband. She only has one son, Go-Erden, who is lazy. Now they are supporting him, but when they're gone, Won't they need a capable daughter-in-law to run the family? That day, when she heard Aunt Zhang wanted to matchmake her, she promised some benefits to Aunt Zhang to help her talk to her son. But unexpectedly, Warmth's blind grandmother refused. Although they had some money, their family was known for being difficult because of her mother's bad reputation. Go-Erden was a troublemaker and a troublemaker, so most families wouldn't agree to let their daughters marry into their family. Grandma Ge had already given up on the idea, but a few days later, she met Wang Xianhua, who said she would marry Warmth to Go-Erden if they paid her 200 yuan as a bride price. Grandma Ge hesitated. She had heard about the adoption of Warmth, but she wasn't sure if they could really make Warmth their daughter-in-law. In the end, their family might lose money, but gain nothing. Don't worry, Wang Xianhua patted her chest and handed her a bag. If she refuses, just show her this. It was her daughter's personal clothes. For the family's reputation, Warmth had to agree. Besides, I raised her. She's like my own daughter. She's even from my own belly, Wang Xianhua said confidently. Grandma Ge gritted her teeth and agreed. Originally, she came with her son to propose marriage, but when they were almost at Sancha village, she suddenly had a stomach ache. She found a hole to relieve herself, but her son couldn't wait and left early. Grandma Ge chased after them and heard Warmth tell them to call the police. I don't care. Your mother already took our bride price. You are part of our Ge family now, Grandma Ge said domineeringly, standing at Warmth's door. We've already paid the 200 yuan. Don't try to cheat us. That's your business with Wang Xianhua, Warmth replied. I decide my own marriage. You people in Sancha village want to cheat us. Grandma Ge started crying and singing. No justice. The girls of Sancha village are so greedy for bride price. With that, even Wen Youfu's face looked unhappy. Go call Wen Fingqi and Wang Xianhua, he told Captain Wang Dagong. Afraid they wouldn't come, he added. Even if you have to tie them up, bring them here. Wang Dagong took the order and first brought Wang Xianhua over. The crazy woman isn't home. Probably she heard the news and ran away. Return the money, Wen Youfu said with a dark face. All the money was taken by her father, Wang Xianhua said awkwardly. She was just a messenger.
You.
Wen Youfu was so angry, he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Grandpa Ge was still shouting, I don't care. We don't want money. We only want the person. It's better if the money is spent, since she doesn't expect Wang Xianhua to give the bride price or wedding gifts to Wenwen. Then let Wenwen get married, Wang Xianhua said. The Ge family's house is a red brick house, much better than this haunted place. Wenwen was silent. I found you such a good family to marry into. What more do you want? Wang Xianhua rolled her eyes. Wenwen, you're so picky. Who would dare to matchmake for you in the future? My affairs don't need your help, Wenwen said coldly. She looked at Grandpa Ge again. If you dare cause trouble at my door again, I will report you to the police. And the things in your son's hands.
Grandpa är chockad.
Trying to force me with such dirty tricks, the girl said coldly. Dream on. Don't worry, I won't be so stupid as to commit suicide. It's not my fault. Even if I report to the capital, I will never let you succeed. Wenwen's words instantly reminded the villagers of an incident from a few years ago in a neighboring village. A girl from that village hung her intimate clothes outside to dry, and a scoundrel from their village stole them. 2 days later, he came to her house with the clothes. He claimed the girl seduced him and forced her to marry him. Her parents were honest people, and under pressure, they had no choice but to agree. But the girl was strong-willed and refused to accept. The villagers said all kinds of things, and some elderly people even came to her house to scold her for being unfaithful. Some children threw broken shoes at her door. One night, the girl was overwhelmed by the shame and despair, and she hanged herself from a crooked tree at the village entrance. She wrote a big letter of injustice in her blood on the tree. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Since then, families with girls in the area dared not hang their daughters' clothes outside to dry. Even some newlywed women were afraid to do so. They feared being stolen and falsely accused. Today, Wenwen's words stirred many people's thoughts, especially those with daughters. This is not a stealing, Grandmaster Go hurriedly said, warming, look at my son. He's quite handsome, and our family is wealthy. We have a good house, good food, and everything else. You don't need to work in the future. Just be the eldest young lady, Grandmaster Go continued. Women marry who? Of course, someone with good conditions. Marrying a man is about clothes and food, he added, starting to list all the benefits of marrying into their family with his persuasive tone. My second son is a bit lazy, but he definitely treats his wife well, he said, patting his son's shoulder. If he ever does something to make you angry, you can just hit him. If he dares to resist, I'll break his legs first. Surprisingly, after Grandmaster Ge's enthusiastic talk, some people really seemed convinced. No wonder. His family is well off, and the man is the only 8th-level fitter in the county town. Many people sighed at his words. Is this about marrying a wife? Or maybe bringing home an ancestor? If Warming doesn't agree, who does she want to marry? Warming just looked at Grandmaster Go calmly, listening to his passionate promises of all the benefits. As long as you marry my son, you won't have to do that kind of work or cook for others, she said kindly with a smile. You won't go hungry at home, and maybe next year, you can have a baby. Later, you just need to take care of the children. By the end, Grandmaster Go himself believed it and looked at Warming with anticipation. But she didn't show any signs of excitement or happiness in her eyes. Her bright, clear almond-shaped eyes seemed to see through everything. She had prepared a lot of words, but now they stuck in her throat and couldn't come out. Just as she wanted to speak again, the girl suddenly smiled. Could she be so happy she's lost her mind? Second brother Go also started laughing loudly. Just this fool? Warming pointed at the strangely smiling second brother Go. Marry him and have children for him? Everyone looked at second brother Go, then at Warming. Yes, Warming nodded seriously. As one of the few 8th-level fitters in the county, Comrade Go is very capable. But what does that have to do with second brother Go? Talking about not worrying about food and clothing is even more funny. She looked at Go Erden with disdain. Does he have a job, or is he like Comrade Go, a worker earning over 100 yuan a month? A troublemaker, and he still talks about food and drink without worries? She sneered. I have a formal job and a salary. Why would I marry into your family and become a big young lady? That's just a lie to fool naive young girls. Are you asking me to help take care of your useless son? After you all pass away, I not only want to earn money, but also want to raise children and take care of your lazy son. What big young lady? You just want to find a steady-paying nanny for your son. Every word warmed her heart and made Godashian's heart beat faster. Yes, that's exactly what she thought. Warmth is good for a husband, but she also admired warm skills. Someone who can cook will never go hungry wherever they go. The villagers of Sanchaku finally realized this, and their eyes on Warm changed. Among them was Lu Xiaoa, who previously looked down on her. After Warm's analysis, everyone saw that Warm was no longer the pitiful girl who had been scolded and beaten by Wenfengqi. She had a decent formal job and she was pretty. If they could find such a daughter-in-law, their family would also benefit. They felt ashamed for thinking that Godaxian was right earlier. They were truly ashamed. Some even started to regret. They thought, how could they be so foolish? Why didn't they realize this sooner? If only they had proposed marriage to Warm when she was a temporary worker. Helping someone in need is more valuable than adding beauty to a celebration. But now, regret was useless. They could only cherish what they had now.
Exactly.
Warm is such a good girl. She doesn't deserve a troublemaker, Lu Xiaoa said loudly. And he dares to threaten her with things. Are we no longer in Sanchika village? That's right. Such a hooligan should be caught and handed over to the police. Yes, so they won't harm other girls. Soon, the call to arrest Go Erden grew louder. Wang Dagong didn't hesitate and quickly tied Go Erden up. Let's go. Take him to the village office first, he said.
Ge Daxian paniked.
How could this happen? They were about to arrest her son? It's all a misunderstanding. Warmth. All these things were caused by Wang Xianhua. She was the one behind it. Granny de Xian held Warmth and cried. If she hadn't taken your personal clothes to find me, we wouldn't be here now. I can't even imagine it. You can tell the police about this later, Warmth replied calmly. Wang Xianhua, I won't give up on you, Granny De Xian said, releasing Warmth. She lunged at Wang Xianhua, and they started fighting. It's all your fault. You ruined my son. Wang Xianhua was not easy to deal with either. Soon they were rolling and fighting on the ground. Warmth looked at them coldly, expressionless. Finally, when Youfu, with a stern face, ordered someone to separate them. Take them to the village office. The farce ended there, leaving Warmth feeling very tired. Just as she was about to close the door, she saw Lu Jinchuan standing nearby. For some reason, Warmth's eyes suddenly filled with tears. All her feelings of sadness and frustration overwhelmed her. She had been trying so hard to live well, but these people kept causing her trouble again and again. Don't be afraid, Lu Jinchuan silently said. Warmth was very firm about calling the police. Although she wasn't hurt this time, who could guarantee it wouldn't happen again? Or that others wouldn't learn from this and threaten other girls? Gidiandan and Wang Xianhua kept arguing, and Granny De Xian even fought with Wang Xianhua again at the village office. Meanwhile, when Fengqi and Wenwan had not appeared. In the end, Gidiandan was sentenced to 15 days of detention and was required to wear a sign and go to various villages with Granny De Xian and Wang Xianhua to receive education. What kind of education? It's obvious. Through this incident, the police wanted to warn those with bad intentions in the villages. Using dirty tricks to force people would never work. The County Women's Federation was worried about the girl being pressured. When they heard about this, they immediately looked for Warmth, hoping she could set an example for the girls in the villages by sharing her thoughts and feelings at that time. That way, even if someone tries to take risks again, the girls will know how to resist. There are work points and certificates too, the Women's Federation staff said with a smile to Warmth. Recently, I haven't been working, and since Wenwen also wanted to take this chance to talk to the girls in the village, I agreed to this matter. After finishing my talk, I returned feeling tired but happy, glad I could help the girls in the countryside. That day, just after I came back from outside, I saw Zhou Yani standing proudly at the village entrance, chatting with a few girls.
When she saw me, she stopped.
Wow, our model citizen is back, Zhou Yani said sarcastically. I ignored her. I'm really amazed by some people's shamelessness. They can even have their personal clothes taken away, Zhou Yani said with a smile. And some people shamelessly go around giving lessons. Haha, she laughed loudly. Someone who didn't even finish elementary school is teaching others. So, you who stole my grades and used my college spot, what right do you have to be proud? I said calmly.
You.
Zhou Yani was furious, then she smiled and said, Don't think you're so great just because you gave a lesson. In the end, you only belong here. The outside world, Zhou Yani said proudly, you'll never get to know it. She proudly declared, and I will soon go to Kyoto to study. That's the heart of our country, our capital. I have to admit, what Zhou Yani said was very inspiring, and the girls nearby looked at her with envy. But I just looked at her with a blank stare and then turned to go home. In the yard, Aunt Pang was chatting with Zhao. When she saw me return, she smiled brightly. Xiaonuan, you're finally back. Next to her sat a man. I was a bit surprised. Since that day I faced a Xiango in front of so many people, more visitors have come. Mostly, they talk about finding me a partner. Some introduce their children. Others introduce brothers or nephews. But today was the first time someone came directly to visit me in person. Let me introduce him. This is my nephew. He's 22 now, Aunt Pang said happily, pulling her nephew over. He's now a driver for the county transportation team. Assistant driver, little aunt, the boy said shyly. Fat Aunt, Wenwan, feeling a bit headachy, sat opposite Fat Aunt. I really don't want to. I know, Fat Aunt interrupted with a big laugh before Wenwan finished. It's not like you have to get married right away. You can date first. If it feels right, then marry, Fat Aunt said. If not, then forget it. Yes, the boy lowered his head and agreed. That won't do, Wenwan shook her head. The chairman said that dating without the intention of marriage is not right. You're making me make mistakes, Wenwan said with a smile. Fat Ant. Don't you think so? Fat Ant was speechless. In the end, she just awkwardly smiled and led her nephew away. Sigh. Zhao sighed heavily. How am I supposed to say anything about you, girl? She said helplessly. You're upsetting everyone. Will it be even harder to find a partner now? Then I will stay with you forever, Wenwan said with a smile. Girl. Zhao patted her hand. I'm going to lie down inside. You should go see someone. You've already gone there 2 or 3 times. Wenwan looked up and saw Lu Xiao standing at their yard gate, looking hesitant about coming in. After thinking for a moment, Wenwan stood up and went over. Aunt Lu, is there something you want to talk to me about? Yes, a little something. She glanced at Zhao and lowered her voice. Xiaowen, I'm sorry about what happened a few days ago. No, it's okay. Wenwan hurriedly waved her hands. You and Dongming helped us a lot. Lu Xiao thought to herself, that was her son, not her. Just thinking that Wenwan had already become a regular at the base and was earning a good salary made Lu Xiao regret. She wished she hadn't stopped Zhu Dongming from being with Wenwan. Now, maybe Wenwan was her daughter-in-law. Once Zhu Dongming got into university, with Wenwan's salary, their family would be much better off. Dongming has always had you in his heart, Lu Xiao said with a smile. It's just that this kid is shy and not very talkative. He likes to keep things to himself. Wenwan smiled faintly and said nothing. Lu Xiao suddenly grabbed Wenwan's warm hand. Xiaowen, in the past, I was not wise. Your marriage with Uncle Lu, Wenwan interrupted, I have always considered Dongming Go as my older brother. Lu Xiao's hand loosened, and her smile froze. Your older brother? I don't know if Dongming Go has told you, but soon the country might restore the college entrance exam, Wenwan continued. We all plan to go to university. Lu Xiao asked you. Are you sure you'll pass? She gave a shy smile. Even though her son had told her many times that Wenwan studied very well, she still didn't believe it. Wenwan didn't reply immediately. After a moment, she said, if Dongming Ge gets into university, he will meet better girls in the future. Does that mean she is unwilling? Lu Xiao thought Wenwan was being ungrateful. When her Dongming gets into university, will he still have a place for Wenwan? Wenwan looked at Lu Xiao, who was leaving angrily, and shook her head helplessly. Just as she turned around, she saw Lu Jinchuan standing nearby, smiling as he watched her. Clearly, he had seen everything just now. Uncle Lu, why are you here? Wenwan happily stepped forward. Well, I want to talk to you about something, the man said, hands in his pockets, looking at Wenwan. Wenwan was surprised. Then, let's go under the grape arbor. It's cooler there. I'll get some chilled tomatoes for you. Wenwan, Lu Jinchuan stopped her, his voice a little hoarse. How about we get married? Are you hungry? I'll make you something to eat. Wenwan froze. The kitchen in August was a bit hot. Because she was chopping vegetables, sweat was trickling down her forehead. A drop of sweat mischievously slid down her fair cheek and fell to the ground. Wenwan felt her heart almost jump out of her chest. She stared blankly at the handsome face of the man, while his deep eyes looked at her without blinking. The two of them just stared at each other across the big chopping board. Suddenly, there was a loud. It turned out that Wenwan's hand had dropped the knife onto the chopping board, causing the tomatoes to roll to the edge. They looked like they might fall to the ground, but Lu Jinchuan quickly caught them. This brought both of their thoughts back. Are you hungry? Wenwan nervously picked up the kitchen knife. Would you like some sugar-coated tomatoes first? Be careful. Lu Jinchuan stepped forward and placed her knife on the cutting board. Let me finish talking. As he approached, the familiar faint mint scent in the air grew stronger. Wenwan took a step back, holding her breath, and stared at Lu Jinchuan with wide, frightened eyes. What's wrong? Lu Jinchuan looked at her with slight surprise, then smiled more. Am I so scary? The girl's moist, almond-shaped eyes looked at him, and she shook her head with pursed lips. So you're scared? Lu Jinchuan smiled. Wenwan nodded. Come to the yard, Lu Jinchuan said. tilting his chin toward her. Let's talk. After speaking, he put his hands in his pockets and walked to the grape arbor in the yard, looking up to pick a grape and toss it into his mouth. He seemed in a very good mood. When Wan wasn't as happy, she slowly followed him and sat down on a bench. Come here, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. Sitting so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? When Wan said, Uncle Lu, can you stop joking? Lu Jinchuan reached out and pulled her to sit close to him. Serious. I'm not joking. When Wan nervously clenched her hands on her lap. Listen to me first. Lu Jinchuan looked at her with deep eyes. You saw what happened earlier. You don't want to get married, but there are people who have their eyes on you. When Wan lowered her head and said nothing. Recently, she didn't dare go out. Whenever she did, she was sure to run into a guy by chance. And my good nephew, Lu Jinchuan said with a sarcastic smile, he's not someone who will give up easily. The incident with the soybeans in the cafeteria was caused by Lu Guizhi causing trouble behind the scenes. Such things are hard to prevent. What is his goal? Lu Jinchuan didn't need to think long to know. That guy still has bad intentions toward Wenwan. We can pretend to get married. Lu Jinchuan lowered his voice and interrupted her. First, it will forever stop their plans. Second, it's also a favor to me. The old man at home won't keep pressuring me to get married every day. These days, he received almost daily calls, and yesterday afternoon, he was even called to the office for a blind date. Lu Jinchuan thought about yesterday's scene and felt overwhelmed again. As for what happens after we get married, you can continue your college studies. I won't stop you from doing what you want in the future, he said. There is one thing I don't like. Lu Jinchuan looked up at her and said, if you like someone in the future, tell me in advance, and we can get a divorce. I just don't know if the other person would mind. If they do, there's no need to marry such a person. He finished and looked at her. What do you think? When Wan felt a bit stuck. This was probably the most he had ever spoken in his life. But she still shook her head. You can't ruin your happiness just to help me, When Wan said softly. Although, in her past life, Lu Jinchuan had been single until he died. There was a rumor that Lu Jinchuan liked someone, but that person was abroad. What if they came back? Things that happened that night and recently, you can't be this lucky all the time, Lu Jinchuan said. But Lu Jinchuan was kind to her, and she couldn't repay him with hatred. Seeing that she was still unmoved, Lu Jinchuan let out a sigh. It's not just about helping you. My family is pushing me to get married. You just happened to help me block that. This was the truth. Really? When Wan looked up at him, Lu Jinchuan nodded seriously. If you don't believe me, you can ask Xiao Yanan. When Wan remembered that Xiao Yanan had mentioned before that her family was quite anxious about Lu Jinchuan's marriage. You don't have to rush to decide, Lu Jinchuan said. Take your time to think about it. And he added with a smile, you've always disliked Lu Guizhi, right? Marrying me means he will call you auntie. You are his elder, and you can teach or scold him as you like. And you don't need to worry about the Wen family. They won't dare to use underhanded tricks anymore. Everything else, you don't need to consider, Lu Jinchuan said. I'm bringing this up not to help you, but to help myself. So, please think carefully. When Wan nodded blankly, all she could hear was Lu Jinchuan's words, Lu Guizhi will call you auntie, and you are his elder. I was feeling confused and lost. But then, I started to feel a little hopeful. As an elder of Lu Guizhi, I could scold him whenever I was in a bad mood. Thinking this way, I felt strangely warm and a bit excited. However, I soon felt guilty about this feeling. Lu Jinshu was so kind to me. How could I agree to marry him just to get back at Lu Guizhi? Don't think like that, Lu Jinchuan said softly, as if he understood my thoughts. Honestly, I also dislike him quite a bit. We looked at each other and both smiled. Suddenly, there was a loud as the door was kicked open. Wang Xianhua stood there with a dark face, standing stiffly at the gate. She looked like she had just been pulled away from a bath, her clothes dirty and torn, as if she had shed her skin. When Wan, I should have drowned you in a chamber pot back then, Wang Xianhua said with a cruel look, speaking the harshest words. You're shameless, a worthless thing that everyone can use. Eventually, you'll get what you deserve. When Wan's ears buzzed. She couldn't hear anything else. only saw Wang Xianhua's mouth moving, until someone stood in front of her, blocking Wang Xianhua's vicious gaze. He covered her ears with his hand. At that moment, everything seemed to quiet down. When Wan stood still, her nose filled with the faint scent of mint from the man. Her cold heart seemed to find some warmth again. Not far from Sancha village, there was a small river flowing from the mountains. When Wan sat on a stone for a long time, staring blankly at the water, suddenly, she felt something above her head. Not afraid of the sun? Lu Jinchuan's voice came. He had woven a sun hat out of branches for her. Yes, I am, she replied. Let's go home, Lu Jinchuan said to her. When Wan responded with a dazed Lu Jinchuan walked over and took her hand. Come on, let's go home with me. Earlier, after Wang Xianhua finished scolding her, she left angrily. But when Wan just stood there, staring at the river, he followed her out, worried she might do something reckless like jump into the water. But in the end, she didn't jump. She just sat there for most of the day. Warmth felt dizzy with happiness as he held her hand and helped her stand up. All her attention was on that hand holding hers. The man's large hand had clear knuckles and a thin layer of calluses. His hand was a bit cool, especially in this hot season. Holding her hand didn't feel greasy, but rather refreshing. Your face is all red. Lu Jinchuan looked down at her. Don't do that again. Okay, Warmth replied, blushing. She secretly tried to pull her hand free, but didn't succeed. Then let's go back quickly, so Grandma won't worry, Lu Jinchuan said, releasing her hand. Warmth let out a quiet sigh of relief. Uncle Lu, thank you, she said. Why thank me? Lu Jinchuan asked lazily as he walked ahead. Because I cooked you a meal, Warmth answered. Good, Lu Jinchuan nodded. I'm a little hungry too. Warmth then realized the sun was already high in the sky. It was probably around 2 or 3 o'clock. She felt even more guilty. Uncle Lu, the girl tugged at his clothes, would you still want to marry someone like me? Even though it was just pretend. Even though she was adopted from that family, she still carried their blood. Some things could never be completely left behind. Even in a fake marriage, having such a family was a burden for Lu Jinchuan. My family also has many people like that. Lu Jinchuan didn't turn around. His deep, magnetic voice reached her ears. So don't think too highly of me. If you're feeling sad, you can use my back. As soon as he finished speaking, she threw her arms around his back and buried her face in it. Just for a little while, she mumbled. Soon, her muffled crying could be heard. Lu Jinchuan stood still, but inside, he wished he could punish Wen Fingqi, Wang Xianhua, and others. How could such cruel parents bully such a gentle and kind girl like this? After a while, her crying gradually softened and her back relaxed. Let's go home, Lu Jinchuan said calmly without looking back. Eat first. After eating, you'll feel better. Forget all those irrelevant people. Warmly looked at the man's broad, strong back and smiled slightly. All right, let's eat scissors noodles. I made pickled cucumbers. Okay, Lu Jinchuan replied with a smile. After dinner, I'll fry some cilantro. She nagged like a caring wife behind him. Make extra, and you can take some to Comrade Xiao for a snack. Sure, Lu Jinchuan responded. Can we keep this just between us? I don't want Grandma to worry, warmly stopped him and said. Of course, Lu Jinchuan nodded. Not long after entering the village, they saw Zhao's family standing at the gate with a cane, waiting. Seeing them return, she sighed in relief. It's good you're back. She had just heard Wang Xianhua's harsh words when she woke up. She immediately grabbed her cane and chased after her. If she hadn't run so fast, she might have really scolded her badly. What a reckless person. She wondered why she hadn't realized how mean Wang Xianhua could be before. The cilantro in the yard had grown tender these days. Although not as lush as in spring, the seeds she planted from the spiritual kitchen would make delicious cilantro for Xiao Yanan. As for the scissors noodles, it was even simpler. After heating the oil and frying the scallions and until fragrant, she added the marinated meat to stir-fry until cooked, then set it aside. She chopped some chives and stir-fried them briefly, then combined with the meat. Next, she fried chopped tomatoes until they released juice, added water to boil, and used clean scissors to cut the dough into noodle shapes. Boiling on high heat, she added green leafy vegetables until boiling, then added seasonings, the stir-fried meat and chives, drizzled a bit of sesame oil, and sprinkled chopped scallions. The tasty scissors noodles were ready. Lu Jinchuan ate 3 large bowls in one go. If Warmly hadn't told him they would fry cilantro later and he should save room, he might have eaten another bowl. While making cilantro, Warmly took 2 steamed buns that hadn't been eaten in the morning, chopped them up, and mixed them into the cilantro batter. This made the fried crispy and delicious. Each round, golden, shiny ball looked tempting. Even if he was full earlier, he now felt hungry again. After frying them once more, she arranged some on a plate and placed it under the grape arbor, inviting Lu Jinchuan and the others, who were trimming Zhao's nails, to try. Lu Jinchuan washed his hands with Zhao's family first, then sat down to eat the really delicious, he said. This child is good at everything she does. Mrs. Zhao lovingly looked at the busy warmth in the kitchen. In the future, whoever marries her will be very lucky. Lu Jinchuan took a bite of the meatball. It was crispy on the outside and tender inside. He never thought cilantro meatballs could taste so good. He looked toward the kitchen following Mrs. Zhao's gaze. Warmth seemed to sense something and looked up at him. The sunset's glow cast a soft yellow light over the small farmyard. The two looked at each other. The gentle warmth in the man's eyes blended with the warm yellow light. Suddenly, the meatballs in the pot made a popping sound, pulling Warmth's thoughts back. She quickly scooped out the meatballs. Eat the meatballs. Mrs. Zhao didn't notice the strange atmosphere between the two young people and cheerfully called out to Lu Jinchuan. I remember you have a subordinate, the round-faced young man. Are you talking about Zhang Jigang? Lu Jinchuan asked. Yes, that's the guy. Mrs. Zhao quietly told Lu Jinchuan, Jinchuan, I want to ask for your help. Just tell me, Lu Jinchuan said, taking another bite of the flavorful, crispy meatball, which pleased his taste buds. I want you to help set up a match for Warmth and Zhang Jigang. Mrs. Zhao smiled with narrowed eyes. The old lady thought about how Zhang Jigang had brought them back that day. He was a pretty good young man. Lu Jinchuan coughed slightly. The tempting aroma of the meatball got stuck in his throat. Are you okay? Warmth hurried over and handed him a bowl of water. Don't worry, take your time. Lu Jinchuan was silent. Was it because of the meatball? Zhang Jigang, who was training at the base, suddenly felt a chill on his back. He looked around in confusion but saw nothing wrong. At night, the sounds of crickets outside the window mixed with distant frogs croaking, making the quiet summer night more romantic. Warmth lay on the Kong bed, unable to sleep, whether because of the heat or her restless mind. She turned over and over, but couldn't fall asleep. Finally, she took a large fan and sat outside in the yard to cool off. Just a few hours earlier, Lu Jinchuan had sat here, listening to her pour out all her feelings. She said, I'm only close to my grandmother. Wherever I go, I have to take her with me. He replied, that's only right. She said, I want to take the college entrance exam and go to Kyoto. He replied, okay, my home is in Kyoto. She said, if you meet someone you like in the future, please tell me in advance. Don't lie to me. We can get a divorce. He said, all right, that's also what I want to tell you. Later, they said some more words, but I can't remember most of the warmth. The only thing I can feel is that Lu Jinchuan is really very tolerant of her. When Wan said that not feeling moved was a lie. Thinking of what the man said before leaving, I will handle the paperwork quickly, and we will register our marriage. He is a secret agent, so getting married requires approval. Thinking of this, when Wan's face blushed again, uncontrollably. You're crazy. Zhou Jin pinched a meatball and put it in his mouth. After eating only 2 bites, he almost choked when Lu Jinchuan said, You're getting married? To whom? Come and sit down. Zhou Jin pointed to the chair in front of him. I need to check if you're okay. Are you running a fever? Are you talking nonsense? He reached into the bowl to grab a meatball, but Lu Jinchuan dodged him. How can you talk badly about someone and still have the nerve to eat? No. Zhou Jin said anxiously. Are you serious? She has a problem, but not the kind you think, Lu Jinchuan replied. Zhou Jin always thought Wenwan might be someone sent from outside to get close to Lu Jinchuan on purpose, and he always kept some hostility toward her. Now, hearing that Lu Jinchuan was going to marry her, he felt really uncomfortable. Don't you remember how she approached you in the first place? Zhou Jin shouted loudly. And why do you only taste the food she makes? If she doesn't have the antidote, I wouldn't believe it. Lu Jinchuan smiled. What are you laughing at? Zhou Jin said impatiently. Anyway, I don't agree with this. I'm telling you. I didn't ask for your permission, Lu Jinchuan said seriously. Are you doubting my ability? He can't even tell if Wenwan is a diet agent or not. Zhou Jin was stunned for a moment, then smiled. All right. Lu Jinchuan patted his shoulder, looked at the meatballs in the bowl. Do you want to eat more? Of course. Zhou Jin grabbed a few and started eating. Are these really cilantro meatballs? They're even tastier than meatballs. Lu Jinchuan's lips curved into a slight smile. All the food she made was very tasty. Wenwan thought the base's review would take some time, but to her surprise, he came the next day. He was carrying many things. What's this? Wenwan was stunned. What are you doing? An engagement gift, the man said with a small smile, showing his white teeth, and softly asked, Did you tell Grandma? Wenwan, he hesitated. Not yet. She couldn't imagine he was so eager. Lu Jinchuan entered with the things, seeing her still standing at the door like a fool. Come in. He spoke as if it was his own home. At this moment, Zhaoshi was busy. She had just fed the pigs in the backyard. Although her eyesight wasn't as good as a normal person's, she could see much clearer than before. Tasks like feeding pigs and chickens she could still do. After the new year, the two piglets Wenwan raised were now chubby and adorable because of careful care. Hearing the noise, Zhaoshi, who was washing her hands, looked up and saw Lu Jinchuan carrying some things into the house. What's going on? She asked as she approached. Grandma, Lu Jinchuan called her. Zhaoshi instinctively responded, then quickly realized, What did you call me? Usually she was called Auntie. Why did her status suddenly seem to have risen? Lu Jinchuan glanced at Wenwan. Wenwan hurried over and helped Zhaoshi. Grandma, I have something to tell you, she said as she helped Zhaoshi into the room and explained everything. Girl, is this true? You're not just trying to make Grandma happy, right? Zhaoshi held Wenwan's hand excitedly. Say it again, are you really going to marry someone? Yes, Grandma, Wenwan replied with a smile. Seeing Zhaoshi so happy, Wenwan felt guilty. If she and Lu Jinchuan divorced in the future, would Grandma be very disappointed? Good girl. That's wonderful, Zhaoshi said emotionally. From the first time I saw Lu Jinchuan come to our house, I liked this young man. But I didn't expect this. She had even told Lu Jinchuan to introduce her to someone for Wenwan, so no wonder Lu Jinchuan looked a bit strange back then. Zhaoshi thought about this and burst into laughter. This matter was settled, and that afternoon, Lu Jinchuan took Wenwan with a letter of introduction to the county seat to get their marriage certificate. At that time, the marriage certificate had no photo, only their names. Passing by a photo studio, Lu Jinchuan suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Wenwan looked at him. Let's take a photo, Lu Jinchuan said, holding her hand. To keep as a memory. Coincidentally, both of them were wearing white cotton shirts today. When the photographer asked if they wanted color or black and white photos, Wenwan chose a red one. That looks so nice, the photographer said with admiration. I've taken so many photos over the years, but I've never seen such a perfect match. When can we pick it up? Wenwan asked. In 3 days, the photographer replied. Then he added, Young lady, can I print an extra copy of your photo with your partner to hang at our door? Even without seeing the developed photos, the photographer could tell from experience that they would look great. Wenwan shook her head apologetically. The photographer could only sigh regretfully. Leaving the photo studio, Wenwan still felt a bit dizzy, like walking on cotton. Uncle Lu. Xiaonuan. Lu Jinchuan interrupted her. Shouldn't you change how you call me? Since they were already married, calling him uncle didn't seem right anymore. Then, what should I call you? Wenwan asked awkwardly. Anything you like, but no more uncle, Lu Jinchuan said. And, have you ever seen a married couple still use formal titles? But should she just call him by his name?
Then,
I'll call you Jinchuan? Wen Nuan suggested. That's fine, Lu Jinchuan smiled. As long as it's not uncle. Life needs a sense of ceremony. Even though they had agreed to get married, Wen Nuan felt they should celebrate. Knowing Lu Jinchuan didn't like eating outside food, Wen Nuan took him shopping for vegetables and meat to cook at home. Today was truly a good day. The pork ribs and pork belly she bought were especially fresh, and there were even 2 jin of shrimp. Wen Nuan didn't hold back and packed everything. She planned to make steamed pork with rice flour, braised pork ribs, and spicy shrimp. Delicious dishes. Who knew that near the entrance of the vegetable market, someone was selling lotus leaves?
Wen Nuan was so happy.
When she got home, she went to the kitchen to prepare ingredients. Lu Jinchuan was not idle either. He helped her by washing and chopping meat quickly. Wen Nuan first cut the pork belly into strips and marinated it with her homemade sauce. She also soaked the rice in water. Then she started preparing other ingredients. For steamed pork with rice, she needed steamed meat powder. After everything was ready, she poured oil into the pot, added rock sugar to melt and bubble, then put in the blanched ribs to stir-fry and color them. She added soy sauce, star anise, and bay leaves, then added water to simmer slowly. Once the braised pork ribs were cooked, she turned on the stove to heat oil. She fried the peeled shrimp in oil, leaving some oil in the pan. Then she added chopped green onions, garlic, Sichuan pepper, and chili peppers to stir-fry until fragrant. She also added her secret spicy seasoning to enhance the flavor. Finally, she added the fried shrimp back into the pan, tossed in some celery strips, and stirred everything together. When ready to serve, she sprinkled chopped cilantro and sesame seeds on top. The fragrant, spicy shrimp was ready. Wen Nuan also picked some chives and bok choy from the garden. She stir-fried the chives with eggs and blanched the bok choy. After all the dishes were cooked, she poured water into a clean pot, placed a steaming rack with lotus leaves at the bottom, added the soaked rice, and arranged the marinated steamed pork on top of the rice. She wrapped everything with the remaining lotus leaves, then started steaming over high heat. The cooked dishes were placed under a lid to keep warm until mealtime. Lu Jinchuan watched the fire, while Wen Nuan prepared the remaining cold dishes, slicing them neatly. Her homegrown tomatoes were delicious. Lu Jinchuan loved sweetened tomatoes so much that he gave them a poetic name, Volcano Snowfall. Chilled, sweetened tomatoes made a wonderful dessert. By now, the aroma of steamed pork was filling the yard. Wen Nuan lifted the lid, and the steam, mixed with the scent of lotus leaves and meat, wafted toward them. Try the meat and see how it tastes, she said, offering a piece to Lu Jinchuan. The tempting aroma and soft, sticky texture made it hard to resist. He smiled and gave a thumbs up. For side dishes, there were pickled cucumbers, cold tomatoes, and bean sprout and vermicelli salad. The main dishes included steamed pork with rice, braised ribs, spicy shrimp, and stir-fried eggs with chives and small white vegetables. During the meal, Wen Nuan brought out a bottle of wine from inside the house. From now on, we are family. This meal made Lu Jinchuan very hungry, and he ate 3 bowls of rice in a row. After lunch, Zhao went to rest. Lu Jinchuan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stayed to help clean the kitchen with Wen Nuan. Wen Nuan hadn't been studying properly these days and couldn't sleep now, so she decided to read her book. Lu Jinchuan sat beside her, fanning himself while watching her do her homework, occasionally explaining things to her. Thanks to Lu Jinchuan's guidance, Wen Nuan's studying became much more effective. When Guoji came over, he saw the scene. The man held a large rural fan, seemingly fanning himself, but actually fanning the wind toward Wen Nuan. The girl sat quietly at the table, focused on her book, occasionally discussing a few points with the man beside her. It was a warm and peaceful scene, but to Guoji, it was also a bit painful to watch. Before he entered the yard, Lu Jinchuan had already noticed Guoji but didn't say anything. He patiently continued explaining Wen Nuan's homework until she finished, then looked up at Guoji with a calm expression. 2 very different attitudes, one cold, one gentle, showed a clear contrast. Little uncle is also here, Guaji said, approaching with a serious look, placing a respectful invitation card on the table. This is an invitation to my wedding with Wenwan. I hope you can come. There was only one invitation card. It was originally meant for Wenwan, and Guaji wanted to tease her a little, making her feel jealous and regretful. But he didn't expect Lu Jinchuan to be here. So, naturally, the invitation was first given to him. The man said casually, glancing at it briefly, then replied calmly, okay, I understand. He didn't say whether he would come or not. Guaji smiled and looked at Wenwan. From now on, we are family. If Wenwan does anything wrong, you can tell me, and I will make her change. This was said to Wenwan. No need. Wenwan looked up coldly from her books, serious and focused. I will personally make her change.
Guaji choked.
Today, Wenwan seemed a little different. He glanced at the books on the table again, then fake smiled and said, Wenwan, are you planning to take the college entrance exam? Her warm face suddenly turned cold. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes looked up at the shameless man. Then she sneered. Lu Jinchuan, who had been sitting beside her, showed no expression, but Lu Guaji knew him well. This was a sign that Lu Jinchuan was angry.
He felt a bit confused.
He had simply asked out of curiosity. I heard that the country is going to restore the college entrance exam, he said thoughtfully, so I was surprised to see you reading a book. Wasn't it said that she didn't even finish elementary school? Now she was reading a book. Did she have another purpose? Lu Guaji looked at Lu Jinchuan, knowing how good his studies were, since he had been overwhelmed by him in the past. Don't get the wrong idea, Lu Guaji hurriedly said with a smile, when she didn't speak. You might not know how difficult it is to get these materials now. Warm, I just want to ask you if you also want to take the college entrance exam. I will do my best to get you some materials. No one responded, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Lu Guaji looked at Lu Jinchuan and then at Wenwan, unsure what he had said wrong. You might not know, but someone in our family works in the education department in Beijing. He awkwardly glanced at Lu Jinchuan. This person was Xiao Yanan's father, Lu Jinchuan's close uncle. But their relationship was a bit more distant. Is your nephew smart? Wenwan asked Lu Jinchuan. Or has he always been like this, unable to tell the difference with other women? Lu Guaji's face stiffened. Wenwan, did you call him? Wenwan lazily glanced at him and said, I'm not officially adopted. I used to be Wenwan's sister. Your invitation is still on my table at home. I don't know what to call you. Oh, right, I really don't know either. Wenwan, that's a name you'll never deserve to use. And from now on, you can't call me that either because you see, you should call me Auntie. Having lived through 2 lives, Wenwan felt refreshed in front of Lu Guaji for the first time, especially seeing him embarrassed. That feeling was simply wonderful. No way. Lu Guaji was first stunned, then his face turned red as he looked at Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan.
How?
How is that possible? Warm married to Lu Jinchuan? If you don't like me calling you Warm, I can choose another name, but you can't joke about this. Lu Guaji shook his head. Do you know who he is? My younger uncle, Lu Jinchuan. How could he possibly marry you? This is because he is divorced with 2 children and wants to find a kind girl who can cook and take care of children like Wenwan. Lu Jinchuan may not be popular with girls, but he is still the best child in the Lu family in Kyoto. Many noble young women are waiting to marry him. Marrying a girl from the countryside? Unless he is willing to stay in this mountain village forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jinchuan's cold voice was heard. Call someone. Lu Guaji, that little uncle? Your wife is right. Lu Jinchuan reached out and placed his hand on Wenwan's shoulder. The two instantly felt much closer. Hurry up and call someone.
Why?
Seeing him hesitate, Lu Jinchuan squinted his eyes and looked at him. Do we need your approval to get married? No, it's not. Lu Guaji's eyes widened as he looked at the two, stammering. You really got married? Lu Jinchuan was a bit impatient. He kicked him with his long leg. Want me to show you the marriage certificate? Do you deserve it? His deep eyes looked calmly at Lu Guaji. Lu Guaji's face turned pale and then flushed. He looked at Wenwan and finally gritted his teeth.
Aunt.
Auntie. Didn't hear that. Wenwan raised her head and looked at him. If you don't want to call, you don't have to. If he didn't call, wouldn't Lu Jinchuan just get rid of him? Auntie, Lu Guizhi hurriedly shouted loudly. Wenwan slightly smiled. That sounds pretty good. Lu Guizhi choked. Being teased by a girl from the countryside who was 7 or 8 years younger, his face immediately looked a little bad. Moreover, in the future, he would have to keep calling Wenwan auntie, which made him feel like he was lowering himself a generation, and it felt like something was blocking his chest, making him uncomfortable. Lu Jinchuan snorted coldly. Be respectful to your auntie in the future. You know the rules of the Lu family. The rules of the Lu family? Lu Guizhi's heart sank. He looked at Wenwan with some disbelief. So, Lu Jinchuan was serious? Unfortunately, his plans hadn't even been used yet. And also, she felt as if something that belonged to her was taken away by Lu Jinchuan. Didn't understand? Lu Jinchuan looked at Lu Guizhi with calm, deep eyes. Then I won't bother you anymore, Lu Guizhi quickly said. Warming didn't lift her head and kept working on her homework. When Lu Guizhi reached the door and turned around, he saw her asking Lu Jinchuan questions, seemingly not caring about his arrival at all. But did they really get married? Lu Guizhi didn't believe it. Could the Lu family in Jingdu accept a girl from the countryside as their daughter-in-law? He smiled coldly. If the people over there knew, would Lu Jinchuan still stay here happily? How do you feel about the wedding? Lu Jinchuan asked her after everyone had arrived. Warming paused her work and looked at Lu Jinchuan. Are we still going to have a wedding? Even just going to register their marriage made her feel dizzy. Lu Jinchuan gently tapped her head. What are you thinking? Of course, we will have a wedding. Warming responded softly. Then you arrange everything. In her past life, she and Lu Guizhi hastily held a wedding in the village. After Lu Guizhi left their 2 children with her to go on a business trip, he returned 7 months later. As a new wife with 2 ungrateful children and a picky mother-in-law, she was overwhelmed and anxious. When Lu Guizhi finally came back, his mother-in-law and the 2 ungrateful children kept complaining, and she couldn't say a word before Lu Guizhi scolded her harshly. She really had no expectations for the wedding or marriage. But now, with this person replaced by Lu Jinchuan, everything was different. Although they were in a fake marriage. Does your family, Warming whispered, know about this? I already called my grandfather, Lu Jinchuan said with a slight smile. He's very happy and wants me to take you home to visit him when I have time. If he hadn't stopped her, the old man might have come to see his granddaughter-in-law himself, but Lu Jinchuan stopped him. The old man coming over would cause quite a stir. Moreover, he had just submitted the marriage report, and the old man already knew about Warming. If he didn't agree, his marriage report wouldn't be approved. Just focus on your studies, Lu Jinchuan said when he saw her looking conflicted. He stood up. I'll go talk to Grandma. Warm raised her head with some hesitation and asked, Can our wedding be better than Wenjuan's? Lu Jinchuan's gaze fell on her hand holding the pen. He might not have realized it himself, but she tends to unconsciously grip things when nervous. Just like now, her fair hand was gripping the pen tightly. Okay, Lu Jinchuan replied in a deep, charming voice. Warm looked up happily at him, seeing a smile on his face. Do you want to have the wedding at the base? As soon as he finished speaking, the girl's beautiful, dark eyes looked at him with surprise and joy. Can we? She was a bit conflicted, thinking about how grand the wedding was and worried about what would happen if they divorced later. Of course, Lu Jinchuan smiled. Don't worry about it. I'll handle everything. Warm was about to speak, but he continued. Hurry up with your homework. I'll check it when I come back. He looked very serious. Warm stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything. But suddenly, a thought popped into her mind. Even fake can become real. Warm felt like she was going crazy. Why would she have such an idea? Uncle Lu always thought of her, yet she was here daydreaming about nonsense. She tapped her head, reminding herself to focus on her studies. However, her ears couldn't help but perk up to listen to the conversation between the 2 inside the house. Because of the distance, she couldn't hear clearly. All she heard was Zhao's cheerful laughter. When Wenwan came over, she saw Worm reading a book in the yard. Wenwan looked a bit gloomy as she stood at the door for a while before slowly walking over. "Big sister," she called, sitting across from Worm. Seeing the invitation card on the table, she asked, "Guaji came by?" Worm didn't lift her head and just nodded, continuing her homework. "Big sister, please help me." Wenwan suddenly grabbed Worm's hand and cried, begging. Worm looked annoyed at her paper, which had been torn apart by Wenjuan's actions. "I can't help you. Just leave," Worm said. "You can help." Wenwan knelt down, holding her hand. "Big sister, please lend me some money. Just a little, 50 yuan and 2 cloth tickets." Lu Guoji promised to marry her and gave her 100 yuan as a bride price. However, this money was never used for her. Even as the wedding approached, she didn't have a decent outfit. Wen Fengqi refused to give money, and Wang Xianhua didn't care about the matter. When the wedding happened, the shame would fall on her alone. Wenwan had never earned any work points or held a job. All her money came from Wenwan's pocket money from a few years ago, and some from helping Wen Fengqi buy alcohol. Over the years, she secretly saved some money, but it was only about 20 yuan. She could have bought a full set of clothes with that money. But once it was spent, how could she support herself? She wouldn't touch that money unless absolutely necessary. She thought of Wenwan. Recently, she heard rumors in the village that Wenwan had been promoted at the factory, earning a good monthly salary and some tickets. She often passed by Wenwan's house and could smell the delicious meat. "Big sister, please help me," Wenwan begged on her knees, crying pitifully. "When I have money in the future, I'll pay you back double." But in her heart, she thought, "Later, I'll deal with everything." When she went to Kyoto with Lu Guoji or stayed in the cement factory staff housing, who would care about Wenwan's money? Even if she met Wenwan, if she had no money to repay her, could she just eat her? "I won't lend you money," Wenwan said, pulling away and looking at her with a mocking smile. "I remember you used to get your pocket money from me when you were in school. Fine, let's say 20 yuan in total. Before borrowing, you should pay back what you owe." Wenwan said, "That's my pocket money you gave me." "Yes, I want it now," Wenwan said, holding out her hand. "Borrowing and repaying makes borrowing easy. Pay back what you owe from before first." "I don't have it," Wenwan said unhappily. "So, you're trying to take advantage of me without paying back?" Wenwan smiled. "Wenwan, do you think I'm stupid and rich enough to lend you money?" "Get lost," she said coldly, glaring at her.
"You."
Wenwan glared angrily at Wenwan. She stood up from the ground, brushed the dirt off her knees, straightened her back, and looked at Wenwan. "In a few days, I'll marry Guoji. I'll be the wife of the director. I know you are now officially working at the base cafeteria," she said stiffly, "but our family's Guoji also has people at the base. Your job isn't just a matter of his word. When the time comes, your work will become much harder. That means if Wenwen doesn't agree, she will influence Lu Guoji against her. You can try it if you want," Wenwen smiled. "You are my sister," Wenwan said. "Of course, I don't want us two sisters to get along well. Hurry up and leave," Wenwen pointed at the door. "As I said before, don't come to my house again."
"Leave."
"Wenwen, don't be shameless," Wenwan shouted angrily. "Don't come begging me later. Respect is earned by oneself," Wenwen said calmly. "I won't ask you for help in the future, and I hope you won't either. Don't worry, from now on, even if I starve to death, I will never come to ask you." Wenwan glared angrily at Wenwen. "Let's see what happens." She was waiting for Wenwen to come and beg her. At that time, she would wipe out her shame and humiliate Wenwen properly. Wenjuan's cruel eyes looked at Wenwen, then she sneered and left. She didn't expect Wenwen to give her everything when it came to money. If she gave her money, she would take advantage. If she didn't, she would find other ways. Of course, she thought Wenwen would at least lend her 10 or 20 yuan, but she didn't expect her to give her no face at all, no money, and even scolded her badly. She couldn't swallow this anger. When she married Lu Guoji and became the wife of a director, she would make Wenwen look good. Wenwan ran home angrily. The house was cold and quiet. When Fenki didn't know where he had gone to hang out again, and Wang Xianhua wasn't home either. Wenjuan's eyes turned, and she quietly sneaked into Wang Xianhua's room. Lu Jinchuan squinted at the door, lost in thought. Zhao Shi scolded behind her, "Xiaonuan, you can't lend her your money. She's an ingrate. She won't return it once she borrows," Zhao Shi said. Wenwen smiled and stood up. "I won't lend her money. I'll buy you delicious food and pretty clothes instead. Isn't it better to keep my money for myself and Grandma to buy new clothes?" Mrs. Zhao smiled and said, "I'm already at an age where I should be buried in the earth. Don't give me those. Keep them for yourself. Even if I get married later, having money gives me confidence. Especially since Lu Jinchuan is from the capital city, and I heard his family background is very good. It's better to save some money for safety." "I discussed with them," Lu Jinchuan said, "and the wedding will be the day before, at the base's cafeteria. It's a bit sudden, so I hope you don't mind." "I'm not bothered," Wenwan blushed. "Will this work? Won't it break any rules?" "No," Lu Jinchuan replied. The idea of the date came from Mrs. Zhao. Since Wenwan is the older sister and Lu Jinchuan is Lu Guiji's brother-in-law, the wedding should be arranged before theirs. As for the location, Lu Jinchuan agreed because that day, when he reported the wedding to the leaders, they suggested holding it at the base. It would also motivate the single guys there to solve their personal issues quickly. Previously, the leaders were worried about these men's marriages. Who knew they all used Lu Jinchuan as a shield? Now that they are quietly married, what can they say? "Tomorrow morning, I'll come to pick you up," he said and left. When Nguyen realized late and asked, "Where to?" "To the provincial city to buy clothes," Lu Jinchuan answered. "The clothes in the county town are limited, and they are either ugly or very expensive." When Nguyen wanted to say she didn't need new clothes, but seeing her grandmother happy, she nodded. Anyway, she had money. She hadn't realized that over the past few days, the money and tickets she exchanged for vegetables and grains had accumulated to over 3,000. What does it mean to count money until your hand hurts? Though 3,000 isn't a lot, it's still quite a bit now. She planned to exchange more money later, save up, and try to buy an apartment in the capital. The next morning, just before dawn, Lu Jinchuan arrived in his car to pick up Wenwan. Not long after they left, Wenwan saw Wenwan walking ahead on the road. She looked like she was heading to the county town. The car sped past Wenwan. Wenwan saw her eating a steamed bun while walking. That made her remember she also made some dry food. "I made some biscuits. Do you want to try one? And some brewed fruit tea." Lu Jinchuan doesn't like eating out. Yesterday, when he found out he had to leave early this morning, Wenwan prepared some biscuits. At the end of August, there are many wild fruits in the mountains. Wenwan picked some to make fruit tea. She woke up early, boiled the tea, and stored it in a large glass jar to drink on the way. In the back seat, Wenwan was choking and coughing for a while before catching her breath. Watching the cars rush past ahead, she couldn't help feeling jealous. When will I ever get to ride in a car like that? She looked at the dry, yellowed steamed bread in her hand and angrily threw it into the field. Yesterday, she secretly took Wang Xianhua's money while she was not home and went to the county town early in the morning to buy clothes. She didn't believe that Wang Xianhua could make her return the clothes after she bought them. Wenwan pocketed the money happily, humming a song as she walked toward the county town. The Sancha village is about 2 hours' drive from the provincial capital. Lu Jinchuan parked the car at the biggest shopping mall in the city. As he got out, Wenwan called him.
"Lu."
Jean, I have the money for the clothes," she blushed. "I can pay for it myself later." Lu Jinchuan looked at her and smiled. "Xiaonuan, even though we're in a fake marriage, we did get a marriage certificate. Do you think I buy clothes for my partner and she has to pay herself?" Wenwen was speechless. "Keep your money and save it for yourself," he said with a bigger smile. "Be good. That's the rule. In Shaanxi province, the rule is like this. When a man and woman get married, the man should buy clothes for the woman and the woman should make shoes for the man."
"Then
"I'll buy you a pair of shoes?" Wenwen remembered this rule and looked at him eagerly. "My shoes are from work. I don't wear them often," Lu Jinchuan said. "Maybe you can cook more delicious food for me in the future." "Food needs to be cooked, and shoes need to be bought," the girl insisted. Okay, Lu Jinchuan smiled and looked at her. Can we go in now? Wenwen blushed and followed him into the mall. Not to brag, but the shopping mall in the city definitely has more styles. Even though it's still hot at the end of August, the city mall is already displaying autumn clothes. Wenwen, who is pretty and has a good figure, caught the eye of the salespeople as soon as she tried on clothes. They looked at Lu Jinchuan nearby, and even a simple white shirt and black pants made him look tall and stylish. We've bought a lot already. Warmth followed behind, and it was the first time she saw Lu Jinchuan buy clothes so extravagantly. As long as she liked a piece of clothing and tried it on, Lu Jinchuan would buy it without hesitation. Okay. Lu Jinchuan looked at the items in his hand and then pointed across the store. Go over there and pick a few more sets to change into. We won't buy anything else. Warmth looked in the direction he pointed and blushed quickly. Blushing, she hurriedly bought a few more outfits and saw Lu Jinchuan standing straight and tall. When she got closer, she noticed he was holding a piece of paper, which listed all the things they needed to buy today. Already? He folded the paper away. I bought a set, Warmth said shyly. 3 sets, Lu Jinchuan said, lifting his chin to signal her to keep shopping. Only then did Warmth realize that the clothes Lu Jinchuan had been wearing seemed to match the number of sets she was buying. I have some at home too, she whispered. They were clothes she bought later in the county town. This store also had branches in the county town mall, but the prices there were higher. Warmth bought a set here to complete her task. It's more expensive here than in the county town, she muttered softly. When we go back, we can buy some on the way, Lu Jinchuan said, taking the bags from her and putting them with the other clothes. Did you buy some for me too? There were quite a few things. Yes, I also bought some for Grandma, Warmth said with a small smile. Her money was definitely spent. Now let's go buy you some shoes, she added. She seemed very determined about this, so Lu Jinchuan agreed to her wishes. Watching her lead him to the shoe store entrance, Lu Jinchuan raised an eyebrow and looked at the shoes she chose for him. He liked that style too. His smile grew wider, and he felt warm inside. Hey, isn't that Jinchuan? Suddenly, as Warmth was holding a pair of shoes for Lu Jinchuan to try on, a voice came from nearby. I thought I was seeing things. Warmth looked up and saw a middle-aged woman standing there, with a young girl beside her. The girl shyly looked at Lu Jinchuan. Brother Lu, why didn't you come to the provincial city to see me when you came? Auntie? Lu Jinchuan responded with a faint then quietly asked Warmth, what do you think? The girl bit her lip, looking a little sad. Only then did she notice Warmth helping Lu Jinchuan with his shoes. Her eyes flashed with jealousy. She had never seen Lu Jinchuan speak so gently to anyone before. Looks nice, Warmth whispered with a smile. Let's buy this pair. Lu Jinchuan nodded and put on his shoes. He looked at the two of them with a frown. Who are you? He really couldn't remember where he had seen these two before. According to your mom's side, the middle-aged woman said with a smile, you should call me Auntie. This is our Jingjing. You used to play together when you were kids. Qin Jingjing looked at Lu Jinchuan with teary eyes. Brother Lu, have you forgotten me? Warmth was silent. For some reason, she suddenly felt a shiver run down her spine. Oh, I remember now, Lu Jinchuan said calmly. Second, Auntie Qin. Did you transfer to Shaanxi for work? Auntie Qin asked happily. Then Jingjing can come see you more. You used to play so well together. Not suitable, Lu Jinchuan said, glancing at Warmth and refusing directly. If there's nothing else, we should go now. Who is she? Auntie Qin looked at Warmth with confusion. From her clothes, she seemed like a girl from the countryside. She thought she was just helping out at the shop, but it turned out Lu Jinchuan knew her. Before Lu Jinchuan could answer, she said, you say your kid came to the city, but didn't visit your mom? If she knew you came to the city, she'd be very happy, Auntie Qin said with a smile. Warmth looked at her suspiciously. Lu Jinchuan had been at the base for years. Did his mother really not know he was in Shaanxi? Even if his work required secrecy, he had been here for so long. Had they never contacted each other? No need, Lu Jinchuan said calmly, then handed over some money for the shoes and took Warmth's hand to leave. You too. Auntie Qin stared at their linked hands, surprised. Jinchuan, this girl is my wife, Lu Jinchuan said with a slight smile. Lu Jinchuan got married? Lu Jinchuan's father used to work in security. It is said he sacrificed himself while on duty when Lu Jinchuan was about 5 or 6 years old. His mother remarried a year after her husband's death. Lu Jinchuan was raised by his grandparents. In her previous life, Wenwan knew that Lu Jinchuan had a stepmother, but she didn't realize she had always been in Qin City and that she was so close by. Do you want to buy anything else? Lu Jinchuan had pulled her far away before finally letting go of her hand and asking. No, nothing else. Wenwan shook her head. Uncle Lu, are you okay? How could anything be wrong? Lu Jinchuan looked at her worried face and couldn't help but ruffle her hair. Little girl, don't overthink. He then said, come on, let's go get some delicious food. Wenwan smiled. Okay. She followed behind him, but inside she sighed. Her fair hand reached out and took some bags from his hand. Share some with me. Mom, how could Uncle Lu marry that kind of woman? From a distance, Qin Jingjing stomped her foot. She looks like a country girl. How could Auntie agree? Humph, Qin Heir's wife sneered. She doesn't even know her son is in Qin City. How could she know he's married? What should I do? Qin Jingjing looked distressed. It seems they brought her here to buy clothes before getting married, Qin Heir's wife said. Let's go back first and tell your aunt. With her sister-in-law's fake high-class attitude, there's no way she would allow her son to marry a rural girl. Qin Jingjing quickly nodded, ignoring her clothes and following Qin Heir's wife. Meanwhile, Wenwan was taken to a restaurant by Lu Jinchuan, where several dishes, all specialties of Shaanxi province, were ordered. This gourd chicken is good. Lu Jinchuan tore a chicken leg and handed it to her.
Try some.
But soon, Wenwan noticed that Lu Jinchuan didn't eat much. After the meal, Lu Jinchuan initially wanted to take her around Qin City for fun, but Wenwan didn't feel like playing and wanted to go home. So, Lu Jinchuan had to drive her back. As their car passed by Wen Fingqi's house, they heard arguing from the yard. Wenwan didn't pay much attention. When Lu Jinchuan parked the car, she said, I didn't eat much at noon. I'll cook something for you later. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine, Lu Jinchuan thought for a moment. Today, he didn't eat much outside, and is feeling a bit hungry now. Wenwan was thinking about the green beans in the yard. She said, I'll make you some braised green beans with noodles. She got out of the car, and Lu Jinchuan also opened the back door, ready to take out the things they bought today. At that moment, they suddenly heard a loud noise. Then, Wenwan saw Wenwan running toward them, acting crazy. She was shouting, someone's hurt. Wang Xianhua is going to hurt someone. Big sister, help me. Mom is going to hurt me. Wenjuan's hair was messy from running, and one of her shoes had fallen off somewhere. Looking behind her, Wang Xianhua was chasing her with a rolling pin in hand, shouting, Give me back my money, you wicked girl. Wenwan said, feeling a bit helpless. She asked me for money yesterday, and I didn't give it to her. I think she stole Wang Xianhua's money last night. So, Wang Xianhua was chasing her to fight. Wenwan guessed right, but she didn't expect Wenwan to be so fierce. Wenwan stole all of Wang Xianhua's secret savings, bought 2 sets of clothes, and even bought a basin and a towel with big red characters on them. She bought everything. Wang Xianhua had no money left at all. That money was Wang Xianhua's savings from many years, meant for her son's wedding, but Wenwan spent it all. She bought clothes and the basin and towel, which had to be kept for her son's wedding. How could Wang Xianhua not be angry? Wang Xianhua also spent her money, thinking she could just give Wenwan some clothes, but the bedding and basin had to stay for her son's wedding. Wenwan refused to accept this. If she had agreed, she wouldn't have bought them back. The two of them started arguing in the yard, and their words became more and more unpleasant. Wang Xianhua's feelings for Wang Fingqi and Guo Anqin had always been complicated, especially after she fought with Guo Anqin. Although they told others that she was injured by wire, everyone knew the truth. It was actually a miscarriage. Wang Fingqi didn't threaten to divorce her later, but he also never touched her again. Wang Xianhua clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger, trying to act like she was fine. But today, Even pretending to be nice and fooling herself didn't work anymore. Wenjuan's blatant exposure made everything clear. In front of so many people, her own daughter scolded her and said she couldn't keep her husband. The man didn't even want to lift a finger to help her. Wang Xianhua's nerves suddenly snapped. The two people were running very fast and Wenwan couldn't even dodge. "Big sister, save me. Mom wants to hurt me." Wenwan rushed over trying to grab Wenwan, but Lu Jinchuan easily pushed her aside. Everyone was silent. What just happened? Did they see it wrong? Did Wenwan suddenly change direction in the middle of rushing forward? "I'll beat you, little brat," Wang Xianhua said, holding a rolling pin, ready to hit. But when she looked into Lu Jinchuan's deep eyes, she hesitated and didn't dare to strike. "Go fight at your own home if you want," Wenwan said coldly. "Don't come bother me." "She stole my money," Wang Xianhua said, feeling wronged. "It's not me who stole it." "Telling me won't help," Wenwan replied impatiently. "She's married now. She has no money? What about Lu Guizhi? If nothing else works, there's the police. Go report it." Wenwan screamed. "Shut up, fool." Wenwan glared coldly at Wenwan. "Think money spent means everything's fine? You're not even married yet. They took my bride price but didn't give me the dowry." Wenwan also looked upset. "I'm not your father," Wenwan said sharply. "Did they take your bride price or some benefits? If you're causing trouble here, go to the village or the commune and complain." "Think I'm easy to bully?" she said angrily. "Hurry up and get out. Even if you die in front of me, I won't frown." Wang Xianhua hesitated. "Wenwan? Big sister," Wenwan said with tears in her voice. "Enough. Stop pretending in front of me," Wenwan said impatiently, glancing at Wang Xianhua and Wenwan. "If you want to fight, go somewhere else. Don't dirty my place." After she finished speaking, she opened the car door and handed things to Lu Jinchuan. "Let's go home." Wenwan stared blankly at the two people holding things.
You.
"How did you buy so many clothes?" She looked at Wenwan with wide eyes. Some clothes she recognized from the county town, others she had never seen before. How much did that cost? What she hated most was that they didn't even lend her any money. All that money, and they wouldn't give her a little pocket money. "Are you jealous and resentful?" Looking back warmly, she saw Wang Xianhua and Wenwan full of anger. "It's a pity. These things are what I deserve. No one can take them from you. Grandma, we're back. We bought you new clothes. Come try them on." In the yard, Wenwen's cheerful voice rang out. Wenwan was full of envy and jealousy. Seeing the big bags and packages in their hands, she felt a sour feeling inside.
Why?
They are all surnamed Wen, but the difference is so big. What would it be like if these clothes were on her? Wen just works in the big cafeteria at the base. Does she need to wear such pretty clothes? But no matter how sour she felt, those clothes wouldn't become hers. "No matter what, you'll only be a cook," Wenwan shouted behind her. "But I am about to get married and become the wife of the director." Even if she bought so many beautiful clothes, what difference would it make? Wenwen would always be under her thumb in this life. She, a village girl, missed out on a good son-in-law like Lu Guizhi. What kind of man could she find now? She would be stuck in this poor, remote village forever. Even the villagers, watching, felt a bit sorry for Wenwen. "Wenwan, you should mind your manners," someone said disapprovingly. "You stole money from your mother. Wenwen has nothing to do with that. Why are you biting her? Haha, shameless. You don't even know how this marriage came about?" Hu Shaoling mocked.
You.
Wenwan stared at Hu Shaoling. "At least I'm better than you, an old girl who can't get married." In the past, Hu Shaoling would have fought with Wenwan after hearing such words. But now, she couldn't be bothered to fight. After all, the college entrance exam was coming soon. Her uncle said that as long as she stayed calm and kept her current good condition, she could get into university. Then she would be a college student, earning her own living with her skills, no longer envying others. As for her future husband, Wenwen said that after going to college, her horizons would broaden, and she would find someone who shared her dreams to be happy for a lifetime. People like Wenwan, who rely on men for everything, would eventually face a downfall. You think everyone is like you, doing all kinds of shady tricks just to get married, Hu Xiaoling sneered. Wenwan, you'll regret this someday. With someone like Lu Guizhi, Wenwan wouldn't want him even if he offered. However, Wenwan didn't believe this at all. Let me write the invitation, Lu Jinchuan said. Tell me how many you need, and I'll handle it. Wenwan nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed about her handwriting. Although she practiced writing every day now, her skills were still far behind Lu Jinchuan's. Outside the yard, Wenwan looked at Wang Xianhua. Mom, this money is a loan for me. I will pay you back someday. Then you should write me an IOU, Wang Xianhua said with a pout. She wasn't naive anymore. She knew if she didn't get her money back, having Wenwan's IOU would help her claim it later from Lu Guizhi. Wenwan silently made a mental note to herself. No rush. After she married Lu Guizhi, her first plan was to deal with Wenwan. The second was Zhou Yani, who was eager to go to college. Neither of these two could escape her. Since the day Lu Guizhi and Wenwan announced their wedding, Zhou Yani hadn't left the house for several days. She was afraid she might lose her temper and fight with Wenwan. Fortunately, Gua Anqin comforted her, saying, You're going to college. There will be many good men in the future. What does Lu Guizhi matter? Not to mention, I heard his parents are difficult to deal with. Now you see he has good conditions, but once you go out and see the world, you'll realize there are many good men. Why would you want to be a stepmother? In a few days, your mom will take you to the county town to buy pretty clothes. Stay at home and focus on preparing for college. There's no need to compare yourself to those village girls. Remember, you're going to be a college student, someone who receives public support. You and they are worlds apart, understand? Zhou Yani understood, but Lu Guizhi was the first person she ever liked. Watching him marry someone else made her feel down for several days. Meanwhile, Wenwan, seeing Wang Xianhua's gloomy expression, also made her an IOU. She kept telling herself that once she married Lu Guizhi, everything would be fine. Lu Guizhi had initially promised to give Wenwan a wedding. He didn't want a big one at first, but after learning Wenwan was going to marry Lu Jinchuan, he changed his mind. He wanted to make it grand so that Wenwan would regret it. Of course, his change of heart was based on his understanding of Lu Jinchuan. This person has never cared much about trivial matters, only focusing on his work. Weddings and similar events are seen as a waste of time and boring to him. 2 days before the wedding, he asked Sun Chao to go find Wen Jia to discuss the wedding arrangements in Sancha village. Can we invite the chefs from the main cafeteria? Wenwan asked hopefully. I heard their dishes are very fancy. Sun Chao glanced at Wenwan, thinking she was quite bold. The chefs from the main cafeteria, Zhao and Gua, were top cooks sent from the capital, usually preparing meals for high officials. Inviting them to cook the wedding feast? Haha, is Wenwan too confident, or is Lu Guizhi too proud? Of course, Sun Chao couldn't say this aloud. If he did, he might offend the future director's wife. The main cafeteria probably can't spare anyone, he said politely. Isn't Wenwan available?
Wenhuan smiled.
She's quite good at handling things in the cafeteria. If she just cooks for a meal or two, it should be fine. Besides, someone from our village will help out. They just need to stir the pots. I'll go back and tell the director, Sun Chao said with a smile. He couldn't handle this himself. If not, we can ask someone from our village, Wen Fingqi said. As long as there's enough meat, anyone can cook. Wenwan looked at Wang Xianhua. The meat was given to Wang Xianhua to feed the pigs, but even the pigs didn't want to eat it. Angrily, Wang Xianhua wanted to argue with Wenwan. Then let's ask someone in the village who can cook, Sun Chao hurriedly suggested. The 2 chefs from the main cafeteria had bad tempers. Lu Jinchuan might be able to persuade them, but Lu Guizhi definitely couldn't. Wenwan was unhappy, but Wen Fingqi was already impatient. Who do you think you are? Always asking the main cafeteria for help. Even the leaders at the base don't eat that often. His words made Wenwan dare not speak. Sun Chao looked up at him with new respect. Wen Fingqi remembered how he once tried to get Zhou Yani a temporary job at the cafeteria through connections, going through several layers of contacts, even secretly tearing down the notice on the bulletin board. But that ended up benefiting Wenwan. Every time he thought of this, Wen Fingqi felt frustrated. Wen Wan's job was the reason she started to break free from his control. And you, Wen Fingqi glared at Wang Xianhua. You better handle the wedding well. If it's embarrassing, just see how I deal with you. You're clueless. Wen Wan's wedding was decent, and it made us look good. Wang Xianhua nodded quietly, afraid to speak. However, just as Wen Wan was happily preparing for her wedding, she heard that Wen Wan was getting married too. And the wedding was scheduled for the day before hers. The invitation was personally written and delivered by Lu Jinchuan. Look at these, who do you think we should give them to? He handed the invitation to Wen Wan. Should we go together to deliver them to the village chief? Wen Wan nodded. Wen Youfu is not only the village chief but also Wen Wan's great-uncle. He has helped her a lot since her rebirth. When they arrived at Wen Youfu's house, he was just relaxing at home. Seeing them, he quickly got up from his lounge chair. Captain Liu, is there something you need? He glanced at Wen Wan. Since they came together, he seemed to have guessed something. His eyes lit up even more. Did you get the marriage certificate? When Lu Jinchuan asked him to prepare the introduction letter, Wen Youfu was almost scared to death. He never expected that someone as important as Lu Jinchuan would marry Wen Wan. But now, seeing Wen Wan, he thought it was only natural. Yes, Wen Wan blushed a little as she handed him the invitation. We'd like you to attend the wedding. Wow. Wen Youfu excitedly took the invitation. Great, I'll definitely go. Is the wedding going to be at the base? He looked at the address and then called out inside. Wife, come out quickly. Wen Wan is getting married. Zhu Shi was feeding pigs in the backyard. Hearing the noise, she hurried over, wiped her hands with a cloth, and took the invitation. That's wonderful. Really wonderful. I knew this girl was lucky. All her hardships are behind her now. Zhu Shi's eyes welled with tears. Captain Liu, you must treat Wen Wan well in the future. Don't worry, I will, Lu Jinchuan said seriously. Then, they went to deliver invitations to Hu Xiaoling's house. So, am I still your good friend? Hu Xiaoling pulled Wen Wan aside and whispered, Am I the last to know? Of course not. Wen Wan quickly shook her head. I already delivered the invitation to Great Uncle's house before coming to yours. Honestly, she looked down at Lu Jinchuan, who was talking to Uncle Hu, and said, I'm still feeling a bit dizzy. She really married Lu Jinchuan. They exchanged a glance and quietly laughed. After leaving Hu Xiaoling's house, they had to pass by Wen Fingqi's home. Wen Wan saw Wen Wan standing alone at the door, looking at Wen Wan with a sneaky expression. When Wen Wan came out, Wen Wan angrily rushed over. Are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? She had been planning her wedding for a long time, hoping to outshine Wen Wan, but now she was also getting married. And she was marrying Lu Jinchuan, with the wedding scheduled just a day before Wen Wan's. Isn't that obvious competition? Smack. Wen Wan covered her face in shock, staring at Wen Wan. You dared to hit me. I'll fight you. But her hand was grabbed by Wen Wan in the next second. She struggled but couldn't break free. You wicked girl, let me go. Wicked girl? Wen Wan sneered coldly. She held Wen Wan's hand tightly with one hand and swung her other hand left and right. This slap is to pay you back for all those years you ate, used, and took from me without gratitude. This slap is also to pay you back for that night you tried to harm me. She became angrier as she spoke, recalling how she had always taken care of and loved Wen Wan since they were children. Yet, she had the nerve to try to betray her. Now, how dare she come to her and criticize her? Sniff. Wen Wan, tired from the fight, disdainfully threw her to the ground. I didn't hit you before because I didn't want to dirty my hands. Next time you curse at me, I'll beat you, she threatened, raising her hand again. Frightened, Wen Wan curled up and begged, I won't dare any more, I won't. Wen Wan spat and said, weak inside. She used to spoil Wen Wan because she didn't want her sister to experience hardship, protecting her wherever she could. But now, she wouldn't indulge her bad habits anymore. Are you thinking that once you marry Lu Guizhi, you can teach me a lesson? Wen Wan squatted down, looking at Wen Wan, who was glaring angrily on the ground. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. That was Wen Wan's plan. But judging by Wenwan's attitude, she didn't seem afraid at all. Wenwan wouldn't tell her that, besides Wen Yufu and a few others, most people in the village didn't know that Lu Jinchuan was Lu Guizhi's younger brother-in-law. "You're a fool. I won't forgive you," Wenwan said angrily after everyone had left, as she crawled up from the ground and looked bitterly at Wenwan's back. "So what?" Zhou Yani suddenly appeared beside her, following her gaze. "I heard Wenwan's clothes are all bought from the city. She has several outfits, all new from inside to outside. Why are you telling me this?" Wenwan looked at her. "I won't let you use me as a tool." "Whatever," Zhou Yani smiled. "It's not like I'm getting married and in a few days I'll be going to Kyoto. As for the people here, they won't matter to her anymore." But before leaving, it was good to cause Wenwan some trouble. She finished speaking, laughed happily, and walked away confidently. Wenwan watched her with a resentful look, her eyes full of unwillingness. That spot was originally hers. "Wenwan and Zhou Yani, I will not let you go." Her face was painfully red from the slap, and Wenwan could only hide her anger in her heart. She hurried home to splash cold water on her face, as her wedding was just a few days away. She wasn't as pretty as Wenwan, and if her face swelled more, she would look even worse. And for the wedding dress, the two of them would be compared over the next 2 days. Wenwan thought for a moment, then ran to Wang Xianhua's room. She rummaged through her bed cabinet, but couldn't find it. She remembered seeing that thing in the cabinet during the last theft. Could Wang Xianhua have moved it? Wenwan's eyes lit up. Wang Xianhua only had a few hiding spots. She jumped off the bed and finally found a dirty, old aluminum box in the back of the bed. She opened the box and saw a small silver medal, about the size of a palm, lying inside. Last time, she had almost taken it, but was afraid Wang Xianhua would fight her, so she left it. Besides, it wasn't easy to take at that moment. Now, she could use this to exchange for Wenwan's clothes.
Wenhuan sneered sarcastically.
Only she and Wang Xianhua knew that Wenwan wasn't really part of their family. That was from when Wenchang was 3, and Wang Xianhua heard that if you caught chickenpox from someone, you would recover quickly. She used the towel she had wiped herself with for Wenqiang to use, but Wenqiang caught chickenpox and had a high fever, almost losing his life. Wenwan heard Wang Xianhua praying to the kitchen god, saying, "Faithful daughter Bai Yang has taken care of her all these years. Please, kitchen god, don't blame her." She mumbled to herself for a while, but was overheard clearly by Wenwan outside. And this silver badge, it is said, was left on Wenwen's body. However, she didn't plan to tell Wenwen this secret. Because Wenwen had been unkind to her, she thought it was best that Wenwen never find her biological parents. Wenwan smiled proudly, closed the box, and put it back in its place. News spread quickly through Sancha village that Wenwen was going to marry Lu Jinchuan. The wedding was said to be held at the base's large dining hall, making many young girls in the village very jealous. Wenwan was even more furious, nearly vomiting blood. She asked Lu Guizhi to invite the chef from the base's dining hall to cook, but Sun Chao made excuses to avoid it. Wenwan kept this grudge against Sun Chao. Later, she heard Wenwen only invited a few close families, which made her feel a bit better. They planned to invite everyone in the team. But Wenwan looked at what she was holding, then found an opportunity to knock on Wenwen's door. Still looking for trouble? Wenwen was picking beans in the yard. She grew a type of oil bean with a lot of flesh, very tasty. Wenwen planned to make braised noodles for lunch. Lu Jinchuan said he would bring her something today at noon. She didn't know what it was, but it sounded quite mysterious. "I want to trade something with you," Wenwan said as she entered. "You might be interested." "Trade what?" Wenwen asked calmly, without stopping her work.
"Your clothes," she said.
"All the clothes you bought that day." Such bold words. Wenwen stopped and looked at her. "No trade. Won't you even look at what it is?" Wenwan was a little angry. "It's something from your childhood." Wenwen remained silent and gave a sarcastic smile. What good things could she have from her childhood?
Wenwen's attitude irritated Wang Juan.
She angrily held out the item in her hand. "Want it? This is something you wore when you were little." She held a silver badge. Wenwen squinted at it. The craftsmanship was quite delicate. A flash of something crossed her mind, But just as she reached to grasp it, she was left with no clues. The smile at the corner of her mouth grew wider. Stolen? Wenwan's face turned red. It's yours, what's stealing? That must be Wenchang's, right? Wenwan smiled. I don't have such good luck to even carry a silver medal. She had been standing on a stool to cook and help with chores since she was 4 or 5, taking care of her younger siblings. Could Wang Xianhua really give her a silver medal to wear? It really is yours, Wenwan choked and said. It was meant for you, but you're a girl, so she kept it. Wenwan smiled again. That explanation was somewhat believable. No, I don't want to change, she said with some disgust.
You can go now.
Those clothes were bought for her by Lu Jinchuan. Even though it was a fake marriage, it was his sincere gesture. Wenwan, if you don't want it, you'll regret it later, Wenwan said confidently. You really will. With this silver medal, she might even be able to find her biological parents someday. A word of advice, Wenwan looked at her. It's best to rely on your own skills to get what you want, not to try to take shortcuts. This is my last advice as someone who used to be your older sister. One day, you'll come to ask me for help, Wenwan sneered. You never know what you're missing out on today. Wait, Wenwan called after her. Wenwan smirked triumphantly and turned around when she heard Wenwan say, Let me see your things. She had only glanced at them in a hurry earlier and didn't remember much. Wenwan happily handed her the items. Wenwan carefully looked at the items in her hands. They seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen them before. She frowned. Just a few pieces of clothing. If you have money, you can buy more, Wenwan said. This is a silver medal. If you exchange it on the black market, you could buy several outfits. Then go exchange it, Wenwan smiled. Black market? Nobody wants that stuff anymore. Right now, what they needed most was food and clothing. For poor families, silver medals seemed useless because they couldn't afford to use them. Wealthier families could have special medals made for their children, so they wouldn't bother with others' medals.
You.
Wenwan was a little angry. Are you going to exchange it or not? If not, give it back to me. Wenwan held the silver medal. You can't exchange clothes with it. Name a price and I'll buy it. I don't know why, but she always feels that what Wenwan just said doesn't seem like lying. Maybe this thing is really very important to her. I want her clothes, Wenwan said. Wenwan is naturally more attractive than her. When she wears beautiful clothes, she not only gets overshadowed but also becomes the white moonlight in Lu Guoji's heart. The kind of person you miss for a lifetime if you can't have. Then you can leave, Wenwan said without hesitation, returning the silver tray. Hurry up and go. Don't waste my time with this kind of thing again.
Wenhuan.
You'll regret this, Wenwan added. But Wenwan didn't even bother to respond. She kept focusing on picking beans. Wenwan walked to the door, thinking Wenwan would call her back, but when she looked back, she saw Wenwan turn around and go to pick cucumbers instead. She didn't care at all. Angrily, Wenwan came over and threw the silver medal to Wenwan. 500 yuan. But Wenwan was holding a basket in one hand and a cucumber in the other, so she had no hand free to catch the medal. The silver medal hit her and fell to the ground. She looked at Wenwan with a cold gaze, then glanced at the silver medal on the ground. Pick it up. Wenwan had never seen her like this before. She awkwardly said, It's because you didn't catch it. Reluctantly, she picked up the medal. 100, Wenwan said coldly as she took the silver medal. 100? Why don't you go and fight for one?
Wenwan said sharply.
50, Wenwan continued. Wenwan, how can you do this? She asked. 25, Wenwan kept lowering the amount. Fine, 100 then, Wenwan hurriedly interrupted. It was my fault earlier. Just 100, okay? If this kept up, she probably wouldn't give her even 25 yuan anymore. Of course, she could also keep the silver medal to see if she could sell it on the black market later. But the problem was whether she could sell it at all, and it definitely wouldn't fetch 100 yuan. Wenwan looked up at Wenwan.
Wait.
After saying that, she carried her basket to the kitchen, put down the cucumbers, washed her hands, and during Wenwan's anxious wait, she slowly went inside and took out 10 big union cards. Wenwan's eyes lit up. She looked at Wenwan with envy, jealousy, and hatred. 100 yuan, 10 big unity tokens, just take them out. Just as she was about to accept the money, Wenwan withdrew her hand. Wenwan became anxious. You can't change your mind now. That's what I want to tell you, Wenwan said coldly. I bought this with my money, and I have nothing to do with what happens next. I understand. Wenwan quickly grabbed the money. She'll just cause a fuss, but the item was originally yours anyway. Even if she causes trouble, no, Wenwan said. If she comes to me, you just give me back the money. If you don't give it, I'll go to Lu Guizhi and ask for it. Wenwan almost choked, counting the money as she said, Sister, how did you become like this? I hardly recognize you anymore. Don't call me sister, Wenwan frowned. We have nothing to do with each other. Wenwan walked away proudly, smiling. Behind her, Mrs. Zhao held up a badge and handed it to Wenwan. Have you ever seen this before? Maybe Wenwan tricked you. Wenwan shook her head, indicating she didn't know, but she felt the silver badge might be very important to her. The cafeteria at the base was decorated brightly, more lively than during the New Year. News of Lu Jinchuan's wedding spread quickly throughout the base. Everyone was curious about which girl was brave enough to not be afraid of Lu Jinchuan's cold face. Then they heard the bride was Wenwan, who used to work in the cafeteria. Some people thought they didn't match. After all, Lu Jinchuan was cold but from a good family background, direct descendant of the Lu family in Kyoto, with high skills and a promising future. In the base, he was one of the most valued young leaders, with a bright future. Why did he marry a girl from the countryside? Could it be that this Captain Lu seemed impressive but was actually all show, useless in reality? Otherwise, someone in their late 20s wouldn't marry late or marry a girl from a village when there were many good girls in Kyoto. Everyone had their own opinions. On the wedding day, many people came. The cafeteria was packed inside and out. In Shaanxi province, weddings are held in the morning. Early in the morning, Lu Jinchuan drove to pick up the bride. The driver was Zhang Jigang. Although Zhou Jin still had some mistrust of Wenwan, how could he miss his friend's wedding? Today, she also came along. Later, a car and a truck arrived, used to carry people. The people of Sancha village gathered early at Wenwan's house to help out, chat, and share stories. The small yard was very lively. When the vehicle entered the village, the children cheered excitedly. Especially the truck, which had just stopped, was quickly climbed on by some mischievous kids to play. They had never ridden such a fancy truck before. Today, Lu Jinchuan wore his formal uniform from the base, with a bright red flower pinned to his chest. He looked handsome and confident, and as soon as he got out of the car, everyone's eyes lit up. This grand wedding procession was probably the first of its kind in Sancha village, maybe even in the whole commune. At this moment, Wenwan was sitting on the kong, a traditional bed, wearing a beautiful red dress. The dress was bought that day when Lu Jinchuan accompanied her shopping. Wenwan liked it at first sight. The dress had a style similar to a cheongsam, wrapping around her lovely figure, making her look both beautiful and noble. Wenwan had only tried on the dress in the fitting room that day and immediately decided to buy it. So, this was the first time Lu Jinchuan saw her dress like this. Her black hair was styled up, revealing her fair neck. Her face looked like it was lightly blushed, as if painted with rouge. She sat quietly and Lu Jinchuan couldn't help but stare. Look at our groom, he's so stunned, Aunt Wang teased with a smile. Lu Jinchuan snapped out of his gaze, a slight smile on his lips as he said to Wenwan, Xiaonuan, I'm here to pick you up. He reached out his hand, and Wenwan, blushing, handed hers over. Lu Jinchuan, with his roughened palm, took her hand. Her hand was small and soft. He gently placed her hand in his arm, and they stood together, a perfect match of beauty and talent. His subordinates, who had been joking around, started to cheer. They went to the main room, where Grandma Zhao sat smiling in a dark red dress. Seeing her granddaughter's charming appearance, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan knelt on a cushion in front of her. Grandma, would you like some tea? Someone had already handed the water to Lu Jinchuan, who respectfully offered it to Grandma Zhao. Good child, Grandma Zhao wiped her tears happily. Xiao, I'm leaving her in your care. You must take good care of her and love her. Don't worry, I will, Lu Jinchuan said. The two of them bowed 3 times to her. The wedding was to be held at the base. Lu Jinchuan was driving to pick up the bride, with Xiao and Aunt Wangju sitting in the car behind. As for others, they had already eagerly climbed onto the big truck. When Yufu sat in the front passenger seat of the truck, smiling as he organized people, saying, "Sit properly, we're leaving now." Amidst laughter and joy, the car slowly left Sancha village. At Wenfengqi's house, he sat inside waiting all morning but didn't see Wenwan or Lu Jinchuan. Only when the car started and left the village did he realize that Wenwan never intended to invite them. Angrily, Wenfengqi smashed his favorite water jar. Just pretend she's dead. I want to see how long she can enjoy her freedom without her family support. He then pointed at Wang Xianhua. Wenwan is getting married tomorrow. You all should quickly invite people to help. Make sure the wedding is lively and busy. He also gave some money to Wenchang. Go to the county town and buy some cigarettes, candies, and sunflower seeds. Today, anyone who comes to our house gets cigarettes, and the kids get candies. He didn't believe no one would come. Wenchang looked at the money Wenfengqi handed him. Dad, how many packs of cigarettes can I buy with this? Plus the candies and sunflower seeds. It's not enough. Wenfengqi almost got angry from that remark. He frowned and added 20 more yuan. Hurry up and go. Wenchang happily took the money and ran off. He also wanted to attend Wenwan's wedding, at least to enjoy a good meal. But Wenwan was too cold-hearted. She didn't invite their family at all. TSK. It was a pity that Wenfengqi and Wang Xianhua had already started tidying up early in the morning, dressed nicely. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan's car slowly entered the base. The cafeteria outside had many double happiness characters posted. Wenwan was led down from the car by Lu Jinchuan, and everyone's eyes brightened. Is this Wenwan? Why is she so beautiful? No wonder Lu Jinchuan, who could have married a girl from Kyoto City, chose to marry a countryside girl. If all countryside girls looked this beautiful, they would want to marry them too. The base leaders saw the two walking hand in hand, smiling kindly. This future daughter-in-law would definitely make the senior leaders very happy. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Wearing a red dress, Wenwan held hands with Lu Jinchuan as they slowly walked over. Next to them, Zhang Jigang led a group of young men who were tossing shredded, colorful paper onto the couple. No one knew who came up with the idea, but it was quite romantic. Wenwan was a little nervous as she held Lu Jinchuan's arm. She didn't expect that, even though it was just a fake wedding, Lu Jinchuan would make such a big scene. There were even tables set up outside the cafeteria. How many people did that take? Don't be afraid. It's just a lively celebration, Lu Jinchuan whispered softly to comfort Wenwan, sensing her nervousness. This scene caught the eye of some observant people, who were even more surprised. Lu Jinchuan was usually so cold, but now he was so gentle. His voice was very soothing. When he leaned in, the familiar minty scent on him made people feel safe. Wenwan nodded and followed Lu Jinchuan as they slowly walked onto the stage. At that moment, a car also stopped at the entrance of the base. I am Lu Jinchuan's mother. I want to see him. On the stage, the bride and groom stood like perfect partners, bowing to the portrait of the chairman and exchanging vows. Then, the base leaders gave congratulatory speeches and words of encouragement. They encouraged everyone who wasn't married to learn from Lu Jinchuan. The crowd below cheered loudly. Wenwan looked at Lu Jinchuan, and they exchanged smiles. Zhou Jin took a sip of wine and looked up. He saw Lu Jinchuan looking at Wenwan with a loving smile. Even so, he wondered if Lu Jinchuan had truly fallen for her. He quietly whispered a few words to Zhang Jigang, who excitedly nodded. Soon after, Zhang Jigang mysteriously found an apple. He smiled and said to Lu Jinchuan on stage, "Boss, today is your big day. Let's play a game." Everyone cheered. Bite the apple. Bite the apple. Wenwan's face turned a little red. She glanced at Lu Jinchuan. She had seen this apple-biting game at a wedding before. If not done right, the bride and groom would kiss each other. Lu Jinchuan kicked Zhang Jigang playfully. You're so full of tricks. It's Zhou Doctor's idea, Zhang Jigang said casually, betraying Zhou Jin with a grin. Boss, are you brave enough to play? Bring it on, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. Wenwan felt a little nervous. Who knows? Just as Zhang Jigang's chubby hand lifted the apple and announced the start, Lu Jinchuan immediately bit into the apple. Zhang Jigang. Who is he? What is he doing? What just happened? Everyone below burst into laughter. Do it again, someone shouted. Lu Jinchuan smiled and looked at the person shouting the loudest. Wang Huafeng. You just wait.
Haha.
Zhou Jin, not one to shy away from trouble, handed Zhang Jigang 2 apples, mischievously smiling. One isn't enough. Here's another. Angrily, Lu Jinchuan wanted to kick him. Dr. Zhou, you should do this part, Zhang Jigang said, pulling him back. Our boss is too quick. He hadn't even reacted yet. Zhou Jin's lips curled into a smile as he looked at Wenwan and then at Lu Jinchuan. Just as he was about to lift the apple, he heard someone calling Lu Jinchuan from below. The voice was female. Come down here. The woman stood there angrily watching the newlyweds on stage. Brother, Zhou Jin elbowed Lu Jinchuan. What's going on? Before Lu Jinchuan could speak, Zhou Jin added, This woman looks a bit older, and she seems familiar. Madam Qin, Lu Jinchuan said 3 words. Madam Qin? Zhou Jin looked surprised at the elegant woman standing nearby, then turned back to Lu Jinchuan. Is that your mother? Wenwan was also a little surprised. The woman seemed well-maintained, probably in her early 40s, with her hair tied back and dressed very carefully, clearly someone living a comfortable, privileged life. At this moment, she was looking at Wenwan with a scrutinizing gaze. Then she walked toward the stage, stopping about a meter away, looking displeased at Lu Jinchuan. Come down. I have something to say to you. Okay. Lu Jinchuan nodded, told Zhou Jin, and took Wenwan's hand into the cafeteria's payment office. Lu Jinchuan. Just as they entered, they heard the woman scolding sharply. Do you know what you're doing? Are you crazy? She pointed at Wenwan. Getting married? To someone like her? Do you even know who you are? Madam Qin, Lu Jinchuan interrupted her. This is my wedding. If you are here to offer blessings, I welcome you. If you are here to cause trouble, Lu Jinchuan smiled and said, Please leave.
What are you talking about?
Madam Qin was a bit angry but tried to stay calm. I don't agree with this marriage. When you remarried, you didn't ask for my opinion either, Lu Jinchuan said slowly. Madam Qin choked. So, you're using this way to get back at me? Finding a village girl? It seemed Madam Qin had been very happy these years, so much so that she forgot her past background. Lu Jinchuan smiled faintly, holding Worm's hand. This is my wife.
You.
I am your mother, Madam Qin said sadly. What, Madam Qin? When you asked me to call you that back then, Lu Jinchuan smiled. How could you forget as you got older? Madam Qin pointed at Worm. Anyway, I don't agree with you marrying her. I will talk to the old master about this, she said firmly. Your marriage can't happen. This matter is no longer your concern. The old master has already agreed, Lu Jinchuan said firmly, holding Worm's hand. Let's go. Behind them, Madam Qin's face turned pale with anger. Jinchuan, I had no choice back then. Your father. Don't mention my father. Lu Jinchuan stopped without turning around, his voice cold. You're not worthy. Madam Qin covered her chest in disappointment, watching the two leave. Worm was pulled out of the office by him, looking worried. Are you okay? Lu Jinchuan shook his head, a slight smile on his lips. I stopped caring a long time ago. Maybe when he was young, he would feel sad sometimes. But now he's grown up. He's past the age of needing his mother's protection. Worm's heart felt like it was being torn apart. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan was already smiling and toasting with colleagues. She won't drink alcohol. Lu Jinchuan helped Worm block a drink, which caused some teasing from others. They all came over with glasses to challenge him. Lu Jinchuan accepted their challenge, but his alcohol tolerance wasn't as good as he thought. Soon he started feeling dizzy. Let me do it, Warm said, taking a glass meant for Lu Jinchuan, smiling as she said, I can handle it. The crowd, who had been cheering earlier, paused for a moment. Then they watched as Warmth took the wine cup and drank it all in one go. She is truly a brave woman. Everyone looked at Lu Jinchuan with envy and jealousy. Their lifelong problem was always difficult, but this guy quietly found a partner, and she was so beautiful. Most importantly, Warmth had been coming to the cafeteria for a while, but no one expected her to pursue someone. In the end, Lu Jinchuan took the initiative. Everyone felt a bit jealous inside. Not only was he better at work than them, but he also managed to get engaged before them. That was unfair. They exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw two words: get him. They wanted him to miss the chance to celebrate his wedding night. Lu team, is it okay? Can the sister-in-law have a drink? One of them said with a smile. Come on, a drink for my big brother. I'll have one too. Jinchuan, you have to come with me. Suddenly, Lu Jinchuan was surrounded. Warmth stood nearby, smiling, not knowing that her words had caused Lu Jinchuan to be offered so many drinks. People from Sancha village saw this scene and thought, no, this can't happen. We can't just watch our village son-in-law be bullied. When Fufu led the men from Sancha village, holding cups, and started competing in drinking with those who wanted to make Lu Jinchuan drink more. The scene became lively and bustling. A wedding should be lively like this to create a good atmosphere. When Madame Qin came out and saw this, she glared at Warmth angrily and left in frustration. Anyway, she wouldn't agree to this marriage. Moreover, the old master wasn't here, so he probably wouldn't agree either. The lively wedding ended in this cheerful atmosphere. They had wanted to play some pranks during the wedding night, but seeing Lu Jinchuan already drunk and lying on the table, plus the upcoming tasks, everyone decided to disperse. Warmth and Zhang Jigang helped Lu Jinchuan back to his dorm. Since Lu Jinchuan's marriage was arranged in less than a month from the marriage report, the timing was too rushed, and the base couldn't arrange a house for him immediately. In the single dormitory, the bed was covered with army green sheets, and the quilt was neatly folded. There was a small wooden table and a chair beside the bed, with some books stacked on the wall-facing side of the table. On the door, the glass, and the dressing mirror, there are big red characters of happiness pasted, which makes the new house feel lively. After Lu Jinchuan was taken in, Zhang Jigang and others greeted Wenwan and then left. As for Zhao's family, they had already gone back to Sancha village with Aunt Wang and others. Wenwan looked at the person lying on the bed. She went to the bathroom, took a basin of water, and planned to wipe Lu Jinchuan. Just as she was about to pour the water, she saw his eyes open just in time. You're awake? I was going to help you wipe up. Wenwan said nervously. Lu Jinchuan sat up from the bed, saw her holding the basin, and smiled slightly as he stood up. I'll do it myself. Are you not drunk? Wenwan saw that his eyes were clear, unlike earlier when he seemed too drunk to stand. If I pretend to be drunk, they will definitely cause trouble tonight, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile, taking the basin and going to wash his face in the bathroom. The room is a bit small, but I've already applied for a bigger one. Next time we get a new house, we'll move there, and I'll bring Grandma over then, Lu Jinchuan said apologetically. He was qualified for a bigger room, but he had given it up before because he thought he wouldn't get married. It's okay, Wenwan shook her head. Lu Jinchuan had told her before that before the house was allocated, he would stay in Sancha village. Once everything was settled here, he would bring Zhao's family to the base. Are you hungry? She asked, noticing a small table by the window with a gas stove, pots and bowls, and some vegetables underneath. Hungry, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile while wiping his face. They pulled me to drink alcohol before I could eat much. Let me see what vegetables there are. Wenwan crouched down to look. Let's make some dumpling soup, quick and good for the stomach. Just leave it to you, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile. Married life is pretty good, someone to plan and cook for you. Unlike before, when he came home drunk and collapsed on the bed, wanting water but having to pour it himself. Now someone is cooking for him. Go rest first. The food will be ready soon, Wenwan smiled. His teasing made her relax, even though she was nervous before. I'll help wash the vegetables, Lu Jinchuan said, walking over. That way, it'll be faster. Wenwan thought he was just hungry and didn't stop him. First, cook the tomato and water mixture until boiling. Then, add the prepared noodle dumplings and cook until they float. Add green vegetable leaves and finally pour in the beaten egg mixture. Before serving, sprinkle some chopped green onions on top. A delicious dumpling soup is ready. The room only has one chair. Lu Jinchuan asked Wenwan to sit on it. He sat on the bed, and the two of them ate a meal together in the new house. After eating, Lu Jinchuan took the initiative to wash the dishes. When he turned around, he saw Wenwan sitting at the desk, reading a book. The warm yellow light shone on her, making her look peaceful and gentle. He couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a sense of calm and happiness. At bedtime, Lu Jinchuan let Wenwan sleep on the bed, while he slept on the floor. At first, Wenwan couldn't fall asleep. The new place and the presence of Lu Jinchuan made her think of her past life. In her previous life, she and Lu Guizhi didn't have a wedding. They just had a simple meal at the Wen family, then she followed Lu Guizhi to the base's residential area. The cement factory was part of the base's subsidiary, and there was no housing inside the factory. Some family members of certain ranks were assigned to the base's residential area. Lu Guizhi was the director of the cement factory and was given a 2-bedroom apartment. After bringing Wenwan home, he went on a business trip, leaving her with twin troublemakers and her mother-in-law, Ma Xiulian, who looked sullen. Since ancient times, stepmothers are often seen as cruel and mean. When Wenwan first entered, the twin boys threw a stinky shoe at her face, and they looked at her with rejection and hatred. In her later years, Wenwan spent most of her time trying to be a good stepmother and respectful to her difficult and harsh mother-in-law. Thinking about something? Lu Jinchuan asked in the dark. Can't sleep? Yes, I am a bit used to my bed. Do you want to hear about the base? His deep, magnetic voice came over. Yes, please, Wenwan turned to face him. Life here used to be very hard. The building we live in now was only built a few years ago. Before that, it was all earthen houses. Lu Jinchuan began to tell a story. One year, there was heavy rain. His voice was very pleasant, and his storytelling was very engaging. I think I heard my grandma say something about a near flood, she said. At that time, my grandma was pregnant with my dad, and my grandpa was holding her as they sat under the big locust tree in the yard. The father she mentioned was not Wenfengqi, but Wenfengbai. It was after that heavy rain that the base started planning to build a family housing and a school. In the dark night, the two of them talked back and forth, and gradually, warm speaking became less frequent. Under the moonlight, Lu Jinchuan saw her peacefully sleeping on his bed. He smiled slightly and closed his eyes as well. Soon, the room was filled with their soft breathing sounds. The first rays of morning sunlight shone into the quiet little house. Warm opened her eyes and was momentarily stunned by the room's arrangement. Then she remembered that she had married Lu Jinchuan yesterday. This was Lu Jinchuan's single dormitory. There was no one on the bed, as the owner had already packed up the bedding after waking. The room was quiet, and outside, birds were singing. It was a very happy and fresh morning. Warm stretched lazily and sat up. Just after she finished washing up, the door was pushed open from outside. Lu Jinchuan came in carrying some food. You're awake? Come eat, he said as he placed the lunchbox on the table. Aren't you the one who doesn't like eating outside? Warm smiled slightly. If I am here in the future, don't buy food. I'll cook. What do you think about the cafeteria? Lu Jinchuan asked. The issue with Huangdo has been sorted out. Maybe in a few days, you'll start working. Then I'll go, Warm said. Otherwise, I have nothing to do at home. She was now a formal worker, earning over 10 yuan a month. Once she started school, her expenses would be much higher. Lu Jinchuan nodded. The second day after their wedding in Shan province was the day for the newlyweds to visit their parents. After eating, Lu Jinchuan drove Warm to the county store to buy some things, then they returned to Sancha village. Today was not only Warm's return visit, but also the day when Wan married Lu Guizhi. Although she hadn't gone home all night, When they entered the village and saw Zhao Shi waiting eagerly at the door, Worm's eyes turned red. As the car entered the village, children chased after it. At first, she thought Lu Guizhi was coming to pick up his bride, but it turned out Worm was returning for her visit. But the little kids weren't disappointed, because after Worm got out of the car, she handed each of them a handful of candies. A few little kids excitedly shared the good news with their friends. Soon, many children gathered at the Worm family's door. Luckily, she had bought plenty of candies today, so each child received a few pieces before they went into the yard. The big red character for happiness was still hanging there. As people get older, small worries can keep them awake at night. Early in the morning, Mrs. Zhao started tidying up the yard. Her eyesight is much better now than before. Yesterday, during the banquet, the villagers were all surprised by her recovery. It's said that Warmth found her medicine and took her to the base and county hospital for checkups. That evening, she also massaged her eyes, and her vision gradually improved. Everyone praised Warmth for being filial and lucky, and they admired the old lady's good fortune. Isn't she lucky? Once she was blind and thought she would die soon, but now she can see again, and her health is better than before. Now, she has such a talented grandson-in-law, and she can look forward to a happy life. Grandma, Lu Jinchuan called, bringing Mrs. Zhao's thoughts back. He looked at his wife with a happy smile, his face full of wrinkles like a blooming flower.
Hey.
The old lady happily responded and welcomed her grandson-in-law. Seeing what he was holding, she playfully scolded, "Why did you buy so much?" "Save it to eat slowly," Lu Jinchuan said with a smile, helping her sit under the grape arbor. Warmth put the things in the kitchen and came out to see Lu Jinchuan saying something funny, making Mrs. Zhao laugh happily. "Grandma," she told Mrs. Zhao, "we'll go for a walk later and come back." They didn't invite Warmth's brother, Fingqi, to the wedding, so no one came to call Mrs. Zhao today. She also didn't want to join the lively event and preferred to stay home, waiting happily for her granddaughter and grandson-in-law to return. But Lu Jinchuan is the younger brother of Lu Guizhi, and he also sent an invitation. After discussing, Warmth and Lu Jinchuan decided they should go to the wedding today. "Grandma, do you think I should give Wenwan a gift of thanks?" Warmth asked with a smile. After all, her status has been upgraded now. "What for?" "No," Mrs. Zhao said dismissively. "That ungrateful girl. I don't want to give her a single penny." "Still, I think I should give her something," Warmth said with a small smile.
"Just
$250. Wenwan, who always wanted to outshine her, wondered what her expression would be when she learned that Lu Jinchuan was Lu Guizhi's uncle and that she would have to call Wenwan auntie. After sitting for a while, Hu Shaoling hurried over to gossip with Wenwan. It seems neither of them looked happy during the wedding ceremony. Wenwan still has some scratches on her face, Hu Shaoling excitedly said. Wang Xianhua's forehead is swollen with a big bump. Someone also said they heard Wang Xianhua and Wenwan arguing early in the morning. Why is Wenwan causing trouble now that she's about to get married? Hu Shaoling couldn't understand. Who knows? She quietly leaned in and whispered to her, "Your dress today is really beautiful. I bet you'll make her jealous later."
What is this about?
Wenwan smiled and tapped Hu Shaoling's forehead. "There will be something even more exciting later."
What is it?
Hu Shaoling looked at Wenwan with eager curiosity. But Wenwan didn't say anything more. "You'll find out when the time comes." Right now, they didn't know the identities of Lu Jinchuan and Lu Guizhi. Of course, Lu Guizhi knew, but he probably wouldn't tell Wenwan. Sure enough, when Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan arrived, Wenwan's face darkened. She even wanted to go up and scold Wenwan. Wenwan's wedding didn't invite them, so why did they show up at her wedding? If it weren't for the beauty of the two of them, there would be no comparison and no hurt feelings. Everyone thought Wenwan and Lu Guizhi looked like a perfect match. But as soon as they appeared, they immediately drew everyone's attention. The man was handsome and tall. The woman was beautiful and gentle. In an instant, Wenwan and Lu Guizhi's looks made Wenwan and Lu Guizhi look plain in comparison. "Why are you here?" Wenwan looked very unhappy and said angrily to Wenwan, "Didn't you not invite us to your wedding yesterday? How dare you come to her wedding today?" Get lost, Wen Fengqiang glared at Wenwan with a dark face. I don't have a daughter like you. Wenwan, you're so unkind. How can you have the nerve to come? Wang Xianhua pointed at Wenwan, her forehead swollen and red, making her look fierce. Oh, Wenwan smiled. I'm not here to attend Wenwan's wedding. Then what are you doing here? Wang Xianhua rolled her eyes. Where is Lu Guizhi? Lu Jinchuan asked calmly. Why are you looking for him? Wen Fengqi's face darkened. He's here, but we don't welcome you. Oh, didn't Lu Guizhi tell you? Wenwan smiled. You're all family and he didn't tell you about such an important matter? Wen Fengqi's face grew even darker. What are they talking about? Since that day, Lu Guizhi has not appeared. Today, he finally came but almost missed the right timing. He didn't bring anything, not even a red envelope for the door. Later, if he hadn't hurriedly asked Wang Xianhua to prepare too, he would have lost face. After the ceremony, they were supposed to bow and change their words, but Lu Guizhi said a simple bow in the new society was enough. Changing how they addressed each other was also done reluctantly. In short, Wen Fengqi felt very annoyed. Now Lu Guizhi had disappeared again, not showing up or greeting anyone, making Wen Fengqi feel very embarrassed. Especially since he heard that yesterday, after Wenwan's wedding, people were personally sent back on trucks. Everyone was even toasted and called over by Lu Jinchuan. Compared to Lu Guizhi, who simply skipped that part, saying, we won't know each other in the future. Without comparison, there's no hurt. While the Wen family was feeling upset and about to ask people to leave, they suddenly heard Lu Guizhi rushing over. Uncle, you're here. Who was he calling? Wen Fengqi and others looked behind Wenwan but saw no one. Then, Lu Jinchuan simply nodded faintly and said, won't you call someone? Lu Guizhi called out, Aunt. Auntie. Hey. Wenwan smiled warmly. If you ask Wen Fengqi what his biggest regret in life is, it would definitely be giving Wenwan away. Who would have thought that the person who saved Wenwan back then was the famous Uncle Lu Jinchuan? Later, he heard people call Lu Jinchuan Captain Lu, but he never thought of him as that. Wen Fengqi once thought that after Wenwan married Lu Guizhi, he would find a chance to meet this legendary Lu Jinchuan and see what kind of person he really was. Who knows that this person is Worm's husband? This event hit Wen Fengqi very hard. He stood there blankly, not knowing what to say. His mouth moved, wanting to speak, but he couldn't say a word. Wenwan was even more shocked. Suddenly, she remembered that day when she called Worm sister, and Worm told her not to call her that. At the time, Wenwan thought Worm was angry about what she had done before. Now, looking back, it was not that simple. She told her not to call her sister because she knew she would have to call her aunt later. Also, she was proud then, showing off to Worm that she would be the wife of the director, and she even planned to marry Lu Guizhi and teach Worm a lesson. No wonder Worm was not afraid at all back then. That was because she knew that even if she married Lu Guizhi, she would still be under her control. If this hadn't happened at her wedding, with so many people sitting below, including leaders from the cement factory shaking hands with Lu Jinchuan, Wenwan would have rushed forward, grabbed Worm's hair, and given her a good lesson. This was her wedding, and she had put so much effort into planning it. Guizhi, Wenwan quickly adjusted her expression and asked Lu Guizhi in surprise, is this the little uncle you told me about? Worm couldn't help but glance up at Wenwan. Yes, Lu Guizhi nodded, glancing at Worm. Maybe because of the spicy powder she had been sprinkled with earlier, whenever he saw Worm now, his eyes hurt. He clenched his teeth and said, this is Annie. Wenwan's skin was dark, and today she wore a red dress for her wedding, making her look even darker. Standing next to the fairer Worm, the contrast was obvious. Although she was the sister, she looked old-fashioned, ugly, and dull. How did he not hold back that night? Even calling Zhou Yani was better than Wenwan. Wenwan didn't realize that Lu Guizhi was already regretting. Looking at Worm's bright face, he could only grit his teeth and awkwardly call her auntie, then ask, have you been waiting for a long time? Otherwise, why didn't she say anything a few days ago? I thought Lu Guizhi would tell you. Aren't you about to get married? Worm pointed at Lu Guizhi. Does his family not tell you anything? Then you probably don't even know about his twin children, do you? Wenwan suddenly looked sharply at Lu Guizhi. She only knew that Lu Guizhi had children, but she didn't realize there were two, although they were twins. Yes, to be precise, they are a boy and a girl, Wenwan added with a sly smile. Wenwan, listen to me explain, Lu Guizhi hurriedly said. It's not that I didn't tell you. I just didn't have the time or the chance to tell you. Alright then tell me, what else are you hiding from me? She finally couldn't hold back her tears and asked. It's just. My mother said that since I am married, she will send the children over in a few days, Lu Guizhi quickly added. Don't worry, both of my children are very well behaved. Wenwan chuckled bitterly inside. It wasn't because the children were well behaved. Those two little brats had learned to read the situation from a young age. As soon as they saw Lu Guizhi, they became obedient and polite. But once Lu Guizhi left, they turned into little devils. The problem was, Lu Guizhi only stayed at home a few days each year. As the children grew older, they became more understanding and did well in school. That was all thanks to Wenwan's hard work and effort in teaching them behind the scenes. But when the two brats got into university, outsiders praised them for being smart and having good genes.
Ha!
To wit their good genes. Wenwan was just waiting to see, without her dedicated teaching and care, what kind of luck could these two little brats have? Wenwan forgot to cry and grabbed Lu Guizhi's hand. How many days will it be before they come? Lu Guizhi looked a bit guilty and impatient. I don't know exactly. My mother said she would buy tickets and send someone to bring them over. You know I have children before we got married. But she didn't know there were two children, and she also thought they would stay in Kyoto forever. That way, she could stay in her own little world with Lu Guizhi until her own child was born. When her child grew up and spent a lot of time with Lu Guizhi, their bond would naturally be close. Meanwhile, the previous children only saw Lu Guizhi a few times a year, so they wouldn't have any real feelings. People's hearts are made of flesh. Even if they are siblings, they can still show favoritism. If she whispered sweet words into Lu Guizhi's ear, he would probably forget about the previous children quickly and only love the child she gave birth to. But she never expected that Lu Guizhi actually had two children, and they would be sent over so soon. My point is, Wenwan quickly added, Kyoto's conditions are definitely better than ours. My mother is old, Lu Guizhi said. She can't handle taking care of two children. Since I am married now, I plan to bring the kids here. First, the children will come over, and after a few days, his mother will settle things at home and come to stay with us for a while. But he didn't say this aloud, noticing Wenwan's reaction just now. Inside, he felt that Wenwan was a bit naive. I got married because I wanted someone to help share the responsibilities and take good care of my children. Lu Guizhi looked at Wenfengqi. Father-in-law, you should understand. He had already told the matchmaker this when introducing Wenwan. Of course, Wenfengqi had calmed down now. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Guizhi, especially since he no longer trusted Wenwan. Wenwan, remember, when a woman marries into a family, she must be faithful. Take care of her husband and children, and be respectful to her in-laws, Wenfengqi added, glancing at Wenwan. Don't be like some people, shameless. Wenwan felt like she was being criticized. Yes, yes, she said with a smile. Marrying into a family to serve as a mother figure, and it's best not to have children. That way, I can focus on being a good stepmother. Wenfengqi almost had it from anger and didn't speak for a long time. Wenwan, however, looked serious as she said to Lu Guizhi, Guizhi, don't worry. I will work hard to learn how to be a good wife and mother. Look at her, she's much more considerate than Wenwan. She was just waiting to see it. Lu Guizhi's face indeed looked much better. He gently said to Wenwan, thank you for your understanding. Compared to Wenwan, Wenwan was clearly more sensible. Wenwan almost threw up after the dinner. Until she left Wenwan's wedding banquet, Wenwan still felt disgusted when she thought about Lu Guizhi and Wenwan's behavior earlier. She got goosebumps all over. How do you know Lu Guizhi has a pair of twins? Lu Jinchuan's voice interrupted Wenwan's thoughts. How did she know? Wenwan felt a chill run down her back. Because in her previous life, she was the one who raised those two ungrateful people herself. One day, I accidentally saw him talking to someone in the county town, Warmth said softly, lowering her head. I found out that he not only has 2 children but also often hits his ex-wife. I don't know how Lu Guiji's first wife died. In my past life, this was a taboo topic in the Lu family, so I was not told. Warmth guessed that maybe he killed her himself. Thinking about it, she felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Lu Jinchuan misunderstood her, thinking she was recalling the times she was beaten and feeling a bit sad. Nobody will dare to hit you again, he said. Warmth nodded. She was no longer the naive girl she used to be. If anyone dared to hit her, she would fight back twice as hard. Just as Lu Jinchuan was about to speak, a boy ran toward them crying loudly. When he saw Warmth, his crying grew even louder. Warmth's sister, please help my dad. Xiaoming, what's wrong with your dad? Warmth asked urgently, helping him. He's been coughing a lot. My brother went to the mountains, and my mom doesn't know what to do. Xiaoming sobbed. Warmth's sister, please help me. Okay, let's go see him, Warmth said.
Don't cry. Uncle will be fine.
Xiaoming was comforted and pulled Warmth as they ran toward his home. Zhu Honghai used to work at a boiler factory. One year, there was an accident, and he rushed in to save people, injuring his lungs. He's been relying on medicine to get by and rarely goes out. The last time Warmth saw him was a few months ago when she brought dumplings to the Zhu family. At that time, Zhu Honghai looked very thin. As they reached Zhu's house, they heard a heartbreaking cough. Lu Xiao was holding Zhu Honghai and crying. When Warmth and Lu Jinchuan entered, they smelled a strong blood scent. Stop crying, Zhu Honghai gasped after a while. This is fate. It's not true. Dongming has gone to the mountain to find ginseng, Lu Xiao said sadly. When Dongming comes back, you will be saved. So, Zhu Dongming went to the mountain to find ginseng? Xiao, Aunt, Warmth called her. As long as there is ginseng, can it save Uncle Honghai? Lu Xiao froze and looked at Warmth.
You
have ginseng? Do you have ginseng? She suddenly realized, hugging Warmth excitedly. Warmth, I beg you. If you have ginseng, can you let Uncle Honghai use it?
We'll buy.
No, borrow it. When we have enough money later, we'll pay you back. If it really is ginseng, they can't afford to buy it now. Yes, we have some, Wenhua nodded. But we can't use the ginseng carelessly. Which doctor examined Uncle Honghai? Mr. Zhang, Lu Xiao replied. Xiaoming, go quickly and ask Mr. Zhang. Wenhua breathed a sigh of relief. The doctor Lu Xiao mentioned was a doctor assigned to them, skilled in traditional Chinese medicine. Later, Wenhua learned that Mr. Zhang came from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. After the political rehabilitation, he became quite famous in the capital and often treated high-ranking officials. Aging Mr. Zhang is quite old. Please drive to pick him up, Wenhua said. Lu Jinchuan nodded and looked at Wenhua.
Okay.
After they returned, Lu Jinchuan went to pick up Mr. Zhang, while Wenhua went home to get the ginseng. She had kept the ginseng safely in the spiritual kitchen. She had planned to deal with it when she went to the capital, but luckily, she didn't. Zhu Dongming drooped his head and returned home. Hearing his mother crying softly, he felt like his heart was stuffed with cotton, heavy and uncomfortable but unable to speak. He stood silently against the wall, staring at the sky. A few nights ago, it rained lightly. Zhu Honghai caught a cold and kept coughing, even after taking medicine. Mr. Zhang privately told him that if they couldn't find the ginseng, his father might not survive the winter. Recently, Zhu Dongming had been going into the mountains every day to find ginseng, but luck was not on his side. A few days ago, he saw a pit, probably dug by someone else who got there first. He was angry at himself for being useless, unable to find any ginseng. When Wenhua came in, she saw Zhu Dongming crouched in the corner, holding his head and hitting himself. She felt sad too. Brother Dongming, she called softly, are you okay? Zhu Dongming looked at Wenhua with red eyes. She was already married. In the past few days, he had been busy searching for ginseng in the mountains and didn't even attend Wenhua's wedding. To be precise, when he found out she was getting married, Zhu Dongming numbed himself, telling himself he was just going into the mountains to find ginseng, but it was really an escape. He was afraid to see Wenwan get married. Zhu Dongming rubbed his face and showed a bad smile.
Are you
Coming home today? Yes, Wenwan nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Honghai definitely won't be in trouble. Thank you, Zhu Dongming said with red eyes. When Lu Jinchuan entered, he saw the two standing in the yard. Zhu Dongming was staring at Wenwan without blinking, while Wenwan was unaware and softly comforting him. Little Wenwan, Lu Jinchuan called her, interrupting the strange atmosphere in the yard. Mr. Zhang has arrived. Sir. Zhu Dongming eagerly stepped forward to take the old man's medicine box. Please take a look at my father. Wenwan smiled at Lu Jinchuan and followed inside. I heard you found the ginseng? Mr. Zhang asked after checking the pulse. Zhu Dongming hung his head.
No.
Yes, we found it, Lu Xiaoa said excitedly. Wenwan, quickly show the old man your ginseng. Zhu Dongming suddenly looked up at Wenwan and realized she was holding a wooden box. But the box looked a bit old, and he hadn't noticed it before. Old sir, what do you think of this? Wenwan handed over the wooden box. Mr. Zhang first squinted and examined it, then sniffed it. Finally, he stood up excitedly, walked to the window, and looked carefully. Little girl, do you know how old this ginseng is? Wenwan shook her head. It's over 100 years old, and the smell definitely indicates its top quality, the old man said excitedly.
Then,
with this ginseng, will his father be saved? Lu Xiaoa asked eagerly and hopefully. Use this ginseng as an ingredient for medicine, then take good care of him afterward, the old man said. Although it can't guarantee 100% recovery, about 70% is possible. 70% is already very high. After leaving Zhu Dongming's house, Wenwan's face was always smiling. Are you that happy? Lu Jinchuan looked at her. Wang Hai uncle was very kind to me when he was young, Wenwan said. He was one of the few in the village who could stop Wen Fengqi from hitting me. So, when Lu Xiaoa said she wanted to write an IOU for him, Wenwan refused. This ginseng was also an unexpected gain for her. Using it to save a life was a good thing. Moreover, when ginseng is placed into the spirit kitchen and absorbed, she takes out a ginseng and the spirit kitchen automatically replenishes one. For Wenwan, there is no loss at all. As long as she wants, she can have countless high-quality ginsengs. So, giving one to Zhu Honghai to save his life is no problem for Wenwan. But in Lu Jinchuan's eyes, it's a different story. After all, Zhu Dongming's look at Wenwan that day made it clear to Lu Jinchuan what his feelings meant. Besides, any talented girl like Wenwan would attract anyone who isn't blind. Lu Jinchuan was momentarily stunned. Why does he care so much about this? He shook his head and saw Wenwan looking at him with curious eyes. Are you feeling unwell?
No, Lu Jinchuan coughed awkwardly.
Well, Wenwan leaned in and whispered, Uncle Lu, I have two. No, several of these high-quality ginsengs, so you don't need to worry. There's no need to feel sorry. Lu Jinchuan was speechless. All right, he wasn't worried. If you need anything, just tell me, Wenwan said confidently, lifting her chin. I'm really good at finding ginseng. Lu Jinchuan smiled helplessly. Do you think these ginsengs are like carrots in the field? There's a place in these mountains where ginseng grows a lot, Wenwan whispered. To avoid attracting attention, she secretly plants some seeds in the mountains every time she goes in. Those seeds are carefully nurtured inside her spirit kitchen, much better than the vegetables she used to grow in her yard. They grow quickly once planted in the mountains. She just doesn't know if Zhu Dongming is unlucky or what, but he never found them. Even if he did, they wouldn't be as good as the ones in her spirit kitchen. Are you hungry? Wenwan saw his helpless expression and knew she had misunderstood. She hurriedly said, Come on, let's go home, and I'll cook something delicious for you. What are we eating? Lu Jinchuan lazily followed behind. What do you want to eat? Wenwan smiled. Cold noodles? Dumplings? Or spicy noodles? Or steamed bread? Wenwan listed several options in one breath. Lu Jinchuan wanted to say he wanted to eat all of them. Finally, I decided to make hand-pulled noodles with meat sauce, along with yesterday's cold meat dish. I also prepared a cucumber salad and bean sprouts with spinach. There are 4 cold dishes and 2 hot dishes, making a total of 6 dishes. When we get in the car, we bring dumplings. When we get out, we eat noodles. After all, today is the day the new son-in-law visits. Before coming to Shaanxi, Lu Jinchuan didn't usually eat much bread-based food. Now, unconsciously, he has started to like noodles, especially warm noodles, with meat sauce. I made meat sauce with tofu, stir-fried tomatoes until they turned into a thick juice, then added water and brought it to a boil. Dried yellow flowers, daylilies, were soaked and chopped into small pieces. Wood ear mushrooms were sliced, mixed with diced carrots and 2 types of meat sauce. I cooked the hand-pulled noodles, then rinsed them with cold water to make them more chewy. When pouring the soup, I sprinkled chopped chives into the pot and drizzled chili oil on top. The aroma could be smelled from far away. The sour and salty noodles with thick sauce are very appetizing. The colorful, white, red, and green soup with meat sauce makes people want to eat several bowls. Today, Zhao invited Wen Yufu to join us. The 2 of them drank wine and chatted happily, feeling very warm and cozy. Meanwhile, Wenwan prepared a table of delicious food to host Lu Jinchuan, the new son-in-law. But at Wenwan's wedding, something went wrong. How can it not be enough? Wen Fengqi looked a bit upset. Maybe to show off against Wenwan, Wenwan's wedding was attended by everyone in the village. Nowadays, when giving a gift, the whole family usually comes to the feast. Wen Fengqi had ordered enough ingredients, but now, surprisingly, there wasn't enough food prepared. The cook said angrily, "You need to ask if you bought enough weight according to the list I gave you." "What do you mean?" "I said I was going to buy the ingredients, but your family insisted on buying it themselves, afraid I might take advantage," the cook said unhappily. "But what was bought isn't enough." "Impossible," Wen Fengqi said. "How could it be less?" "Go get a scale and weigh it," the cook suggested. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but when he was cooking the ribs, he realized they were missing about 7 or 8 jin, around 3.5 kilograms. The cook, being cautious, roughly weighed other meats and vegetables by hand. Although he didn't use a scale, his many years of experience told him they definitely hadn't bought enough. Before cooking, he called Wen Fengqi over and explained the situation so that if the ingredients ran out, it wouldn't be his fault for not preparing enough. Wen Fengqi let out a loud shout. Wen Chang shrank back and asked, "Dad, what do you want me to do?" "What do you mean?" Wen Fengqi saw his expression and knew the cook was right. The missing or shorted food was definitely stolen by Wen Chang. He remembered promising the cook he would buy the ingredients properly, but Wen Chang said he would go himself, fearing the cook might steal some money. But it turned out that thieves are hard to guard against. "What should we do now?" Wenwan was a bit angry and grabbed Wen Chang, hitting him. "I'll beat you to death." "Enough," Wen Fengqi said angrily to the cook. "Think of a way. Can you get more vegetables? At worst, use less meat. Even the vegetables are less." He shook his head. "If not, we can just reduce the portions a bit and remove 2 dishes. Later, we can mix them with other dishes. There's no other choice." The cook felt regretful. He wished he hadn't taken this job, especially since it damaged his reputation. "Return the money to me," Wenwan said, grabbing Wen Chang. "Give back the money you stole. That was her wedding money." "It's all spent," Wen Chang said, pulling away from Wenwan. "Are you crazy? Are you obsessed with money? You stole my money and hit me," Wenwan said angrily, pointing at Wen Chang. "Don't come to me for help anymore." "Everyone shut up. Are you still not ashamed?" Wen Fengqi glared at both of them angrily and spoke to the cook. "It's you. Do whatever you can." The cook sighed and accepted it. But comparing it to yesterday's meal at the base cafeteria, no matter how well he cooked today, it didn't seem enough. Wenwan glared angrily at Wen Chang, but there was something even more upsetting. Lu Guoji's children had been sent here at this time. When they arrived, the banquet had just ended. Wenwan was wearing a red dress, standing with Lu Guoji among the leaders from the cement factory. The 2 children looked tired and dirty. When they saw Lu Guoji, they cried and ran to him, hugging his leg and shouting, "Dad, we finally found you." At first, Lu Guoji didn't recognize them. He thought they were two dirty little beggars asking for food. Hearing their crying and seeing them hugging him, he finally realized, "How did you come here?" He looked around but did not see the person his mother mentioned who was supposed to bring the children. "Grandma sent us on the train and handed us over to someone to take care of," daughter Lu Yuming said, crying. "That person got off the train and left. Grandma also gave them some money and told them to wait until they got off the train, saying Lu Guizhi would come to pick them up. But when they got off, where was Lu Guizhi?" At the station, Lu Jiaming's money was stolen, but luckily she had some money hidden on herself, so they didn't go hungry. "Dad, we almost didn't get to see you." Lu Yuming cried even harder when she thought of this. "Did something happen at home?" Lu Guizhi asked. That day, he had a fight with Wenwan and was reported by the cement factory workers. He had been busy with that the past few days. If he hadn't married Wenwan, he probably would have lost his position as director, so he didn't call home. "My little aunt ran away with someone," Lu Jiaming whispered. Grandpa was so angry he had to go to the hospital, and Grandma is still looking for her. Lu Guizhi also felt worried. His sister was really too irresponsible. "Don't worry, from now on, you will stay with Dad," Lu Guizhi said, patting his son. "Wenwan, take the children to wash up and get something to eat." Right now, he needed to send off the leaders from the cement factory and the base. The two children looked shyly at Wenwan. "Okay, Guizhi, you can rest assured that the children are in my care," she said gently, waving to the kids. "I am your new mom. Come on, let's go wash up and have some food." Jiaming frowned, about to speak, but Lu Yuming pulled her back and softly said to Wenwan, "Thank you." Nearby leaders nodded and praised Lu Guizhi. After all, these children are from the capital, so polite. Lu Guizhi's smile grew wider. "Yes, they are very well behaved. Such young children to travel alone to find you shows great courage," said a leader from the base, giving a thumbs up. "They are very smart." "Thank you, Uncle," Lu Yuming said sweetly. "Dad works very hard to earn money for us." Wow, even the villagers thought this girl was very sensible. No wonder she was a city kid. Wenwan also thought so. When she happily led the two children into the house to wash up, she saw the originally sweet little girl look at her family's wash basin with dislike. "This basin is too dirty. I don't want to use it."
Wenwan smiled gently.
"I just washed it with laundry soap earlier." Lu Yuming pointed at the red double happiness porcelain basin from Wenwan's dowry.
"I want to use that to wash."
"That's already packed away. We'll use it when we get to the new house," Wenwan said reluctantly. "You're probably hungry. Hurry up and wash, so you can go eat." Lu Yuming pouted and blinked at Lu Jiaming. Lu Jiaming looked at Wenwan's towel with disgust. "This towel smells funny. It's too dirty." He added, "Your house is so dirty." Wenwan's face immediately looked upset. Just then, Lu Yuming quickly ran to grab the new porcelain basin and the red towel. "Brother, let's use this to wash. You two are too dirty. You'll dirty the basin and towel," Wenwan said with some annoyance. The two children's faces were dirty, and Wenwan was reluctant to use her new towel on them. Before she finished speaking, Lu Yuming suddenly started crying loudly, "Dad, Dad, I want Dad." The 7 or 8-year-old's crying was so loud it seemed like the roof might come off. Lu Guizhi had just sent the leader into the yard when he heard his daughter's heart-wrenching cry. He hurried over. "Yu, what's wrong?" "Dad is here. She's bullying us," Lu Yuming pointed at Wenwan, tears welling up. "Dad, shouldn't we have come here?" Lu Guizhi's heart clenched painfully. "No, it's not." He quickly hugged his daughter. "Don't talk nonsense." Wenwan was almost speechless. Did she say anything wrong? No. She just thought the kids' faces were too dirty and that washing with their own basin and towel was enough. Was that really wrong? But the little girl cried, as if Wenwan had hit her. "I didn't," Wenwan hurriedly explained. "I just wanted them to wash their faces quickly and eat." "No, you don't want us to use the new basin and towel because you think we're dirty," Lu Jiaming said. "Dad, their things are even dirtier and smell terrible," Lu Yuming whispered carefully in Lu Guizhi's arms. "I didn't." Wenwan wanted to explain, but she was ruthlessly interrupted by Lu Guizhi. "That's enough, stop talking." Dad will take you to wash your face. After saying that, he took the unused face basin and towel that Wenwan had just bought and helped his children wash their faces and hands. Wenwan was speechless. Was she seeing things? Just now, it seemed like she saw the two children looking at her and laughing mockingly. What are you standing there for? Lu Guoji looked at Wenwan with a frown. Hurry up and get something for the kids to eat. She had no sense of awareness at all. Oh, I'll go right now, Wenwan replied, snapping out of her daze. We'll just eat a little, Lu Yuming said shyly, looking at Wenwan. Just give us something simple. How can that work? Lu Guoji said sternly. You're still young and growing. You need proper food. He then turned to Wenwan and said, check if there's any meat left, and prepare something good for them. Wenwan felt bitter inside. Because Wen Chong, wanting to save money, bought many things cheaply, and the cook used almost everything to make the meals look decent. Not only was there little meat left, but probably no green vegetables or leaves either. Still, she gritted her teeth and responded, then went to the backyard. Dad, this new mom doesn't seem to like us, Lu Yuming whispered. Wenwan almost lost her balance. Dad, Lu Jiaming said with a serious face, can we not call her mom? I don't want to forget our real mom. Okay, Lu Guoji finally agreed, seeing the hopeful looks in his children's eyes. Her surname is Wen, so we can call her Aunt Wen, Lu Yuming said sweetly. All right, Lu Guoji replied. It was just a name, Wenwan probably wouldn't mind too much. When Wenwan learned about the two ungrateful children, she was stunned at first, then she smiled. It was just right. From now on, Wenwan and Lu Guoji probably wouldn't have the energy to look for her anymore. On September 1st, universities across the country started their new semester. Zhou Yanni's school was a few days late to start. Recently, she had been busy preparing things for school and dealing with food supplies. She also went to the county town to buy clothes. When she returned with big and small bags, she happened to meet Wenwan and Hu Xiaoling, who were heading to the county town. Warm, Zhou Yanni called out to Wenwan, glancing at her light green floral dress. I'll be going to Kyoto in a few days. Wenwan looked at her calmly and smiled. I know. You've already told everyone in the village many times. Just a reminder, don't think marrying Lu Jinchuan means you can do whatever you want, she said angrily. From now on, I'll be a Kyoto person, eating official grain. Women rely on themselves, not others, Zhou Yanni said with a smile. Don't you agree? Yes, I agree, Wenwan nodded seriously. I hope you remember that too. Zhou Yanni choked on her words. Whether Wenwan truly didn't understand or was pretending, she thought Wenwan was just holding up bravely. In the future, we might be from two different worlds, Zhou Yanni said regretfully. Of course, if you could apologize to me in front of everyone, I might forgive you. What do I need your forgiveness for? Wenwan said, feeling Zhou Yanni was crazy. We're already from two different worlds. Whether I forgive you or not, what difference does it make? You're so rude. Zhou Yanni looked at her with disgust. You really have no education or manners. Just say what you want, Wenwan replied. I'm busy. I'll be a college student soon, Zhou Yanni said with a pout, trying to show off. But Hu Xiaoling, who had long disliked her, interrupted, if Wenwan hadn't given you that spot, you wouldn't be anything. Don't be so proud here. How shameless. You, Zhou Yanni pointed at Hu Xiaoling, it's your jealousy. You'll never leave this broken place. Sorry to disappoint you, Wenwan smiled. Haven't you heard? The National College entrance exam is coming back soon. She looked at Zhou Yanni with sympathy. You're part of the last group of workers, farmers, and soldiers to take it. Cherish this opportunity. You're talking nonsense, Zhou Yanni didn't believe Wenwan. You're just jealous. Let's go. Wenwan took Hu Xiaoling's hand. Today, they needed to go to the county to pick up new materials from Wang Chongxue and also bring back the women's bicycle Lu Jinchuan ordered for her. They didn't have time to waste with Zhou Yanni, this crazy girl. Did you hear? They're talking about restoring the college entrance exam? No way, Zhou Yanni said with a smile to a few girls nearby. They must be crazy about going to university. If the college entrance exam is restored, it would be awkward for their group, since many of the students who got in through recommendations lack real skills. Zhou Yanni spat in frustration and boasted about her new clothes bought in the county. Isn't it supposed to be good that Wenhua got married? Why is there no car to go to the county?
Zhou Yanni moked.
No four wheels, even a two-wheeled bicycle would do.
Exactly.
With this weather, walking to the county would make you sweat all over, said one girl who was close to Zhou Yanni. And I haven't seen Captain Lu around these days. She still lives at her parents' house, as if she's not married, another girl said. She might as well marry Gordon. Back then, Gordon promised Wenhua the 4 big household items. Why don't you marry him? Someone immediately teased with a smile. Erden was just a troublemaker, and with Go Daxian, the kind of mother-in-law from promising mountains of gold, but it was a dangerous choice to jump into that fire. I'm just saying, the girls said awkwardly. Who gets married and still lives at their parents' house? Really? Zhou Yanni asked curiously. Aren't newlyweds supposed to be very close? They don't even sleep together. Could it be that Wenhua is disliked? No wonder the elders say you should marry someone from a good family. What kind of person is Captain Lu that he would like Wenhua? Another girl added. That can't be. Zhou Yanni covered her mouth. Wenhua is so pitiful. Yanni, you're so kind. The girl shook her head. Maybe Wenhua used some sneaky tricks, like Wenwan, to make Captain Lu marry her. That's possible, Zhou Yanni nodded thoughtfully. If I were her, I wouldn't be happy about it. So, she still doesn't even have a bicycle, the girl mocked. With Captain Lu's status, buying her a bicycle would be easy. Exactly, the other girls nodded in agreement. She didn't even have a tricycle or a small cart at her wedding. The girls all nodded in agreement. They still envied her, thinking she might at least get a warm gift like a TV or radio. But on the day Worm married, she had nothing. If she truly wanted to marry Worm, why wouldn't she prepare some gifts? Lu Jinchuan was not the kind of person without money or connections. So, when Worm went to the county town to get the car, rumors started under the willow tree at the entrance of Sancha village. People said Worm was living in Sancha village because she used unfair means to force Lu Jinchuan to marry her, and now Lu Jinchuan was tired of her. Just a few days after the wedding, her husband was already tired of her. What would her life be like in the future? Some people worried. Others enjoyed watching her misfortune. This car is so beautiful, Hu Xiaoling said happily. I've never seen such a nice bicycle before. A pink women's bicycle. In this era, owning a bicycle was already impressive. A pink women's bicycle like this was hard to find, not just in the county, but even in the provincial city. Your Captain Lu is really great, Hu Xiaoling continued to praise. Come on, try riding it, the shop assistant said with a smile. See how the height feels? When the bicycle was delivered, everyone wondered who was lucky enough to ride such a bike. They thought it might belong to a local leader's wife or child, but it turned out to be a girl from the countryside. Of course, no one looked down on Worm because she was from the countryside. In fact, they respected her more. After all, someone who could get such a bike was extraordinary. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful bike, said a stylish girl at that moment. It even matches my outfit today. How much is this? Asked a man wearing glasses who came with her. Sorry, this bike already has an owner, the shop assistant apologized. The man with glasses looked at Worm, then at the girl beside him. The girl smiled confidently and said to Worm, Can you sell me this bike? I'll pay double the price. Having lived twice, Worm had never seen anyone so brazen, wanting to take something that wasn't theirs and saying it so confidently. In the kitchen, there are so many ginseng and delicious fruits and vegetables. She can easily exchange them for a few thousand yuan. Moreover, this bicycle was arranged by Lu Jinchuan for her. It was the first gift he gave her after their wedding. Lu Jinchuan originally wanted to surprise Wenwan, but he was assigned a last-minute task, so he gave her the bike voucher to pick up herself. She didn't expect to encounter such a situation. The girl was surprised, looked at Wenwan, smiled, and the man with glasses beside her advised, If you sell this bike to us, it's enough to buy 3 bikes over there. Bikes are just tools for getting around, the man said with a smile. You could use this money to buy other things you need more. His meaning was clear. Yes, Wenwan nodded with a smile. Just as the man thought she would agree, she said, "Since it's just a tool for getting around, you can go over there and choose one." She then told the clerk, "I want to try riding it." After saying that, she pushed the bike to the open space at the door, rode around twice, then stopped. "It's a little low. Could you help me raise it a bit? Your legs are long, and this bike is designed for an average girl," the clerk said as he quickly adjusted the seat higher. "Here are the purchase papers. Keep them safe," she said with a smile. "If you want to buy a bike or other things in the future, you can come find me." "Thanks." When Nguyen stored the receipt and keys, then got on the bike and said to Hu Xiaoling beside her, "Get on. I'll carry you home." "This is a new bike," Hu Xiaoling hesitated. "How much did it cost? What if I damage it?" "Come on, the bike is for use," when Nguyen smiled. Behind her, the man adjusted his glasses and said to the girl next to him, "Maybe I should go to the provincial city in a few days and look for one for you." "No need, cousin," the girl shook her head. "I'll think of another way then." After saying that, she looked in the direction when Nguyen left. She didn't expect such a beautiful girl to be in this small place. When Nguyen hadn't ridden a bike in many years, she was a bit worried at first, and with Hu Xiaoling riding behind her, she felt even more nervous. As they rode out of the town, the road gradually became less crowded, and she finally relaxed. "Do you want to try?" Wenwen asked Hu Xiaoling. Startled, Hu Xiaoling quickly waved her hands. "I dare not."
Please spare me.
She doesn't even dare to ride a two-wheel bike. In the village, Zhou Yani was showing off her watch to her friends. This was a gift from Wen Fengqi for school. She had just told her friends about it on her way home, making Zhou Yani very happy. Although the watch was secondhand, she heard Wen Fengqi traded it with someone else. Otherwise, with their means, it would be impossible for them to buy a watch, especially a butterfly-style women's watch. "Now it's 5:10 p.m., Zhou Yani proudly announced. "From now on, I can check the time when I wake up and during class, so I won't miss anything." "This watch is really pretty," said a girl enviously. "Yani, you'll be a city girl now, but don't forget us." "Don't worry, I won't," Zhou Yani replied. "If you need anything in the future, come find me. I'll help if I can." Suddenly, someone pointed nearby and said, "Look, who's riding that beautiful bicycle?" A few families in the village had bicycles, all black two-wheel bikes. But the bicycle far away was pink, and it didn't look like a regular bike. It was perfect for girls to ride. "That seems to be Wen," a girl exclaimed. "It looks like Wen." "I think she's carrying Hu Xiaoling behind her," another shouted. "Oh my, I've never seen a pink bicycle before." Everyone looked on with envy as Wen rode toward the village with Hu Xiaoling behind her. Zhou Yani's face immediately darkened. Even her watch didn't seem appealing anymore. Someone said before that Wen offended Captain Liu and couldn't even buy a 3-turn bell. A girl mocked.
TSK.
"This kind of bicycle is probably the only one in our county." "You don't know," another girl, who worked temporarily in the county, said. "Bicycles like this need to be reserved long in advance." The girls' envy grew louder as they watched Wen and Hu Xiaoling approach.
Zhou Yani klanchet her titi nenger. What's so special about that?
Her abilities are limited to this small place forever. She will always be just a village girl. A few words made the other girls present also feel insulted. Although they didn't want to turn against her, they were a little angry. "Wen, is that your bicycle? It's so beautiful." When Wen approached, several girls gathered around her. Zhou Yani stomped her feet in anger. Who knows what tricks she used to get it? "Step aside, step aside." Wen ruthlessly rode past her, nearly hitting Zhou Yani. She was so angry, she wanted to curse. But Wen didn't care about her temper. She turned her bike toward Zhou Yani and said, "The best at using tricks in the whole village is probably your mother."
What?
"Have you learned her skills too?" She sneered as she looked at the watch on her wrist. "So now she even wears a watch." Hu Xiaoling was the first to laugh uncontrollably. Soon everyone else started laughing too. "You." Zhou Yani wanted to curse, but Wen's bike suddenly sped toward her, making her scream in fright. When she finally calmed down, Wen had already ridden away with Hu Xiaoling. She was so angry she started cursing behind her, but she accidentally fell flat on the ground, scraping her lips and causing a big, ugly bruise. She wanted to settle scores with Wenwan, but with so many eyes watching, she knew she had fallen because of her own mistake. The only comfort was that in a few days, she would go to university, and it would be in Kyoto. However, the day before leaving, Zhou Yani was proudly saying goodbye to the village girls when they saw a young worker from the village run back excitedly. He was shouting as he ran, "The college entrance exam is coming back. The college entrance exam is coming back." Could he be crazy? "Zhou Zhouquan, what's wrong with you?" Another young worker quickly stopped him and asked in disbelief, "You mean, the college entrance exam is really coming back?" "My family just wrote me a letter," he said, crying and hugging his shoulders. "They said the college entrance exam is coming back. We might have a chance to go back to the city." Zhou Yani's head buzzed loudly. She couldn't hear anything around her, only saw the two young men hugging each other, crying and laughing at the same time. Her eyes narrowed, and she fainted from anger. News of the return of the college entrance exam spread quickly throughout Sancha village. Some people were happy, others worried. The next day, Zhou Yani was taken to the county by Guaonchin with her eyes swollen. Then she took a bus to the provincial city and finally a train to Kyoto. "Don't worry, the exam isn't that easy," Guaonchin comforted Zhou Yani. "It's unlikely someone who didn't finish elementary school can pass. Just focus on studying well." "Mom, I just can't accept it," Zhou Yani said angrily. "All right, you need to change this temper when you're in college. Remember what I tell you," Guaonchin said. "A woman should find a good husband. Everything else is useless." Tears welled up in Zhou Yani's eyes, and she nodded. "Okay, wait here for the bus." "I'm going back now," Guaonchin said. After getting married, Wenwan's life was chaotic. It could be described as a mess. After the wedding, she finally got into her dream car and moved into the family apartment at Lu Guiji's base with him and his twin children. Their 3-story family building had a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment on the top floor. Wenwan was very happy with the layout. Rural folks dream of living in a house with a bathroom, and now she had achieved that. But when Lu Guiji went to work, Wenwan's troubles began. She never expected that the seemingly well-behaved twins would become so naughty after Lu Guiji left. They threw things around, said they were hungry all the time, and complained that her cooking was bad. They found all sorts of ways to pick fights with her. At first, Wenwan was patient and tried to soothe them, but they became more and more unruly. They even locked her in her room while she was sleeping. When she opened her face cream bottle, she found it was filled with Lu families. Furious, she grabbed a broom to hit them. Coincidentally, Lu Guiji came home at that moment and saw everything. No matter how Wenwan explained, Lu Guiji refused to believe her. They argued loudly. Wenwan felt wronged and upset, and Lu Guiji was also very annoyed. She had hoped to have a hot meal when he returned, but the house was cold and empty, with not even a drop of water to drink. "I am reminded of a strange dream I once had." In the dream, he didn't marry Wenwan but married Wenwen. Their 2 children were well-behaved and obedient. Wenwen always managed everything perfectly when he returned home, even preparing his slippers and filling the bathwater in advance. Lu Guiji had no worries in life and was doing well at the cement factory. Later, after the reform and opening up, they started a food business together, becoming among the first to explore new opportunities. Their twins also successfully got into famous universities. Everyone admired him. His wife was beautiful and kind, and his children were obedient. But in real life, Wenwan kept criticizing the children, which made Lu Guiji feel annoyed. "Can't you be a little more patient?" he said angrily. "Why did I marry you? You're just here to take care of my 2 kids." Wenwan was stunned. "And look at the house. What does it look like? What do you do all day? Don't you know how to clean up?" Lu Guiji pointed at the messy floor, angry. "I know I should clean, but can I do it all?" Wenwan felt wronged and started crying. "I clean in front, but they throw things behind me. Can't you just talk to them properly?" Lu Guiji frowned. "They're still young and need you to explain things, not hit them with a broom." "Yes, Grandma never hit us," Lu Yuming, with red eyes and feeling wronged, tugged at Lu Guiji's sleeve. Dad, can you take us back to Grandma's place? We don't want to live with this bad woman, she said tearfully, tears falling like beads. She always bullies me and my brother when you're not home. Sniff, sniff. When Wan was about to explode with anger, Lu Guizhi, however, just glared at her and told the children, let's go. Dad will take you to the cafeteria for dinner. Anyway, when Wan hadn't cooked at home. When Wan started to speak, but Lu Jiaming already shut the door. Before closing it, he stuck out his tongue at her. When Wan almost fainted from anger. Guisher, she opened the door and spoke to Lu Guizhi at the staircase, sounding upset. You have a day off tomorrow. Let's go home together. Since the day they got married and moved here, Lu Guizhi had been busy at work, leaving her and the twins at home. They still haven't gone back to their family. Let's talk about it when I come back, Lu Guizhi said impatiently as he took the kids and left. Only when one was left staring blankly at the messy house. But she couldn't stay like that for long. She needed to quickly tidy up the house while Lu Guizhi was out, or else he might get upset if he came home and saw it messy. Although she was angry, Wenwan didn't want others to see her upset. She cleaned the house thoroughly, even made some food to fill everyone up, but Lu Guizhi still didn't come back. By now, the cafeteria was already closed. Wenwan went outside to look around but couldn't find Lu Guizhi or the children. She started to feel worried. What if Lu Guizhi took the kids back to the city and left her behind? Meanwhile, Lu Guizhi was at the town's east restaurant with the two children eating. Opposite them sat Zhou Yani, waiting for the bus to the provincial city. Aunt Yani, you look so pretty, Lu Yuming said sweetly. You look pretty too, Zhou Yani said shyly, glancing at Lu Guizhi and praising Lu Yuming. You're so well-behaved. She then asked, why did you come to the town for dinner? Where's Wenwan? Lu Guizhi's face darkened immediately. Zhou Yani patted Lu Yuming's head and said, when you go back to the city, or when I come back, I'll take you to play, okay? Really? Lu Yuming tilted her head and looked at Lu Guizhi. Yes, Lu Guizhi replied. Lu Yuming grinned happily. This aunt looked pretty and generous. She had just given her and her brother each a big white rabbit candy. And she seemed to like their dad very much, judging by her eyes. Back in the city, she and her brother often received kindness from these aunts. She had been used to this since she was 4. Director Lu, I'll go now, Zhou Yani said, standing up reluctantly. Children at this age need a lot of care. They are so adorable. You must treat them well. If you need any help, just let me know. Annie, Lu Guizhi sighed. I'll take you to the station. He told the two children to wait at the restaurant, then drove Lu Guizhi to the long-distance bus station entrance. Director Lu. Annie, we're so familiar now. Just call me by my name, Lu Guizhi said. Thanks for helping me calm the kids today.
Guizhi.
Don't say that. Annie shyly looked at Lu Guizhi, feeling a bit reluctant.
Well,
I'll get off first. Okay, Lu Guizhi nodded. When Annie got out of the car, he rolled down the window and gently said, go inside. I'll watch you. Shy, Annie said, you go ahead. The kids are still waiting for you. I'll watch you leave first. You go in first. I'll wait until you buy your ticket before I leave, Lu Guizhi replied. They kept insisting on letting each other go first, staying close and clingy for a while. Finally, Annie kept looking back as she entered the station. Lu Guizhi waited a moment, ready to drive away, but saw Annie hanging her head and walking out. He honked the horn, and Annie, excited and happy, ran toward him. Guizhi, what should I do? The last bus to the provincial city has already left, Annie said, a little upset. My train ticket is for tomorrow afternoon. If I can't get to the city today, I'll miss the train. Actually, she had just missed the last bus to the city when she arrived. She stood there waiting for a while until the bus left, then finally left the station. She was gambling, hoping that even if Lu Guizhi wasn't at the station entrance, she could pretend to meet them by chance at the town east restaurant. But to her surprise, Lu Guizhi was still sitting in the car, waiting for her. At the same time, Annie felt very happy inside. This showed that she was different in Lu Guizhi's heart. Don't worry, Lu Guizhi thought for a moment. You get in the car first. I'll drive you to the city later. Really? Annie was first very happy, then shyly said, Won't that be awkward? It's already late, and you have to work tomorrow, plus the two kids. It's okay. It's a good chance for them to relax. Lu Guoji opened the car door and said, I have a day off tomorrow. Thank you so much, Zhou Yan and I said with admiration. There's no need to be so polite, he replied. After that, he drove to the Dongjin Hotel and ordered some dishes for Zhou Yan and I. Eat first, and after you're done, I will take you there. A pair of twins cheered happily when they heard they could go to the provincial city. No one remembered that Wenwan was still waiting for them at home. Wenwan tidied up the house and looked outside for a long time but couldn't find Lu Guoji and the two children. In the end, she had to walk back home alone. That night, Lu Guoji did not come back. The next day, he naturally couldn't accompany her to the family visit. In the morning, when she went downstairs to buy vegetables, she overheard a few women chatting. One woman, who was a bit overweight, said, Did you hear? The college entrance exam is about to be restored.
When Juan post.
She listened as another woman said, Yes, I heard. Wang's son is borrowing books and materials everywhere now. Wu's sister-in-law, what do you mean by restoring the college entrance exam? Wenwan asked quietly as she approached. What does that mean? Oh, it means the country is about to restore the college entrance exam, Wu's sister-in-law said with a smile. There will no longer be worker, peasant, soldier universities. Everyone can take the exam based on their own ability. If you pass, you can go to college. My eldest hasn't read a book in many years. I don't know if he can make it. I need to hurry and borrow some books for him, Wu's sister-in-law said, and hurried away. The others who heard this thought for a moment and then dispersed quickly. Wu's sister-in-law's older brother seemed to work in the education system in the provincial city. If she could say this, it meant the news was confirmed. Even if her own family didn't have anyone who could go to college, she knew people who could. Spreading the news now could bring her some benefits. Suddenly, the people who had been gathered around dispersed, leaving Wenwan standing there with her head buzzing. The college entrance exam was being restored? She suddenly remembered that Wenwan had been reading a lot recently. At that time, she thought Wenwan was just pretending to be serious, trying to act proper. Did you already know about the college entrance exam being restored? Wenwan asked with a tense face, walking quickly out of the base. When she reached Sancha village, she saw Wenwan sitting with Hu Shaoling in her yard reading a book. Her anger immediately surged. You knew all along and didn't tell me. Wenwan's eyes turned red. If she had known earlier, she could have prepared sooner. Everyone wants to get into college, right? Even someone who hasn't finished elementary school dares to take the exam. She has finished high school, so what is she afraid of? But she had lost her books for a long time, and at school, she was always busy with sports, never really studying. If she had known this news earlier, she would have prepared better, and her chances would have been higher. People with a bad brain should take medicine, Wenwan said without lifting her eyes. I don't hide things from you, but do you believe me if I tell you? She would think Wenwan is crazy for wanting to go to college. Wenwan choked, her eyes red as she looked at Wenwan. You just don't want me to succeed. You're overestimating yourself. Whether I am doing well or not has nothing to do with you, Wenwan said with a smile. If I were you, instead of worrying about whether I knew the news and didn't tell you, I would think about how to get the materials and study. Of course, if you also want to take the college entrance exam, Wenwan added. But now Lu Guoji's children are here, so he probably would oppose Wenwan taking the exam. Otherwise, who would take care of that pair of ungrateful kids if she went to school? Don't worry, Wenwan said proudly. Our old Lu will definitely get me the materials. Then, congratulations, Wenwan said calmly. And from now on, don't come to me casually. Your face makes me feel sick. You. Wenwan pursed her lips, but her gaze was drawn to the pink bicycle under Wenwan's eaves. This bike. Captain Lu bought it for Wenwan, Hu Shaoling said with a smile. What did Director Lu buy for you? Wenwan was speechless. Oh, by the way, are you coming and going today? I didn't see Director Lu, Hu Shaoling continued. And those two kids, do they call you mom? Wenwan said, None of your business. I'm not their real mom, so I won't tell them to call me that. Wenwan glared at Hu Shaoling. Not only did they not call her mom, but they kept calling her Antwin every day. Antwin, what a plague! Wenwan was about to explode with anger. When Lu Guozhi arrived at the provincial city by car, it was already dark. It was impossible to drive back to the county town that night. Fortunately, he had brought his work ID and everything else he needed when he went out. He decided to stay at the base system's hotel and booked 2 rooms. That night, Zhou Yani and Lu Yuming slept in one room, while he slept with his son in the other. That day, Zhou Yani felt as if she was walking on clouds, happily letting Lu Guozhi make all the arrangements. Early the next morning, someone knocked on the door. I went downstairs to buy some breakfast. I brought it here, he said, setting down the food. I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a little of everything. This is such a big breakfast, Zhou Yani said. He had bought buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding, almost all the common breakfast foods. No problem, since there are many of us, we can all have a bit of each, Lu Guozhi said casually. Then he asked, do you have plans this morning? No, I don't, Zhou Yani shook her head. If she hadn't met Lu Guozhi, she would have been waiting at the train station since last night. Can you take the kids to the park with me this morning? Lu Guozhi asked. Don't worry, I'll watch the time, and I won't miss your train. Sure, Zhou Yani said with a smile. I also like the kids. Besides, it was her first time visiting a park to play. Zhou Yani couldn't help but feel a little excited. That morning, while Wenwan was at home waiting for Lu Guozhi to return, Lu Guozhi was out with Zhou Yani and the twins, rowing boats in the park. What they didn't know was that a reporter from the newspaper was nearby, taking pictures. Seeing them, the reporter thought they were a warm family of 4 and took photos to publish along with an article in the newspaper. The father, son, and Zhou Yani reluctantly saw her off to the train. Lu Yuming watched her go, thinking about how she had softly told him stories last night while sleeping beside him. Dad, it would be so great if Aunt Yani was our new mom, she sighed. No one had ever hugged her so gently before, like a mother. Wenwan, she disliked them. Don't think she was too young to understand. Let's go, Lu Guozhi said, patting her head. He never imagined that the person he would end up marrying would be Wenwan. Lu Yuming lowered her head and cried, saying, we didn't go home last night. Will Antwin be very angry? Lu Guozhi was surprised. He hadn't thought about this before. Yu, Jiaming, Lu Guozhi said to the twins, if she asks, just say that Dad took you to the provincial city to handle some errands. Lu Jiaming looked a bit confused, but Lu Yuming nodded smartly and whispered to Lu Jiaming, that way, Antwin won't be angry. Lu Guozhi looked at his daughter in surprise, not expecting her to be so clever. But he didn't take the children home immediately. Instead, he took them shopping for some clothes at the mall before driving back to the base. By the time they returned, it was already dark, but there were no lights on inside the house. Is Antwin not home? As the door opened, Lu Yuming's voice came in naturally, but she soon let out a scream. She saw Wenwan sitting alone in a dark room, with no lights on. What's wrong? Lu Guozhi quickly turned on the light with a. Wenwan's eyes were a bit uncomfortable, and she shielded her eyes from the light. Where did you go? Wenwan suddenly reacted and hugged Lu Guozhi, crying loudly, I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find you. She was so scared, thinking Lu Guozhi didn't want her and had taken the children away. We just happened to have some work in the provincial city, so I took them along. Lu Guozhi awkwardly loosened Wenwan's grip. Sorry, I didn't tell you. Wenwan then saw the children holding several bags. Lu Guozhi looked at her line of sight and said awkwardly, I bought them a few clothes while I was at it. Seeing Wenwan look over, he added, next time, I'll take you to the provincial city to pick out clothes yourself. You need to try them on to see if they fit. That meant he didn't buy anything for her. Wenwan felt disappointed, but she quickly remembered the college entrance exam and asked, do you know? Yes, Lu Guozhi nodded, I've heard about it before. Then why didn't you tell me? Wenwan asked, her voice rising a little.
Why?
Lu Guozhi smiled and sat down, looking at Wenwan. Do you still want to take the college entrance exam? Wenwan looked at Lu Guozhi in disbelief. Of course I want to take it. If I can pass the college entrance exam, I will become a university student and no longer need to envy Zhou Yan's university for workers, peasants, and soldiers. Since hearing the news, Wenwan locked herself in her room and thought carefully. Even someone who didn't finish elementary school has to take the exam. Why shouldn't I, a high school graduate, try? Wenwan Lu Guoji's face darkened. You are already married. Your duty is to take care of me, the children, and this family. If I go to school, who will take care of the children? Who will manage the household?
Ben Juanajitata, Buti.
There's no but. Lu Guoji stood up and picked up his bag from the floor.
I don't agree.
After saying that, he took a child into the house. Wenwan was left standing there, as if frozen. It's funny. Wenwan told her to find books and materials, and she still thought Lu Guoji would help her find them. But he simply refused to let her take the college entrance exam. Thinking of this, Wenwan's eyes turned red again. After both children had fallen asleep, Wenwan, blushing, reached her hand into Lu Guoji's arms, but he coldly pushed her away, saying, I'm tired. That one sentence made Wenwan's tears fall. Wenwan didn't know about this. After the news about retaking the exam spread, the young people in the village became restless. Some who knew the situation well learned that Wenwan and Hu Xiaoling had already started reviewing early, so they came to borrow study materials. They didn't hold back and lent their own review materials for others to copy. At this time, those who once looked down on Wenwan realized that her studying was actually better than theirs, even those who had attended middle or high school. Especially a few who once mocked Wenwan for not finishing elementary school and dreaming of college. Now they felt ashamed and wished they could hide in a mouse hole. When Lu Jinchuan returned, he happened to see this scene. Wenwan was surrounded by a few young people, explaining problems clearly and fluently. They were quickly taking notes and listening carefully. Suddenly, Wenwan smiled in surprise, then put down her pen and stood up, walking toward the yard. Ah, Jean, you're back. Lu Jinchuan was in another province attending a meeting. He had half a day free, so he bought some clothes for Wenwan. The last time he took her shopping in the city, he remembered her size as well. Now, he was carrying many shopping bags, looking tired but happy. A few young people saw this and quickly said goodbye to Wenwan. As they left, they started whispering. Who says the couple doesn't get along? All these bags are for Wenwan. That bicycle, in our village. Only Wang Yan from the county works in the city, and there's only one. It seems the city has 3, said another girl. That's not a bike, just anyone can buy. Have you noticed? Wenwan's clothes are all so nice, said a girl with a round face, envying. We can't buy such clothes in our county. So, the idea that Lu Jinchuan is tired of Wenwan is completely wrong. Captain Lu probably just came back from a business trip, said an older boy. It looks like he didn't go home. So, does that mean Wenwan married, and then went to her parents' house to live? If the man isn't home, can't she come back to visit her blind grandmother? And Lu Jinchuan probably knows this too, or he wouldn't come here right after returning. Did I disturb you? Lu Jinchuan smiled and followed Wenwan inside.
No, it's fine.
We've already finished talking, Wenwan smiled, looking at the clothes in the bags. Why did you buy so many again? She noticed that she bought 3 of everything: coats, skirts, sweaters, pants. Wenwan had always been curious about this. Before they married, Lu Jinchuan took her shopping and bought 3 of each item, even underwear. Isn't it supposed to be 1 to wear, 1 to wash, and 1 to change? Lu Jinchuan sat down to drink water. Who told you that? Wenwan asked, confused. And last time we went shopping in the city, I saw you still had a note? That was from my cousin. Lu Jinchuan smiled. I didn't know what kind of clothes girls like, so I asked her. Although Xiao Yanin is a technical engineer, she also loves collecting beautiful clothes. She has a special walk-in closet in Kyoto filled with clothes she likes. Later, she got married and, due to her busy work, came here. She wore her work uniform all day. When Lu Jinchuan asked her, Xiao Yanin was very happy. She immediately took out a piece of paper and listed the types of warm clothes she knew. Buy 3 of each kind, like jackets. You can choose 3 different styles, Xiao Yanin said. Won't that be too many? Lu Jinchuan asked, but Xiao Yanin looked down on him. A woman's wardrobe is never short of clothes. She never thinks she is too many. She had seen Worm's clothes, which were washed so often they looked faded. Besides, you need to wear one, wash one, and keep one in case of accidents. Xiao Yanin waved her hand. Just listen to me. Lu Jinchuan remembered this advice well. No matter what clothes he bought, he would buy 3 of each. You don't need to buy so many, Wenwan said softly. I still have the clothes I bought last time. There aren't many, Lu Jinchuan replied. You can just wear them alternately. Wenwan looked at the clothes on the bed. Is that really not many? I'll go make you some food, she said, not continuing the topic. She went to the kitchen first to prepare hot water in a basin for him to wash up, then started cooking. This morning, Xiaoling and I picked some dandelions from the mountain, Wenwan said with a smile. We were going to make dandelion dumplings for lunch, but you caught us. Although autumn dandelions are not as tender as in early spring and may taste a bit bitter, after accumulating nutrients through spring and summer, they are more nutritious. Especially now, with dry weather and prone to heat, eating dandelions or drinking their root water is very good. The dough was prepared earlier. She blanched the cleaned dandelions, squeezed out the water, chopped them, and made wild vegetable dumplings. Wenwan prefers to use pork belly for better flavor. She chopped the pork belly and mixed it with an egg, stirring in one direction. Then she added the chopped dandelions, along with chopped green onions, and she poured hot oil over it, and with a sizzling sound, the aroma quickly filled the yard. After washing up, Lu Jinchuan saw Wenwan in the kitchen, stirring the dumpling filling. She was stirring in one direction to help the meat and vegetables blend perfectly. Let me do it, he said, stretching out his long arm to take the basin. Is this right? Worm nodded and started kneading the dough. In the morning, some young people came to read with Wenwan.
Zhao went out to visit someone.
Unexpectedly, she returned to find Lu Jinchuan back, and she was very happy. She also remembered the rumors in the village and wished she could bring those people over to open their eyes. Her granddaughter and grandson-in-law had a good relationship. The old lady looked at the 2 people making dumplings in the kitchen, smiled again, and went out. Soon, she brought a few older women over, claiming they came to dig some chives in the yard. But their eyes kept staring into the kitchen. TSK, it's really a close relationship. When Wenwan returned to the village, she saw these women gossiping at the village entrance. Seeing her come back, someone curiously asked, Wenwan, why did you come alone? Where's your son-in-law? He's very busy at work, working overtime lately. Wenwan smiled, greeted everyone, and was about to leave. But then a woman said he's busy, but he shouldn't let you go back alone, right? It's been many days since they got married, and it seems her new son-in-law hasn't visited the family. Still returning empty-handed. Grandma Wang, I have something to do today, so I'll come back in the afternoon. It doesn't count as a visit, Wenwan explained patiently and left. Lu Guizhi had been busy until late every day. At home, she was always arguing with the twins. The worst part was that when Lu Guizhi came back, they would complain to him. But Wenwan had learned to be smart now. She just silently shed tears of grievance, without saying a word. At night, she used some tricks to attract Lu Guizhi's attention. Unless Lu Guizhi wasn't a man, how could he not be moved when his wife was lying beside him? Sure enough, in the past 2 days, Lu Guizhi's attitude toward her improved a lot. Wenwan didn't complain to Lu Guizhi but kept apologizing, saying she was still young and didn't know how to raise children because she hadn't been a mother before. But she promised to do her best. Later, whenever Lu Yuming or Lu Guizhi complained, Lu Guizhi would say that Lu Yuming was immature. Then Wenwan told him she wanted to visit the village, and Lu Guizhi agreed. He refused to find her books, but she was determined to take the college entrance exam. She never had the chance before, but now that the opportunity was in front of her, she had to try. She wanted to go home and find her old school books. She got married the day before yesterday, and they haven't even gone back home. The village women started talking after she left. Wenwan's son-in-law not only came to visit and took a lot of things, but this time he brought back big and small packages. Who says the couple has a bad relationship? They're doing fine. Mom, where did you put my old books? Wenwan didn't realize that the villagers were comparing her to Wenwan. She searched her room for a long time but couldn't find the books, so she went to the next room and asked Wang Xianhua, "The books I used to study with." They were burned. Wang Xianhua was sewing clothes for Wenqiang and didn't look up. "Burned?" Wenwan shouted sharply. "Those are my textbooks. There's no use keeping them. Better to set them on fire myself." Wang Xianhua glared at Wenwan. "Why are you yelling?" She added, "Why did you come back alone? Where's Guozhi?" "He's busy at work," Wenwan replied irritably. "You didn't come back for your wedding either." Wang Xianhua looked at Wenwan angrily. "Our family is almost drowned in the villagers' gossip." "Drowned? That's not because of me," Wenwan muttered. "Our family has enough shame without this. Besides, he's so busy every day. What can I do?" Wenwan was also angry. "And those two kids, they're not good. They just know how to cause trouble." Wang Xianhua looked at her. "Do you think being a stepmother is easy?" No wonder Wenwan refused to agree at first. "I never thought those two little ones would be so clever." Wenwan sat on the edge of the Kong. "They act obedient in front of Guozhi, but as soon as he's gone, they cause chaos." She couldn't complain openly, because if she did, Guozhi would definitely turn against her. "Can't you think of a way?" Wang Xianhua sneered with a smile. "I think you're just a bully at home, always yelling at me." "All right, I get it," Wenwan said, just venting her frustration. "Are my books all burned up?" "There's a little left. Go look in the backyard," Wang Xianhua said, then looked at Wenwan. "Are you planning to take the college entrance exam?" "Now everyone in the village is crazy," she shouted. They're all going to Wenwan's house, asking Wenwan for guidance. "Do you think she, who didn't even graduate from elementary school, can really teach?" She was quietly scolding while lighting the fuse. Wenwan had already run to the backyard and found her old school books in a broken box. She quickly flipped through them, relieved to find her high school textbooks still there. "Listen," Wang Xianhua called her as she was about to leave. "You should live well with Guozhi and have another baby to keep his heart close. Don't think about those useless things for now." "Is it really that easy to get into university?" Wang Xianhua sneered. "I think you all are going crazy. Just mind your own business. You don't know anything." Wenwan rolled her eyes. "Are these all the books? I'll take a few first. Keep the rest safe for me. Don't touch them. If you don't take everything, I'll burn them someday." "You really are like my own mother," Wenwan said angrily. "I was bullied by those two little brats over there. If I take these books back, they'll probably destroy them. Do you know how hard it is to find these books now? If you want me to do something good for you, then pack the books properly. When I get into university later, you'll benefit too." Wang Xianhua pursed her lips, wanting to say more but finally swallowed her words. "Keep them safe. If they get wet or damaged, I won't be responsible." Wenwan stomped her foot and placed the books on top of the wardrobe. Having books wasn't enough. She also needed materials. Wenwan thought for a moment and went to Zhu Dongming's house. "Is Brother Dongming at home?" "Wenwan is here," Lu Xiaoyi said calmly. "He's not home. Do you need something?" "I'll come back another day," Wenwan smiled. She then went to visit a few friends she was close to. Two of them didn't want to take the exam. "My family already arranged a marriage for me. We're getting married after the new year, so why bother studying? Besides, when we were in school, we didn't learn much. How could we pass the exam?" One girl, who was planning to take the exam, shook her head when she heard Wenwan wanted to borrow materials. "I need them too. If you want, you can come to my house and copy." It was a joke. Wenwan had finally managed to copy some materials from Wenwan, but what about her? Wenwan felt a bit disappointed, but she couldn't blame others. Materials were very precious now. Asking Wenwan for help? She couldn't bring herself to do that. After thinking for a while, she decided to try her luck at the county bookstore. Maybe she'd find some good books or materials. Once the news was out, everything was snatched up. The bookstore owner shook his head. "You should try looking somewhere else. Your store has the most complete collection in the whole town," Wenwan begged earnestly. "I can't help you," the owner said as he organized the newspapers. Wenwan placed the money on the newspaper. "You probably have more connections than I do. Could you help me buy a few things?" "Miss," the owner pushed the money back to her. "It's really difficult. I can't get what you need. Everyone is asking for information now. If I could get it, I wouldn't be asking you for money, he said with a sad smile and shook his head. Wenwan felt a bit disappointed. Keep the money, the owner reminded her. But in the next second, Wenwan's attention was caught by the newspaper in his hand. Do you want to buy this newspaper? The owner asked. The Provincial Capital Daily. Yes, Wenwan said firmly, staring at a photo on the paper and gritting her teeth. In the photo, a man and a woman are rowing a boat with twin children. The photographer had a good angle. The man looked handsome, and the woman looked gentle. The woman's loving eyes were fixed on the man, full of admiration. What a happy family of four. When was this newspaper published? Wenwan asked, trembling. Today, the owner looked at her strangely. Seeing her staring at the picture, he smiled and said, this photo was probably taken earlier. Wenwan suddenly remembered that a few days ago, Lu Guizhi said he had some work at his unit and took the two kids to the provincial capital to buy some clothes. But they weren't really shopping for clothes. They were probably taking Zhou Yani to university in Kyoto. How she got back, Wenwan didn't know herself. When she returned home, everything was a mess. But this time, Wenwan didn't rush to tidy up like before. She didn't even look at her room. Do you think she's sick? Lu Jiaming asked worriedly. Who cares? Lu Yiming chuckled and whispered a few words into Lu Jiaming's ear. Would that work? Lu Jiaming hesitated. Do you want to go back to Kyoto? Lu Yiming asked. Or do you want to stay here all day with that bad woman? Lu Jiaming quickly shook his head. Here, with their father often away, they had no friends to hang out with. When Zhu Dongming returned home, he heard Lu Xiao say that Wenwan came to see him. He didn't even go back to his family home. This person isn't reliable. No wonder Wenwan didn't want to marry him. She whispered to her son, tell me, how is Wenwan so lucky? That big ginseng, and she just digs it up? Her son had been into the mountains many times, but he had never encountered such good luck. Mom, what exactly are you trying to say? Lu Xiao looked a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, really. I checked into it, Zhu Dongming said. That kind of ginseng can sell for over 3,000 yuan in our town. If you take it to the provincial city or the capital, it could be worth several times more. Really? Yes. We need to give that money back to Wenwan. The ginseng was nearly 100 years old and of very good quality. Mr. Zhang thought the price was a bit low. Over the years, he had been asking around about ginseng prices, and good quality ginseng like Wenwan's was hard to find. So, the price would naturally be high. Also, they didn't know Wenwan had ginseng. If she didn't tell them and sold it, they wouldn't know. Mom, can you stop targeting Wenwan like this? Zhu Dongming said after a moment of silence. You taught us to be grateful and repay kindness since we were young. I was just saying that, Lu Xiao quickly replied. I really like Wenwan, but what about the money? She hesitated. She already said she doesn't want it. Why are you still insisting on paying her back? 3,000 yuan. That's a lot for our family. I know how much Dad received from the work injury compensation, Zhu Dongming said. Don't worry. I will work hard to earn money and support the family. He received 10,000 yuan in compensation. Although several years had passed, the money spent on his father's illness and household expenses was a large sum, but it probably wasn't all used up. It should be enough to pay Wenwan back. Are you planning to use that money to pay Wenwan? Lu Xiao asked anxiously. No, that can't be. That money is for your brother's marriages. And you're about to take the college entrance exam. You can't use that money now, Lu Xiao said, hugging her son. I promise I won't say these bitter words again. Okay? Zhu Dongming pursed his lips. If you're worried that I might get into college and it will add to the family's burden, I can choose not to take the exam. You. Lu Xiao slapped Zhu Dongming across the face in anger. If you don't take the exam, all the hardships your father and I have endured over the years, how will we explain that? Zhu Dongming felt very sad. These days, besides reading books, he went to the mountains hoping to find ginseng. But he never found any. All right, pay back the money, Lu Xiao said angrily, looking at his stubborn face. Tomorrow, I will go get the money to pay Wenjuan. Zhu Dongming's face finally softened. Mom, Thank you. Lu Xiao was really annoyed with him. I will talk to Wenjuan about Wenwan so she can be careful, Zhu Dongming said with a smile. Lu Xiao watched her son's back as he left, shaking her head. Her silly son, Wenjuan was already married, but he still looked at her eagerly every day. When she returned to her room, Zhu Honghai was also awake. Did you hear everything? Yes, Zhu Honghai sighed. It's all my fault for dragging down this family. Dongming is right. We need to pay Wenjuan back. Lu Xiao looked at her husband. Zhu Dongming had his father's stubbornness. I understand, she said angrily to Zhu Honghai. Am I the only bad person in the world? Who am I doing all this for? Just as Zhu Dongming reached Wenjuan's house, he smelled the aroma of food. In the kitchen, under the dim yellow light, Wenjuan was cooking, and Lu Jinchuan sat by the stove, watching the fire. Turn down the heat a little, Wenjuan said, then picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks and offered it to Lu Jinchuan.
Try it and see how it tastes.
Usually, Wenjuan didn't taste her cooking while stir-frying, but she liked to let Lu Jinchuan taste the meat when she was braising it. She always felt that the first bite of braised meat was especially delicious. When Zhu Dongming entered, he saw this scene. Wenjuan was crouching down, feeding Lu Jinchuan with chopsticks. Lu Jinchuan was happily tasting the delicious food on her chopsticks. It's delicious, Lu Jinchuan praised. Rich but not greasy, and the flavor is just right. Wenjuan's smile grew even wider. She turned her head and was surprised to see Zhu Dongming, then smiled. Brother Dongming, you're here. Oh, I came to tell you something, Zhu Dongming said, a little embarrassed. My mom said Wenwan came to borrow books today. I think she wants to take the college entrance exam. Be more careful, she said before hurrying away. Brother Dongming, Wenwan called from behind, I cooked some braised pork. Please take some back to Xiaoming and the others. No, I won't. Zhu Dongming shook his head and quickened his steps. Wenwan chuckled behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Jinchuan staring absent-mindedly toward the door, looking a bit confused. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Jinchuan said, withdrawing his gaze. I'm going to tidy up the table. Even before Zhu Dongming entered the yard, Lu Jinchuan had heard the footsteps. He could have reminded Wenwan when she was feeding him meat, but he didn't, because he wanted Zhu Dongming to see how close they were. Sure enough, Zhu Dongming looked quite upset. Lu Jinchuan's smile grew wider. Wenwan looked at his back with some doubt, feeling that his eyes seemed strange just now. When will Sister Yanin be able to come out? Wenwan asked as she placed the dishes down and spoke to Lu Jinchuan. I plan to make some chicken soup tomorrow. Can you ask someone to deliver it to her? Xiao Yanin was busy with a secret mission and couldn't attend their wedding. Wenwan had been wanting to make something for her for days, but Lu Jinchuan hadn't come back. I wonder if she finished the beef sauce I made? I'll make more tomorrow, and you can take it to her. Okay. Lu Jinchuan nodded and went to call Zhao to eat. Make some extra for me too. Are you going on a mission again? Wenwan asked. No, I just leave some at the office in case I can't come back for a meal, he replied. After tasting Wenwan's delicious cooking, eating bland meals during his business trips was hard to swallow. All right, I'll make some pickled green beans for you, Wenwan said with a smile behind him. The next day, shortly after they arrived at the base, someone knocked on Lu Jinchuan's dorm door. Jinchuan, it's me, a voice called anxiously while knocking. Gao Chengguang, why are you here? Lu Jinchuan opened the door and saw Gao Chengguang looking worried. Where is Xiao Nan? Is she pregnant? Gao Chengguang asked hurriedly. Come in first. Lu Jinchuan stepped aside to let him in, then introduced Wenwan. This is my wife, Wenwan. And this is Gao Chengguang, Xiao Yanin's husband. Brother-in-law, Wenwan greeted. You're married? Gao Chengguang was stunned. Yes, Lu Jinchuan nodded. Did you come directly from your unit in September? If he had returned to Kyoto, he would have known about his marriage. I've been busy with tasks lately, Gao Chengguang said. When I heard Yan Nan was pregnant, I came straight here. Don't blame her, Lu Jinchuan said. You know her personality, and she's in good health now, as is the baby. Really? She's pregnant? Gao Chengguang asked, unable to believe it. I'm going to be a dad? The man was excited, covering his face, then quickly looked up at Lu Jinchuan. This is nonsense. How can she still participate in missions? Jin, are they going to be okay? Wenwan looked worriedly at the two people arguing in the distant office. Should we go in and try to stop them? Because of Gao Chengguang's arrival, Xiao Yanan was forced to leave her closed-off mission. Then the two started arguing inside the office. Gao Chengguang told Xiao Yanan to stop her mission immediately and take good care of the baby, but Xiao Yanan thought he was being unreasonable. It's fine, don't worry about them, Lu Jinchuan glanced at the office. It'll be over soon. Sure enough, after a while, the two came out of the office. But both looked unhappy, probably unable to convince each other. Arrange for someone to send him away, Xiao Yanan said to Lu Jinchuan. I'll ask for leave from my unit to come here and take care of you, Gao Chengguang said. Both spoke almost at the same time. Can your unit grant you leave? Xiao Yanan sneered. Can you put aside your work? Gao Chengguang was speechless. Let's try and see. Who made him marry a wife with such a strong career drive? When Nguyen let out a sigh of relief. The four of them returned to Lu Jinchuan's home. Seeing Miao Rojiang, Xiao Yanan happily hugged the bottle. Oh, I love this so much. The food in the cafeteria was decent, but eating too much gets boring. Luckily, when Nguyen's beef sauce saved the day. Is this healthy? Gao Chengguang asked. You know you're pregnant now, right? Gao Chengguang, can you just shut your mouth? Xiao Yanan glared at him and said to Nguyen, he's low on emotional intelligence and can't speak properly. Don't pay attention to him. I went to buy some vegetables. Let's eat here at noon. Warm nodded, Sister Yanan. What do you want to eat? Braised pork ribs, spicy chicken pieces, steamed fish, and some vegetables. You can pick a few more, Xiao Yanan listed some dishes. Can you manage that? Gao Chengguang smiled. These are all big dishes. Does Warm, a young girl, know how to cook them? I'll see if I can buy some fish later, she said. And I'll also borrow some plates from the cafeteria. She can cook, but Lu Jinchuan doesn't have any plates to serve with. I'll go with you, Lu Jinchuan said. Then he looked at Gao Chengguang. Old Gao, you sit first. After they left, Gao Chengguang chuckled and teased. It's hard to tell. Jinchuan still cares so much about his wife. Who's like you? Xiao Yanan said with a dislike. The only clingy one is your pile of emotionless data. You're not much different, Gao Chengguang said with a smile as he walked over. He tried to hug Xiao Yanan, but she pushed him away. That beef sauce earlier was made by Xiao Nguyen. I'm telling you, be more careful with your words. Don't look down on people. Am I that kind of person? Gao Chengguang held Xiao Yanan in his arms. I'm just worried about our son. Who said it's a son? Xiao Yanan was smiling in his arms, but when she heard that, she got annoyed. What if it's a daughter? You don't want her anymore? Why are you so anxious? I just said it casually, Gao Chengguang replied. Listen, don't bring your old-fashioned ideas about favoring boys over girls here, Xiao Yanan said. If it's a girl and you or your family don't like her or look down on her, we'll get a divorce.
Boo.
Before she finished, Gao Chengguang covered her mouth. After a long while, he let her go. Don't always throw those two words around. When Warm went to the cafeteria to borrow plates, Master Zhao was there too. He happily handed her the plates and even gave her a fish that had just arrived. This fish was originally meant for Comrade Xiao Nguyen today, he said. Then he glanced at Lu Jinchuan nearby and quietly asked Warm, Little Warm, when do you plan to start working? Captain Lu has already investigated the moldy beans, Master Zhao said. We've dismissed the garbage collector. Just follow your arrangements, Warm said with a smile. Captain Lu has granted you marriage leave, so you should rest well for a few days, Zhao Master said, feeling relieved.
How about next Monday?
Sounds good, Wenwan nodded with a smile.
But
feel free to tell me if you have any conditions, Zhao Master said. Wenwan shook her head with a smile. No conditions. I just want to tell you that you might have heard about the return of the college entrance exam? Zhao Master nodded, then looked at her with some doubt. You want to take the exam? Yes, I want to try, Wenwan said with a smile. Please keep this a secret. To others, it seems impossible for someone who didn't finish elementary school to take the exam. Wenwan didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. This is good news. I support it. I must support it, Zhao Master said with a smile. Thank you, Wenwan said gratefully. I knew this girl was good, Master Gu said with a smile from behind. You worry too much. He thought that if Wenwan married Lu Jinchuan, her status and attitude would change, and she wouldn't come to work anymore. Zhao Master looked at Wenwan's back. This girl is not simple. Wenwan took a good plate and went with Lu Jinchuan to the market outside the base to buy some vegetables. On the way, she told Lu Jinchuan about her plans to go to work next week. They had discussed this earlier. Jinchuan, is that really you? Just as they entered the base, a joyful voice suddenly sounded. I thought I was seeing things. Wenwan looked toward the voice and saw a woman dressed in a neat base uniform, standing straight and looking at Lu Jinchuan with happiness. Renli, have you been transferred here? Lu Jinchuan asked. Yes, I just reported yesterday, she said with a smile and a tease. Please take care of me, Captain Lu. Not really, Lu Jinchuan replied calmly. There's probably nothing I need help with. Why are you still the same? Renli chuckled, glancing at Wenwan without hiding her curiosity. I heard you got married? She had just arrived here and was shocked by the news. She wondered what expression the princess of the Gu family would have if she knew Lu Jinchuan was married. Yes, let me introduce her. Lu Jinchuan slightly smiled. This is my wife, Wenwan, and my colleague, Renli. Hello, Renli said with a smile as she shook hands with Wenwan. She looked a bit annoyed at Lu Jinchuan. Is that how you introduce me? It's a pity I am still your old classmate. But this guy is very smart. I only studied with him for 3 years before he skipped grades, Lu Jinchuan chuckled. Renli glanced at what they were holding and said, I won't bother you anymore. Congratulations and happy wedding. Thank you, Wenwan replied with a smile. Watching them leave, Renli smiled self-deprecatingly. She had known about Lu Jinchuan's situation here for a long time and also knew he had no one around him over the years. She had looked for chances to come here, thinking that being close to the water might bring opportunities. Now she thought if he really liked her, he wouldn't have waited until now. They were both orphaned, sharing a kind of mutual sympathy. She shook her head with a smile. Wenwan's dinner completely opened Gao Qingguang's eyes and made him understand why his wife had said those words. Suddenly, there was a sizzling sound as Wenwan poured oil over steamed base. The aroma of food quickly filled Lu Jinchuan's small house. Seeing his wife, Gao Qingguang couldn't help but run over. He chuckled and shook his head, then moved Lu Jinchuan's desk to the middle of the room. Lu Jinchuan went next door to borrow some chairs. Although they had eaten these dishes before, the moment the food touched their mouths, they couldn't help but praise it. This meal made Gao Qingguang, who usually didn't care much about food, eat an extra bowl of rice. When will the house be allocated? Xiao Yanan asked during the meal. I told the base to give me a room too. It will be right across from your house. That way, she could come over for meals every day. Do you really want to stay here forever? Gao Qingguang asked. Even if I agree, the two moms won't. Even though Wenwan, the chef, was here, the medical facilities were not as good as in Kyoto. At least until the mission is finished, I will stay here, Xiao Yanan said. Don't talk, I don't want to argue with you. She then told Lu Jinchuan, Wenwan's exam materials for the college entrance exam, I already asked my dad to send them. When you have time, remember to go to the post office to pick them up. Thank you, Sister Yanan, Wenwan said gratefully. Gao Qingguang looked a bit surprised at Wenwan, then smiled and said, Then you should also ask Dad to send a copy to Xiaolan. She wants to take the college entrance exam too. It's already sent. What could she possibly be missing? Xiao Yanan thought about the phone call from home earlier. Your sister is quite capable. She even asked if Dad could get her the exam questions. Is she out of her mind? Xiaolan is still young and a bit careless. I'll talk to her when I see her. Gao Qingguang poured water for her. She's still too young. Xiao Yanan glanced at Wenwan. She's a year older than Wenwan. Anyway, I've given her all the materials she needs, Xiao Yanan pouted. Listen, whether she passes or not is her own business. Don't blame others. I know. Gao Qingguang smiled and comforted her. Drink some water. Xiao Yanan hummed softly. After lunch, Xiao Yanan and Gao Chengguang went back home. Lu Jinchuan told Wenwen he was going to the post office to pick up her materials. On the way, he mentioned Xiao Yanan and Gao Chengguang when they got married. My little aunt didn't agree at first. Gao Chengguang was from the countryside and got into university. He and Xiao Yanan were classmates, and they started dating in college. Initially, Lu Tingfang was quite happy with Gao Chengguang as her son-in-law. But after meeting his family, she started to oppose it. However, Xiao Yanan, being in love, didn't listen at the time. After they married, the couple focused on their research, which was fine. But Gao's mother was always unhappy that Xiao Yanan hadn't had children since their marriage. Wenwen also remembered seeing Lu Tingfang with white hair at the Lu family's door in her past life, and she felt a little sad. In her previous life, she paid too little attention to these things and didn't know whether Xiao Yanan was born in Kyoto or Qin City. Don't worry, Lu Jinchuan saw her silent and thought she was scared. Little aunt is actually quite nice. When you meet her later, you'll like her. I'm worried about Sister Yanan. Wenwen shook her head. Elderly people often say that women having children is like stepping into a ghost gate. Our medical care here isn't as good as in Kyoto. Lu Jinchuan also seemed to think of something and looked a bit upset. Finally, he said, when I get the chance, I'll talk to her. However, Xiao Yanan was very stubborn. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it. Wenwen drooped her head. When she received the materials from the post office, she became very excited again. Only people who lived through that time can understand how valuable these materials are. That person seems to be Director Lu from the cement factory. While waiting in line for the materials, Wenwen overheard two postal workers gossiping. I saw him here at the post office last time. I heard he's married, one said. Is this his new wife? She looks quite pretty. Wenwen listened out of curiosity. Wow, a family of 4 rowing a boat. It looks so warm and happy. If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known this girl is actually the stepmother. Wenwen didn't see the photo, but the newspaper that Lu Jinchuan saw at his workplace a few days ago had a picture of the woman. The woman in the photo was not Wenwen. But as long as Wenwen didn't pursue the matter, it wouldn't be a big deal for Lu Guizhi. However, if the family members decided to investigate, Lu Guizhi would have to explain himself properly. Wenwen wanted to pursue it, but she was smart enough to know that doing so wouldn't be good for Lu Guizhi's future. Yet, she wasn't the type to just silently endure. So, after buying the newspaper from the bookstore that day, Wenwen thought clearly about what to do. She decided not to report or pursue the matter, but to use it to her advantage. Her goal was to make Lu Guizhi agree to let her take the college entrance exam. Lu Guizhi never expected that his seemingly perfect plan would be spoiled by a newspaper report. When he saw the newspaper, he went to explain to his workplace leaders. He had been taking the 2 children to the provincial city to buy clothes when he met Zhou Yani, who was crying and anxious after missing her bus. Out of kindness, he gave her a ride to the provincial city. The children wanted to go to the park, so he took Zhou Yani along. There was nothing inappropriate about their actions. After explaining to his leaders, Lu Guizhi felt relieved. Such newspapers were only seen by office workers in various units. Wenwen at home wouldn't have a chance to see it. But who would have thought that when he returned home that evening, he would see a copy of the Provincial City Daily on the table, with a page showing him and Zhou Yani rowing a boat placed right on top. Juanzi, listen to me and let me explain, Lu Guizhi hurriedly said. Lu Guizhi has been in a review period recently. If he passes, he might be transferred back to the factory in the capital. If he doesn't soothe Wenwen well, he fears he will be stuck in this poor mountain village forever. You don't need to explain. I already know, Wenwen said tearfully. I'm not good enough for you. If it weren't for that matter, you wouldn't have married Wenwen. Even if you married Zhou Yani, it would be better than me. Zhou Yani is at least a college graduate, unlike me, who has nothing. Bringing me out would only embarrass you. Lu Guizhi choked. He finally comforted her kindly. A few days ago, you said you wanted to take the college entrance exam, right? I thought about it carefully, and I think it's right for you to have this goal. So, I've already started preparing materials for you. I was planning to surprise you with the materials when they arrived, Lu Guizhi said. Really? Wenwen said excitedly. Guizhi, you're so good to me. I'm your husband. If I don't treat you well, who else would I treat well?
Lu Guoji said gently.
Prepare well during this time. Later, I'll talk to my mom and ask her to come help take care of the kids once things at home settle down. In mid-October, the news that college entrance exams were reinstated began appearing in newspapers and on the radio. For a long time, everyone was talking about the exams. Many young people who had been sent to the countryside and married local villagers back then, now that the exams were back, started to get restless. Some already had children, and their rural families naturally didn't want them to take the exams. There were even cases of fights and divorces over this. But none of this affected Wenwan. By the end of October, Lu Jinchuan's house was finally allocated. Number 44, Building 101, a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment. Coincidentally, it was right in front of Lu Guoji's house. The only difference was that Lu Jinchuan's ground floor had a backyard where he could grow some vegetables he liked. The house was cleaned and ready before they moved in. Lu Jinchuan chose a day when Wenwan was on leave to move. His new place wasn't far from his old bachelor apartment. Lu Jinchuan didn't have many belongings, so he moved everything in just a few trips. When the house was allocated, Wenwan gradually moved some things over. As for the treasures hidden in this house in her past life, Wenwan had already quietly searched every corner of the house when she first moved into the haunted house. We found 5 places where treasures were hidden: inside the wall of the kitchen where baskets used to hang, in the bed of the earthen bed where she slept, and in the grapevine in the yard, which she planted after finding a treasure. The most surprising spot was in the pig pen in the backyard. If Wenwan hadn't raised pigs, she wouldn't have thought to fix up the pig pen carefully, so she probably wouldn't have found anything there. Wenwan stored these treasures in a box in the kitchen, waiting for the policies to relax. She planned to exchange the small goldfish for money and buy a few houses in Kyoto to keep. The day after they moved in, Xiao Yanan also moved across the street. By then, her belly was starting to show. Recently, Gao Chengguang took a few days off to take care of her, but his work was busy, and he couldn't stay away for long. He called every day, but he had to go back after a few days. Are you the partner of Captain Lu? Wenwen was in the backyard, planning what to plant next year, when she heard someone calling her from behind the fence. Yes, I am Wenwen, she replied with a smile. And you are? I'm your neighbor from the next unit. My surname is Lu, Lu said, pointing to the vegetable garden in Wenwen's backyard. It used to be empty, but we thought it was a shame, so we started planting there. Although it was already November, some spinach was still growing in the field. Oh, Wenwen looked at the small spinach plants. Wait until they grow bigger, then you can dig them up. It was a bit early for her to let them harvest. Thanks, sister, Lu said with a smile. I didn't expect the house to be allocated so quickly. Wenwen just smiled without replying. How could she not know? The housing was always assigned around this time each year, and they just moved in early. All right, you busy now?
I'll go talk to them, Lu said.
Lu, is this yard also yours? Wenwen asked, pointing to Xiao Yanan's backyard. Her own backyard didn't have spinach, but there were corn stalks from before, with beans planted inside without being dug out. Lu was surprised for a moment, then smiled. That's not mine. Could you ask who it belongs to? If they don't want it, I'll dig it up, Wenwen said with a smile. She then added behind her, I see a few more beans hanging there. Are they seeds? No. You can dig them. Lu hesitated, then bit her lip and turned to leave. I think they planted it. Zayanan overheard the conversation outside clearly. How can someone do that? It's okay, Wenwen smiled. I'll find it this afternoon and deal with it. You're just too easy to talk to, Zayanan scolded her with a glance. I'll do it with you this afternoon. Then you can help plant the seeds, Wenwen said with a smile. Let's plant some spinach and cover the corn stalks with soil. Maybe we can have fresh spinach in winter. Really? Zayanan was surprised. Is that like giving the spinach a blanket? Once the county market opens in a few days, I'll see if I can find some plastic sheets. Then I can build a small shelter here and plant some more vegetables like romaine lettuce. You're so capable, Zayanan said with admiration. You know how to cook and do so many things. It's because I like it, just like you like your experiments, Wenwen said, glancing at the backyard fence. The fence needs fixing too. It's not mainly to keep thieves out. She's worried that mischievous kids might get hurt if they come in. Wenwen started working right away. After lunch, Zayanan went to work. Seeing no one had claimed the corn stalks, she began digging them up. The space wasn't big, but the corn stalks were tangled with bean vines, some intertwined, making it quite tricky. But she was quick and efficient. By late afternoon, she had finished digging up the corn stalks and turned the soil. The messy backyard suddenly became clean and tidy. Throughout the process, someone was quietly watching her. When she finished turning the soil and didn't throw away the corn stalks, someone came over and asked, "Girl, can I have these corn stalks?" "Sorry, ma'am." The person was an old lady. Wenwen smiled and said, "I also need these corn stalks." "They're not yours," the old lady pouted. "How can you claim them all?"
Wenwen was amused and laughed.
"But these were dug out from our backyard, and I asked earlier in the morning." "No one claimed they were theirs," she explained. A few neighbors even watched, but no one admitted it. Unfortunately, they were afraid Wenwen would make them dig up the stalks, so they didn't say anything. "You're a young girl, but you talk so confidently," the old lady said angrily. "I was just asking. If you won't give them, then forget it." He also said, "You're so stingy, always nagging." Warmth replied. It's the first time she saw someone take advantage of others so confidently. Then, she watched as the old lady entered Sister Lu's backyard in the morning. After a while, the observing sister whispered, "That person is Sister Lu's mother." "Also, these 2 pieces of land are theirs," the sister said. "I suggest you raise the fence higher." She pointed elsewhere, "Otherwise, you won't get to enjoy the vegetables you grow." "Thank you," Warmth said with a smile. But she didn't pay much attention. It's common for vegetables to be stolen. The vegetables they grow in Sancha village and even Zhao's family in the yard often have their produce taken. After tidying up the vegetable patch, Warmth looked at the sky and hurried back home to start cooking. Suddenly, while cooking, she heard children crying from the backyard. Warmth quickly put down her work and ran outside, only to see. On the day of Wenwan's wedding, when she found out that Lu Guoji's child from before was looking for him, Warmth was already prepared to face 2 unkind people. But she never expected to meet them in this scene. In her past life, Lu Guoji had gone on a business trip right after marrying her, leaving her to face Lu's siblings and Lu Guoji's mother, Ma Xiulian. At that time, the 2 children were taken care of by their grandmother. They weren't very well behaved, but they weren't as dirty as they are now. When she arrived, she carefully tidied up the children and took a long time to correct their bad habits. But later, whenever Warmth thought about these things, she felt she was too naive in her past life. "You're a bad woman. What are you standing there for?" Lu Jiaming shouted. "Your fence hurt me." Warmth looked at Lu Jiaming calmly. "Oh, my fence hurt you?" Lu Jiaming was stunned. Could this woman be a fool? Why else repeat his words? "Pay up. My brother's pants are torn, and he hurt his leg." Lu Yuming's hair was messy, and his eyes were wide. "You have to pay us so we can see a doctor." Warmth was surprised. "Is this extortion?" Warmly glanced lightly at Lu Jiaming's injured leg and said, "I can take you to the hospital so a doctor can check it." "Let's go to the hospital ourselves." "Just give us the money," Lu Yuming said stubbornly. "We know the way." Warmly smiled softly. "What happened?" Sister Wang Shuemei, who lived next door, asked when she saw this. "Did he get hurt climbing the fence?" "Auntie, my brother's leg is bleeding." Lu Yuming started crying as soon as she arrived. "We asked this lady to pay, but she was so mean." Sister Wang Shuemei looked at Warmly with confusion. "Auntie, my brother is in a lot of pain," Lu Yuming said crying. "Warmly, if you have money." "Shuemei, sister," Warmly interrupted her. "I said I want to take them to the hospital. They don't want to go, saying they want to walk there themselves." "Maybe you can check his injury with me," Warmly said with a smile. "I can pay, but I don't know how much to give. You're a doctor at the hospital, so you must know better." No need to check," Lu Jiaming quickly said when he heard about the check. "Just 5 cents is enough." Warmly smiled softly. Sister Wang Shuemei also looked a bit confused and moved closer. As she approached, Lu Jiaming seemed even more nervous. 2 cents. Just 2 cents, Lu Yuming shouted. You probably don't even have 2 cents. Don't be afraid. I just want to check the injury, Wang Shuemei said as she moved to help. But suddenly, he ran away. Lu Yuming even grabbed a piece of dirt and threw it at Warmly. You bad woman. Warmly's face immediately turned cold. Whose child is so rude? You're the rude one, village girl, Lu Yuming shouted as he ran away. You're just as bad as Wenwan. The Wens are all shameless. It was obvious he knew who she was. What's wrong with this kid? Sister Wang Shuemei said, surprised. He seemed pretty obedient a few days ago. And his leg, she added, more surprised, tilting her head to look at Warmly. Is it fake? Yes, it's just red ink, Warmly replied. Sister Wang Shuemei was speechless. She originally thought Wenwen was cold-hearted, but she didn't expect that, after observing carefully, she had already seen through the tricks of the two children. What surprised her even more was that the two children from Lu Guiji's family were so young, yet so mischievous, daring to work together to trick for money. This is really... Wang Shuemei shook her head helplessly. Sorry, Wenwen, I misunderstood you earlier. It's okay, Wenwen said, looking at the fence in the yard. Tomorrow I need to fix this fence quickly. Please also tell the other sisters-in-law to remind the children not to play near the fence, so they don't get hurt, she added. It's that greedy person. Wang Shuemei looked angrily toward Lu Yanjuan's house. Make the fence point sharper. Wenwen and the others didn't move in. Lu Yanjuan's family had been occupying their yard to grow vegetables. Afraid of theft and unwilling to fix the fence, they made the bamboo sharp. Wenwen didn't say anything more. From morning to afternoon, she had experienced the quirks of Lu's family. When she returned to the house, Lu Jinchuan was also back. Who are you talking to outside? He asked as he took off his coat. Are you going to pick up Grandma tomorrow? Brother Shuemei, Wenwen replied, washed her hands, and told Lu Jinchuan what had happened today. I didn't expect those two children to be like that. It's not surprising, Lu Jinchuan said, helping her in the kitchen to cook. Do you need me to do anything? I bought some pork ribs at noon, Wenwen said with a smile. Aunt Yanin said we would eat together tonight, so I took the opportunity to make braised ribs. She was most satisfied with the new kitchen, especially the large cast-iron pot Lu Jinchuan somehow got for her. Wenwen loved it very much. The dish was called braised ribs, similar to the iron pot stew from her past life. First, pour oil into the cast-iron pot, add sugar to caramelize, then stir-fry the blanched ribs until they color. Add green onions, peppercorns, star anise, and cinnamon to fragrant. Pour in boiling water to cover the ribs, bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer for 20 minutes. Add green beans and potatoes, stir-fry, then pour in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and Wenwen's homemade bean paste. Season with salt and continue to simmer. She finished making the dough in the afternoon, rolling it into thin, rectangular sheets. Then she brushed a layer of oil on top, sprinkled some salt and a little flour, folded it and cut it into small strips. She twisted them into flower-shaped buns and let them rest on the chopping board for 20 minutes before steaming them on top of the ribs for 15 minutes. Before the rice was ready, Lu Jinchuan's eyes kept unconsciously drifting toward the kitchen several times. Outside, Xiao Yanin had just reached the door and smelled the delicious aroma. Xiaonuan, I'm back. Just in time, Wenwan smiled as she opened the door for her. Wash your hands first, I'll turn off the stove. As soon as she lifted the lid, a strong smell of meat filled the room. Wenwan used a plate to serve the ribs. The flour buns soaked up the juice and looked more delicious than the meat. Even Lu Jinchuan couldn't help but swallow hard. Meanwhile, on the third floor of Building 43, Wenwan had just brought out the food when the two children angrily said, Why are we eating noodles again? Having noodles in the morning and again at night was enough to make them sick of it. If you don't want to eat, then go hungry, Wenwan said coldly. In the base, many families can't even afford these noodles. The two children exchanged a look and looked down in anger. If they really refused to eat, Wenwan would dare not cook for them tomorrow. Who asked their father, Lu Guiji, to always listen to Wenwan. That wicked woman. Or, you can see which family's food tastes better and go eat there. As long as you get to eat, That's your skill. She pointed ahead. Look, the family in apartment 101 of building 44 should be eating meat right now. She had just passed by and smelled the aroma. Don't think I don't know, Lu Yuming said angrily. That's your sister's house. Yes, that's also your uncle's house. The two kids instinctively shrank their necks. They often heard the reputation of Uncle Lu Jinchuan in their neighborhood. When they made mistakes, their grandmother would use Uncle Lu to scare them. They had previously gone to extort Wenwan because they thought Lu Jinchuan wasn't home, but unexpectedly, Wenwan was also so formidable. Now, if they had to go to Lu Jinchuan's house for dinner, they'd rather stay home and eat plain noodles.
Wenwan sneered mockingly.
Cowardly fools, only knowing how to bully the weak. The next day, Xiao Yanan went to work, while Wenwan and Lu Jinchuan went together to Sancha village to bring Zhao to the base to live. Zhao initially didn't want to come. Now that she can see, she can take care of herself easily. The young couple just got married, and they are in the honeymoon phase. Why should she stay with them? But Wenwan refused. The heating has already been turned on at the base. It's too cold at home. Usually, the base turns on the heating in early November. Thinking about how Zhao used to live alone in that small dark room in her past life, with no one knowing when she died, Wenwan felt uncomfortable. In the yard, a few older women were talking to Zhao, expressing envy in their words. The once pitiful girl had now become the object of their envy. They all said Zhao was lucky. When Wang Xianhua and when Fengqi arrived, they overheard some women praising Wenwan, praising her in many flattering ways, making Wang Xianhua think they were talking about a fairy from heaven. Mom, I want to talk to you about something, when Fengqi said, walking over with a pout. The people nearby quickly made space for him.
What are you thinking about now?
Zhao said with a faint smile. My wife and I have nothing to discuss with you. When Fengqi choked and gave Wang Xianhua a look. Oh, Mom, look at you. Are you talking about Qiangzi's biological grandmother? Wang Xianhua covered her mouth and laughed. He's your only grandson. Do you think we should discuss his matters? Zhao shook her head. No, when we divided the family, Fengqi also said that after I die, he wouldn't throw dishes at me. So, the two families are no longer connected. Mom, he's just angry, Wang Xianhua said. He often talks about how good you are. Zhao didn't respond to her. Does Wen Fengqi praise her because he cares, or is he cursing her to die early? Mom. Wang Xianhua smiled proudly and changed the subject. Qiangzi has a girlfriend. She's also a worker at the cement factory, a regular employee. The older women nearby looked at Wang Xianhua with envy. Both her son and daughter-in-law work at the cement factory. They must earn a good monthly salary. TSK. Wang Xianhua's life is so lucky. Having a director from the cement factory as a son-in-law and now a worker as a daughter-in-law. Wang Xianhua was so happy, she couldn't close her mouth. By then, it will be 4 generations living together. Yes, that's the word. Qiangzi is getting married? Zhao finally showed some emotion and said excitedly, which family's girl is it? When will the wedding be? Even though she was disappointed with Wen Fengqi's family, Wen Qiang was still her grandson. So, when she heard he was getting married, Zhao was very happy. He's from the city, Wang Xianhua said sadly. When is the date? With our family's situation, how can we set a date? Zhao's smile gradually faded. The girl said our house is too old and wants to build a new one, Wang Xianhua continued, as if she didn't notice the old lady's expression, but we just paid for Wenjuan's wedding. We don't have money to build a new house. So, Mom, can you discuss with us? Maybe we can let Wen Qiang use this house for his wedding? Wang Xianhua looked at the house. Although it was an old, haunted house, Wenwen and Zhao had lived there for a long time without any problems. Wenwen's luck was getting better, and Zhao was even more amazing. She used to be blind, but now she could see. So, she and Wen Fengqi carefully thought about it and believed this house had good energy. Otherwise, why would the landlord's concubine choose this place over others? Let Wen Qiang use it for his wedding? Zhao smiled and asked, What do you mean by that? Anyway, you're going to move to the base to live in a heated building. Why do you still need this house? When Fenqi, who had been silent, said, "Let Wenqiang live in this house first. When they have the ability to build their own, they can return it to you. This house is just sitting empty and wasting space. Let them live there. It can also help you watch the house. As the grandmother, you wouldn't refuse such a small favor, right?" Wang Xianhua said with a smile. "You won't have to pay for the house's upkeep. Get out of here," Zhao snapped, grabbing a broom and hitting Wang Xianhua. "Heartless thing. Do I look like I have good intentions? Turns out, you just want to steal my house. Shameless. Get out of here. Don't even think about taking the house," Zhao yelled, swinging the broom and scolding.
Ah!
"Someone's getting hurt." Wang Xianhua cried out, covering her head as she was hit. Wenwen got out of the car just in time to see Wen Fenqi trying to take the broom from Zhao. "Jing, go help Grandma." As soon as she finished speaking, a dark shadow flashed past. Then Wen Fenqi was kicked and slammed into the wall, while Mrs. Zhao was supported by Lu Jinchuan. "Her father?" Wang Xianhua exclaimed and rushed forward. "Are you okay? Someone's been hurt. Help." "Shut up." Wenwan picked up a broom and started hitting them. "Stop hitting," Wang Xianhua cried out. But Wenwan's broom seemed to have eyes, hitting only the most painful spots on them. "You bullied Grandma and are so heartless." Wang Xianhua initially tried to block Wen Fenqi, but in the end, the couple pushed each other to shield themselves. "Get out," she finally, tired of fighting, threw the broom aside and shouted at the two. "No one can take advantage of my house." By now, many people had gathered outside. Hearing Wenwan's words, they were all shocked, especially those who, like Wang Xianhua, wanted to take the house. Seeing Wen Fenqi and Wang Xianhua with bruised faces, everyone stopped their plans. Wen Fenqi was upset, first kicked by Lu Jinchuan, then hit with a broom by Wenwan. He felt very frustrated, and seeing everyone's eyes on him, he felt cold inside. His previous fear was gone. He slapped Wang Xianhua loudly. "It's all your fault, you careless woman." The slap was hard, and Wang Xianhua's face swelled up. She cried angrily, "It was your idea. Now you're blaming me?" Wen Fenqi couldn't think of any other reason. Someone had just whispered suggestions into his ear. "Everyone, disperse," when Youfu waved to the crowd and then spoke to Wenwan. "Don't worry, little Nwan. I'll have your third aunt come over tomorrow to check on the house. If anyone dares to think about this house," he warned the villagers with a sharp look, "this house belongs to Wenwan. No one else can take it. Grandma, let's go." Wenwan helped Mrs. Zhao, while Lu Jinchuan carried the packed belongings to the car. People around whispered, "Wenwan's temper has gotten worse than before." Even Wen Fenqi dared to hit her. And surprisingly, nothing happened to him. Wen Fenqi didn't even make a sound. Some who were feeling bold exchanged glances, each seeing determination in the other's eyes. Wen Fenqi is just a person. No matter how strong he is, he can't fight 4 people at once. He is not even as kind as Wenwan. "Wait a moment, I have something to say," Zhao said, holding Wenwan's hand and speaking to Wen Yufu. Zhao has only 2 sons. After losing her husband in middle age, she raised both children alone, taking care of them with her own effort. Later, when the country called for soldiers, her eldest son Wen Fenqi was supposed to go. But he didn't want to join the army because he thought it was too hard. Wen Fengbua agreed to go instead, and he was gone for many years. The old lady then started planning to find a wife for Wen Fenqi. Just as she was about to enjoy her life, she received the news that her second son, Wen Fengbua, had died in the army. The double of losing her husband in middle age and her son in old age made her eyes go blind from crying. She was kept in a small dark room without seeing the light of day. If Wenwan hadn't brought her out, she might have died or lost all hope. "Sister-in-law, do you have anything else to say?" Wen Youfu asked. "Don't worry about the house. I will take good care of it." "No." Zhao looked at her granddaughter Wenwan, and thinking about what happened today, her eyes became firm. "I'm not talking about the house. I want to cut off my relationship with Wen Fenqi." Wen Yufu looked at her in surprise. He saw that the once weak and resigned old woman, who didn't know when, looked at him clearly and sharply. I want to cut off my relationship with Wen Fengqi. From now on, he is he, and I am I. We will have no connection anymore. Actually, she had been heartbroken ever since she and Wen Yuan were driven out of the house by Wen Fengqi. During this time, Wen Fengqi and his wife never cared about her life. They are even less considerate than neighbors. Thinking that they might be trying to take advantage of her, she now wanted to cut ties. She remembered how she almost got tricked earlier by Wen Fengqi and his wife over Wen Chang's marriage. Her mind became even more determined. As she got older, she often became soft-hearted and confused. Now that she was still clear-headed, she decided to settle this matter. From now on, that beast Wen Fengqi could no longer threaten Wen Yuan with this. This was the only thing she, as a grandmother, could do for Wen Yuan. Sister-in-law, Wen Youfu said in shock. You really need to think carefully. Now, Wen Fengqi is just a son. If they cut ties, what will happen in the future? Look at how he was about to hit me today. Do you think I can still rely on him to take care of me in old age? Mrs. Zhao said with a cold laugh. Today, he's eyeing the house. Who knows what he'll want tomorrow? Wen Youfu sighed. This Wen Fengqi is really a scoundrel, with no humanity at all. Grandma, Wen Yuan said worriedly, holding Mrs. Zhao's hand, if we live at the base in the future, we won't see each other. Wen Yuan didn't know exactly what would happen if they cut off the mother-son relationship, but she could imagine how much it would hurt Mrs. Zhao. Most of her decision was because of her own feelings.
I'm not afraid, she said.
They want to take advantage of me, but it's not so easy. She was no longer the helpless girl she used to be. This matter is decided. Don't try to persuade me anymore, Mrs. Zhao said happily, patting Wen Yuan's hand. She looked at Wen Youfu. Look at what needs to be done to cut ties.
Mother?
Wen Fengqi suddenly appeared, his face dark, staring at Mrs. Zhao without blinking. What did you just say? Cutting ties with me? He didn't believe it when Lu Shanyang told him earlier. Right now, I only have you as my son, Wen Fengqi said coldly, giving Wen Yuan a sarcastic look. So? Are you still hoping this little brat will take care of you in old age? Want her to embarrass herself for you? He pointed at Lu Jinchuan. Captain Lu is going to marry into the Wen family? Otherwise, there's no rule about a son-in-law breaking dishes.
You don't need to worry about that, Mrs. Zhao said.
There are many good young men in the clan. Surely, you can find one. It doesn't matter if there isn't, she continued. They're already dead, so why care so much?
She sighed.
People, when alive, have no expectations. Who cares about what happens after they die? I'm alive now, and I haven't seen you treat me well. When I die, you expect me to break dishes for you. If it's like that, Wen Fengqi said with a dark face, don't even think about being buried with my father after you die. What did you say? Mrs. Zhao took a step back, shocked. Wen Fengqi, you scoundrel, Wen Youfu said angrily. Okay, very good, Zhao Shi said with tears in her eyes, pointing at Wen Fengqi for a long time, then biting her lip and saying, I will pretend I never gave birth to you, this beast. Older sister-in-law, don't be angry, Wen Youfu said with a dark face. I'm still here. As long as I am alive, I won't let this beast do anything worse than an animal. Zhao Shi wanted to cut ties, and Wen Youfu initially wanted to advise her to be careful, but now it seemed better to end it early. Wen Fengqi is just a beast. But even so, Zhao Shi was so angry she fainted. She never thought Wen Fengqi could be so shameless. Even though she kept telling herself not to care about this madman, he was still the one who crawled out of her belly. How did she end up giving birth to such a beast? When they returned to the base late at night, the old lady had a fever. It was Wen Yuan who, worried, woke up to check on her and found her burning. They hurriedly carried her to the hospital. Her temperature was 39.1 degrees Celsius. Since she was older, they couldn't take any chances. Zhou Jin personally prepared medicine and administered it. After all the fuss, it was almost dawn when the medicine took effect. Wen Yuan took a day off from the big dining hall, went home to make porridge for Zhao Shi, and brought it to her. Zhao Shi's illness dragged on for 10 days before she recovered. Wen Yuan kept nourishing her, making soup and drinking it, until Zhao Shi's complexion improved. Only then did she feel at ease to go back to work. One day, Wenwan was serving rice when she suddenly heard someone outside calling her, "Give me more." She looked up and saw Lu Jiaming and Lu Yuming. Behind them stood a stern-looking old lady. This old lady was naturally Ma Xiulian, the mother-in-law who always looked at her with disapproval in her previous life. "Did you not hear what the child said?" Ma Xiulian said arrogantly. "No color at all." Wenwan ignored her and continued serving rice as usual. "Why so little?" Ma Xiulian said with a dark face, pointing at Wenwan. "Your hands are trembling. Are you trying to keep some for yourself?" Wenwan paused and looked at her. "Comrade, what size portion are you asking for? Your grandson gave you 3 liang of ration tickets. How much more do you want? Only 3 liang for this little?" Ma Xiulian pointed at the aluminum lunchbox. "Do you think I haven't seen the world? I'm just a rural old lady. Come on, hand over the lunchbox," Wenwan said, glancing at Ma Xiulian. "There's a scale here. If you think it's too little, you can weigh it." Ma Xiulian angrily placed the lunchbox on the table. "Let me do it," Master Zhao said to Wenwan. He weighed the aluminum lunchbox with the rice, then found a clean bowl to pour out the rice, and continued weighing the aluminum box. "How do you serve the rice?" Master Zhao scolded Wenwan. "This is too much, hurry up and put a little less." Wenwan was silent. The people behind burst out laughing. Feng Xiulian quickly poured the rice into her own aluminum box. "Maybe I didn't see it right." After a while, when no one was serving rice, she came over again. "Are you Wenwan?" "Oh, this is a big mess now," Feng Xiulian said with a smile. "According to the Lu family hierarchy, you should call me sister-in-law." She laughed and said, "It's all because these 2 kids don't know better." "I also didn't explain clearly," she continued. "I am Lu Guizhi's mother." Wenwan nodded lightly. "Do you have something to say?" "I'm working now, and someone behind is serving rice." Feng Xiulian pursed her lips. Wenwan knew she was a bit unhappy. In her past life, she might have found a way to make Feng Xiulian happy, but now. Wenwan ignored her and asked the people behind, "What dishes do you want?" After a while, when no one responded, Feng Xiulian came again. "Hey, give me some of that braised pork." "Okay," Wenwan said. "How much?" "Show me your ticket first." "We're all friends. Why do you still need a ticket?" Feng Xiulian lowered her voice. "Just serve a little less." "That won't do," Wenwan put down her spoon. "Even if Lu Jinchuan comes to eat, he still needs to follow the rules and buy a ticket." "Why are you so stubborn?" Feng Xiulian said. "It's all public, and it's not like you're eating it. Just serve them less, and it will be fine." "Old comrade," Wenwan said seriously, "are you trying to make me do something wrong?" "What old comrade?" Feng Xiulian said blankly. "I am Lu Jinchuan's cousin sister."
Be clear about that.
"I don't know her," Wenwan said calmly. "Even if Lu Jinchuan's aunt comes, she still needs a ticket." Feng Xiulian was about to explode with anger. She pointed at Wenwan for a while before saying, all right. I didn't expect Jinchuan to marry such a righteous and upright wife. She's quite capable," she added. After saying this, she stormed off angrily. This person, Zhao's apprentice, Xiao Lu, mocked. "This is the first time I've seen someone take advantage of others so confidently. Who gave her the courage? Is she really Director Lu's biological mother? That can't be true, right?" Another person said. "Director Lu earns a lot each month. Can't even afford a simple meal?"
Exactly.
"And she's from the capital city," Xiao Lu whispered to Wenwan, glancing at her. Wenwan smiled and shook her head. "Who knows?" Feng Xiulian hurried home with her lunchbox, getting angrier the more she thought about it. With a loud, she threw the lunchbox on the table, looked at the closed door, and said angrily, "Guizhi's wife, come out and cook." Wenwan muttered disdainfully in her room, as if she didn't hear. But not long after, there was knocking and loud outside. "Wenwan, hurry up and get ready to cook. Guizhi already gave you the money, didn't he?" Wenwan opened the door impatiently. "Why is the food in the cafeteria already sold out?" "Don't mention it," Feng Xiulian said angrily. "Your sister is too stubborn. I asked her to get me a little more, and she almost fought with me. People like her, How did they become chefs in the big cafeteria? She decided she must go to the leaders at the base and report her properly.
Gwen Juan is nered inwardly.
Although Feng Shulian had only arrived recently, she had already seen through her. She claimed to be from the capital, but she was just a petty citizen, greedy and sharp-tongued. Since she arrived, she had been causing trouble. If it weren't for her holding a handle on Lu Guizhi and making him side with her. Forget studying for the college entrance exam, she had to serve this family like a maid every day. At night, when it was quiet, Wenwan lay in bed and thought about what Wenwan had said before. An incredible idea even crossed her mind. Could it be that Wenwan had experienced something that made her oppose everything so strongly from the start? But how could that be? Wenwan wasn't a fairy. Feng Shulian glared at Wenwan and said, Guizhi will be back soon. You should hurry and cook. Your son gave you money to buy food. If he knew you were reluctant to spend it and argued with Wenwan, do you think he would get angry? Wenwan said with a smile. Did they not tell you? Wenwan pointed at Lu Yuming and asked, Do you know who Lu Jinchuan's wife is? Who? Feng Shulian rolled her eyes. Isn't it that Wenwan? She had only been here a few days and already knew Lu Jinchuan married someone from the countryside. She felt relieved and had asked around, her sister Wenwan. Of course, Feng Shulian was still angry that the sisters married into the same family, one as an aunt and the other as a niece. But the wedding was done. What could she do? Anyway, when she returned to the capital, it was understandable that her son married a rural girl in a second marriage. But who was Lu Jinchuan? He was the best of the Lu family, and marrying a village girl? She was annoyed seeing Lu Tingfang showing off in front of her every day. These rural sisters were scheming. Not every good girl wanted to rise high and become a phoenix. That's right. Not only is she Lu Jinchuan's wife, but she almost became your daughter-in-law before. Wenwan said with a smile. I want to read a book. Today, Mom really wants to cook a meal for Guizhi, so I won't stop you. Feng Shulian at you. But could she refuse to cook? If Lu Guizhi found out she took the money and argued with Lu Jinchuan's wife, he would definitely criticize her again. Two scheming sisters, can you believe it? Then why? Feng Shulian wanted to ask Wenwan why Wenwan didn't marry Lu Guizhi, but instead married Lu Jinchuan. But she couldn't finish her sentence. Wasn't it because her son wasn't as outstanding as Lu Jinchuan? Lu Yuming widened his eyes, surprised that the powerful grandmother they had invited was also won over by Wenwan. Oh heavens! Will they have any future? No, she had to think of a way. Meanwhile, Wenwan was talking to Lu Jinchuan about what happened in the big dining hall. Will this affect your reputation? After all, they were all from the Lu family. Don't worry, Lu Jinchuan said while helping to wash vegetables. I'll talk to Lu Guizhi later. Xiaowan, can you help me see why this needle keeps not going in? Outside, Zhao was calling out. Lu Jinchuan smiled and said, You do your thing, I'll go take a look. Wenwan was smiling behind him, saying if they're sewing, I'll come later. She was becoming more comfortable with Lu Jinchuan. Although they still slept separately at night, their daily interactions felt like an old married couple. Meanwhile, the Wen family in Sancha village was having a fight. Wang Xianhua's belongings were missing. She believed Wen Fengqi had traded them for a watch and gave it to Zhou Yani. This was the first time Wang Xianhua had argued with Wen Fengqi. I'm done living. I can't go on like this, she said. Since that day, when Zhao publicly declared she would cut ties with Wen Fengqi as mother and son, their reputation in Sancha village became even worse. Wen Fengqi even gave up and didn't come back for several days, making Wang Xianhua angry and worried. One day, Wang Xianhua, with nothing to do, suddenly remembered the box she had hidden in the cabinet. In summer, she had hidden it in the bed hole, but as it got colder, she moved it back into the cabinet. That day, someone outside called her, so she didn't check inside. Today, when she opened the box, it was the same as before, but the silver medal was gone. Who took her silver medal? Wang Xianhua suddenly remembered hearing gossip in the village a few days ago. It was said that Zhou Yani, when she went to college, was given a watch by Wen Fengqi, who was generous. Watches are very expensive, Even second-hand ones are worth a lot. Where did Wen Fengqi get so much money? Some people said he traded something valuable for it. What could be so precious that it could be exchanged for a watch? Besides her silver medal, Wang Xianhua couldn't think of anything more valuable. I don't care. You have to give it back to me, Wang Xianhua cried in the yard. This silver medal is very important. Go and get it back. What's silver medal? When Fengqi finally realized there was something valuable in the house and asked, Are you hiding something from me? The silver medal, that's... No, it's gone. Wang Xianhua shook her head. Not there? When Fengqi didn't believe her. Then tell me, where did that silver medal come from? Wen Fengqi knew better than anyone about Wang Xianhua and the Wang family. They called it a silver medal, but it was just a piece of iron that their family couldn't produce. I found it, Wang Xianhua said nervously, then angrily added, that was meant to be a keepsake for Wen Chang's family.
You go and get it back.
But who is Wen Fengqi? It was obvious she was lying. Tell me, are you hiding something from me? He grabbed Wang Xianhua's hair and pulled her up. Is some man giving you a token of love? Are you accusing me of cheating? I didn't. Wang Xianhua struggled and grabbed Wen Fengqi's face. He suddenly slapped her. You hit me, Wang Xianhua cried, covering her face. You took my things and gave them to that little, and now you're hitting me. I can't take this anymore. I can't live like this, she cried and lunged at Wen Fengqi, grabbing and biting him. Crazy woman, Wen Fengqi pushed her away roughly, checking the wound she had bitten. I told you I didn't take anything. Then why was it gone? Wang Xianhua's eyes filled with tears. How could the silver medal be missing? After she brought the child home, she discovered she still had a silver medal. She was nervous and wanted to return it, but when she went back, the family had already left. In the end, she had to hide the silver medal away. She kept thinking that maybe someday she would have something to prove it. But now, that thing was lost. Wang Xianhua cried bitterly. It was the second year of their marriage. Wen Fengqi was caught gambling outside, and she went to find him. On the way, her stomach suddenly started hurting. There was no village or shop nearby, just an old temple.
She went there.
Coincidentally, there was a family in the temple, an elderly woman, a pregnant woman, her husband, and another woman who was also pregnant. They said the pregnant woman was traveling with her husband to another city. When they passed through here, she suddenly had stomach pain and stopped to rest. That night, her pain worsened. Maybe she caught something from the pregnant woman, because Wang Xianhua's stomach also started hurting. The old woman and her husband were kind. They took care of the pregnant woman and also looked after Wang Xianhua. They even gave her extra blankets and clothes from their home. Unfortunately, such a kind person did not receive the same kindness in return, and Wang Xianhua was still like a kind-hearted stranger. All the children born were girls. While Wang Xianhua was waiting outside for her husband to gather firewood, she secretly exchanged the two children when her old wife wasn't paying attention. From their earlier conversation, she knew that the man was going to work as an official in another city. Her children would be taken care of by such a family, and they would enjoy a good life. Unlike staying with her and Wen Fengqi, whose future she could clearly see. The newborn children looked very similar. Once Wang Xianhua recovered a bit, she thanked that family and carried the children back home. By the time Wen Fengqi returned, it had been half a month. So, in this world, no one knew the truth, except her, that Wenwan was not her biological daughter. When Wenwan was young, she also wanted to treat her well. But she thought about how she still didn't know what her own biological daughter looked like. What if that woman treated her badly? Wang Xianhua's heart couldn't bring herself to be kind to Wenwan. Later, she forgot that she was the one who swapped the children. She blamed all the fault on Wenwan. No matter how well Wenwan did, it was useless. Seeing her reminded Wang Xianhua of her own daughter she had never met. The silver medal was not given out of kindness, hoping Wenwan would find her biological parents someday. Instead, Wang Xianhua wanted to use it as proof to find her own daughter. When she brought the child home, Wang Xianhua regretted it. But what good was regret? That family had long since disappeared. In the vast sea of people, the silver medal was just a hope in her mind. Now, Wen Fengqi used that hope to exchange for things and win the affection of other women. But what about her daughter? Wang Xianhua stared fiercely at Wen Fengqi, repeatedly saying, "Give me back the silver medal. Go and get the silver medal back from me." "You're really a crazy woman," Wen Fengqi snapped, annoyed. "Yanni's watch was something I found in the mountains while digging for ginseng. I've never seen your silver medal." That day, he was lucky to find a 30-year-old ginseng in the mountains. Yanni was about to go to college, so he thought about secretly selling the ginseng in the county to get money and buy her some things. It was a lucky coincidence to meet a card player from the neighboring village. During the chat, I learned he wanted to sell a lady's watch. Feeling moved, I traded him for it. Sure enough, Zhou Yan and I was very happy to get the watch, and even Guan Qin was especially gentle with him during that time. But I didn't expect this to cause Wang Xianhua to misunderstand. And I never thought she would secretly hide a silver medal behind my back. Years ago, I was caught and had to pay a ransom, when Feng Qi said harshly, "You had the silver medal and just watched me spend a month in jail." Wang Xianhua, should we settle this account? Wang Xianhua suddenly remembered something, screamed, and grabbed Wen Fengqi's hand. "Feng Qi, it must be that brat Wang who stole it. Help me get it back. That belongs to our daughter." After a long time, the arguing in the yard finally quieted down. When Feng Qi looked at Wang Xianhua kneeling on the ground, crying and holding her head, and finally came to his senses, he asked softly, "So, Wenwan isn't your biological daughter, but you traded your own daughter to get her back?" "I think their family is quite wealthy," Wang Xianhua said through tears. "I just wanted my daughter to have a good life someday." "Feng Qi, that silver medal is the only proof we have to find our daughter. I wonder what she looks like now. A girl from the city must be very beautiful, probably well-educated and sensible. Much better than Wenwan, a village girl." "No wonder," Wen Fengqi sneered coldly. "No wonder you've been so harsh to Wenwan since she was little. Her nose wasn't her nose, her mouth wasn't her mouth." Back then, everyone in the village said Wang Xianhua was worse than a stepmother, treating her own daughter so badly, making her do all sorts of chores at such a young age. There was no one in the whole village who was as cruel as her. Wang Xianhua lowered her head. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. When Feng Qi laughed loudly. Who would have thought that the usually timid Wang Xianhua could do such a thing, stealing someone else's child? "Wenwan, oh Wenwan, I never want you to find out about this in your life," Wen Fengqi said happily. "Don't worry about the silver medal anymore. You are not allowed to tell anyone. But our daughter." Wang Xianhua looked up at Wen Fengqi. "Why are you so silly?" Wen Fengqi said, "Even if you find her, what will that change? Are you trying to meet her again?" Wang Xianhua shook her head. "Isn't that about making two people switch back to their original identities? If we can't meet her, then just keep this secret inside," Wen Fengqi said. He then asked her, "Do you hate Wenwan?" Wang Xianhua nodded. "Hate before it was anger, but now it's just dislike. If it weren't for Wenwan, our family wouldn't be like this. She doesn't even dare to leave the house now. The best way to get back at her is to make sure she never finds out her true identity." "Cut ties?" Wen Fengqi sneered coldly. "I want her to be forever just my child. Do you want to find her real parents?" "Tomorrow, go to the base and see how Wenwan feels," Wen Fengqi said. "Did she really take that brand? Where did she sell it? If she tries any tricks, tell her that if she still wants to take the college entrance exam, she better behave herself," Wen Fengqi said gloomily. Not only is Wenwan not his biological daughter, but even Wenwan, his own daughter, he wouldn't hold back if she caused trouble. Wang Xianhua nodded. The next day, she tidied up and went to the base to find Wenwan. The weather was nice today. Wenwan found a stall for Zhao to sit on her lap and let her enjoy the sun in the backyard, while she turned over the soil. A few days ago, Lu's wife dug up all the spinach planted in Wenwan's backyard. She almost argued with Wenwan about it. "Wenwan, if you want to eat spinach, just tell me." "There's no need to do this," Lu's wife said sadly. Look at how you've ruined the garden. When Wan was reading by the window. When she heard her, she looked up.
What do you mean by that?
Look at how you've trampled my spinach, Lu's wife said angrily. If you don't want my spinach to keep growing in your yard, just say so. I could have dug it up earlier. There's no need to ruin the crops. She's not responsible for ruining the food. When Wan stood up and went to the door, glancing at Lu's wife's vegetable garden. It's such a pity, someone whispered nearby. It's really hard to find green leafy vegetables in this weather. No wonder the vegetables haven't grown yet. Sister Lu already pulled them out. If she didn't pull them now, they might not even get the roots to eat. Don't you all agree?
Sister Lu said.
If you want to eat, that's fine, but trampling all over them is wasting food. First, I also grow spinach in my field. If I want to eat, I can dig some anytime. Warmth pointed to the greenhouse nearby. Second, since I agreed to let you continue planting, I won't do such unskilled things. Otherwise, she could just dig up some land and be done with it. And look at those footprints in the ground, she said with a smile. I'm taller, but my feet are small. I wear size 36 shoes. Those footprints look like they belong to someone with size 38 or 39 shoes. Sister Lu was surprised. She compared the footprints on the ground. They were even bigger than her own. Then she looked at Warmth's feet. They were really small. Maybe. Sister Lu glanced at Warmth, but saw her serious gaze, so she didn't finish her thought. She actually wanted to say maybe it was Captain Lu from your family. But who is Lu Jinchuan? If she said that, Warmth wouldn't be happy. Her husband would probably get angry if he knew she was talking about Lu Jinchuan like that. Who could have done this? Sister Lu cursed.
Such a shame for these spinach.
She grumbled as she picked away the vegetables, then looked enviously at the greenhouse Warmth built. That Warmth girl, I was wrong to doubt you earlier. By the way, she glanced at the greenhouse again. How did you build this?
Can you teach me?
Warmth looked at her calmly. Not only Sister Lu, but also a few other women nearby were listening closely. Sure, if you want to learn, I can teach you, Warmth said. Really? The women exclaimed excitedly. That would be great. Thank you, Warmth. Warmth shook her head. I still have to go to work. You can prepare things now, and I'll teach you when I have a day off. That's so nice, one woman said. But let me be clear first. The greenhouse isn't magic, Wan said. It needs the right temperature and humidity. If we don't manage it well, it could fail, and then the money spent on the greenhouse might be wasted. It might be cheaper just to buy vegetables instead. We understand that, one outspoken sister-in-law said. If it fails, we won't blame you. That's right, it just means we didn't have the skill. Thank you for trusting me, Wan smiled. But the plastic sheets cost quite a bit. You should think it over carefully and discuss it with your families. If you decide to plant, I'll make a list of what we need to buy. If we go together, we might even get a discount. All right. Everyone agreed, without hesitation. What they didn't know was that this scene was being watched from the 43rd floor. TCH, what lucky timing, Feng Shulian muttered. Mom, I remember your shoes are size 39, right? Wan said softly. I don't know what you're talking about. Feng Shulian rolled her eyes, turned on the radio, and started listening. Lu Guizhi had bought it for her a few days ago, and she had been showing it off proudly ever since. When Wan helped Madame Zhao sit down in the backyard and placed a blanket over her legs. I can still do some work, Madame Zhao said. It's just turning the soil. I can manage that. You can help me peel these garlic cloves instead, Wan said with a smile. The plot is so small, it doesn't need 2 people. Madame Zhao chuckled and began peeling. So much garlic. What delicious dish are you planning for tonight? Stir-fried cabbage with garlic, Wan replied with a smile. And the greenhouse chives are ready too. I'll make some chive pockets. How does that sound? At this time, there weren't baby cabbages yet. In later years, what people often called baby cabbage was just regular cabbage with the outer leaves removed, leaving only the tender heart. That sounds wonderful, Madame Zhao said with a laugh. Those chives look so tender. I didn't expect greenhouse vegetables to taste this good. Then she asked, are you planning to build another greenhouse on this plot? No, that's enough. If we grow too much, We won't be able to finish it all, Wenwan shook her head. I'll just scatter some spinach seeds. Whatever grows will be enough. Growing too much would only attract envy, and there was no need for that. Zhao nodded, working quickly and warmly. She turned the soil, sprinkled some seeds, and then carried a basin to water the plants, but she didn't pour too much water, worried it might freeze. After finishing everything, she finally felt her hands were very cold. Hurry up, Grandma will warm your hands, Zhao said with a smile, waving at her. Warming didn't hesitate. She ran over and put her hands inside Zhao's blanket, which also had a glass bottle filled with hot water. So warm, Warming said happily. When Wang Xianhua arrived, she saw this scene and was almost furious. She glared sharply at Warming and her grandmother, then stomped her foot to find Wenwan. Why is she here? Zhao naturally saw the malice in Wang Xianhua's eyes. Is she up to something bad again? That has nothing to do with us, Warming said with a smile. Forget her. I'm going to cut some chives. Let's make something tasty. Ignoring people like Wang Xianhua only causes trouble for yourself. At this moment, Wenwan felt uncomfortable. Luckily, Feng Xiulian wasn't home. She had taken her radio out to show off, or else she might have said something sarcastic again when she saw Wang Xianhua. I don't know what brand it is, Wenwan said sarcastically. Mom, you're really kinda warming. Did she get a silver medal when she was little? Neither I nor Wenqiang did. Wang Xianhua choked and said impatiently, Your dad said if you took that thing, give it back to me quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to take the college entrance exam. Wenjuan's face turned pale, and she cried, Am I really your biological daughter? For a thing you've never seen. Are you going to ruin my life? Wenwan said. Did you really not take it? Wang Xianhua was unsure. Wan, if you took it, give it back to Mom. I won't hit you anymore. Or tell me, did you exchange it for money in the county town? Who did you give it to? I haven't seen it, Wenwan replied. Why don't you ask Wenqiang? Maybe he took it. He recently got a new girlfriend. Maybe he used it to impress her. After all, Wenwan wasn't the only one stealing money from home. Over the years, Wang Xianhua had lost quite a bit of money to Wenqiang's theft. Anyway, as long as this thing didn't end up in Warming's hands, it was fine. Wang Xianhua looked at Wenwan with a cold stare and said, If I find out you gave Wenwan something, just see how I deal with you. Wenwan was frightened. She had never seen Wang Xianhua like this before. At the same time, she felt more confused. What is the story behind that silver medal that Wang Xianhua cares so much about? But she also felt a bit regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have sold it to Wenwan. Now, she could only deny everything stubbornly. In the end, Wang Xianhua had no choice but to say, Take Guoji home when you have time. Don't get married and forget your own family. She still hadn't gone back to visit her family. Talking about this, Wang Xianhua almost wanted to hit Wenwan. I understand, Wenwan said impatiently. I need to read my book, so I won't see you off. Wang Xianhua glared at her and put the apple on her desk into her pocket. I'll eat this on the way. Wenwan frowned in disgust. Really? How did she end up with such parents? But because of this, Wenwan was more determined to go to college. She wanted to leave this place, escape from this consuming family, and live a better life. However, some things can't be achieved just by working hard. For example, studying. Wenwan had finished high school, but during those years, the school was always busy with sports or activities. There were very few who could study seriously. Many students like Wenwan just wasted their time. She was also someone who aimed high, but lacked the skills. Unlike Wenwan, who was diligent from elementary school and thought she could start reading high school books once she reached high school. But she only recognized the characters, and when they all gathered together, she was confused. When faced with questions, she didn't even know which way was east or west. Recently, Wenwan was very anxious at home. She knew that if things continued like this, she didn't know if Wenwan could get into college, but she was sure she wouldn't. She had to think of a way. Grandma, are the chives ready? Wenwan asked outside while blanching the chopped cabbage, talking to Zhao. Yes, Zhao replied, bringing in the chives and glancing at Wenwan's face. The noodles are almost ready too. Wenwan smiled, chopped garlic into small pieces, and also cut some green onions and red chili peppers. Here is the improved and simplified version of your text. Place the blanched cabbage on a plate, then add soaked vermicelli. When the oil in the pan is hot, stir-fry the minced garlic until fragrant. Add a little soy sauce and sugar to enhance the flavor. Wait until the garlic smell is fully released, then pour it over the vermicelli and cabbage. Steam everything in a steamer for 10 minutes. When serving, drizzle with her special sauce, then sprinkle with chopped green onions and red chili peppers. Pour hot oil over the dish with a sizzle, filling the room with a wonderful aroma. Lu Jinchuan just came home and immediately smelled this tempting smell. What delicious food are you making today? You're back? A small, warm head peeked out from the kitchen door. Wash your hands quickly. Dinner will be ready soon. Before Lu Jinchuan could answer, the small head disappeared inside, and he saw her quickly making chive flour buns. Lu Jinchuan really enjoys this kind of life. The feeling of coming home every day to a warm meal prepared with care is very cozy and soft. It's a feeling he has never experienced in over 20 years. He also doesn't know when, but this little girl in front of him has deeply entered his heart. As a single man, Lu Jinchuan doesn't understand what this means yet, but he often thinks that if life could stay like this, it would be pretty good. Even his colleagues say that he has changed a lot before and after marriage. That day, Zhou Jin checked his health and surprisingly found that his physical condition was better than before. Lu Jinchuan credits all of this to Wenwan. Eating well naturally makes the body healthier. At the end of the year, there's a big competition at the headquarters. Last year, Lu Jinchuan didn't participate because of health reasons, but today he feels confident. Try this vegetable bun. I grew the chives myself, Wenwan said with a smile. I'll send some to Sister Ye Nan later. Okay. Lu Jinchuan nodded. He glanced at a spot in the backyard and smiled slightly. Wang Xianhua had been secretly watching from outside. The delicious smell from inside made her very hungry. She couldn't help but swallow, and her stomach was already growling. She wondered what was so tasty. Inside, Lu Jinchuan was serving Wenwan some food. He didn't say much, but Wenwan looked at him happily. Bah, shameless fox. Wang Xianhua silently cursed herself, thinking, I don't even know my own parents. What's there to be proud of? Thinking this, she felt a bit calmer. She eagerly glanced at the dishes on the table, planning to sneak into the backyard greenhouse to pick some vegetables. Suddenly, she saw Lu Jinchuan stand up unexpectedly and walk toward the backyard. Wang Xianhua was terrified and ran away quickly. Her heart was pounding, but she didn't want Lu Jinchuan to see her. What's wrong? Wenwan asked, confused, inside the house. Nothing. I just need a cup, Lu Jinchuan said with a smile and sat back down. Wang Xianhua ran far away before stopping to look back nervously toward Wenwan's house. Luckily, Lu Jinchuan didn't come after her. But even if he had, what could he do? Wang Xianhua felt a bit annoyed with herself. Why was she so timid? She didn't watch her step and suddenly fell into a roadside hole. Inside, she smelled a strong, unpleasant odor, probably from some careless kid who had urinated there. She cursed under her breath, feeling unlucky. She tried to stand up, but her ankle was hurting badly. It was getting dark, and the empty road was deserted. Wang Xianhua wanted to call for help but knew it wouldn't help. She could only struggle and crawl out of the hole painfully. By the time she hobbled back to Sancha village, it was very dark. From afar, she saw a figure leaving her house's yard, probably Wen Fingqi. Her heart lifted. She thought Wen Fingqi had come out looking for her since she was late. She was about to call out to him but saw him walking in the opposite direction. In the past, Wen Fingqi would go out at night, and Wang Xianhua would pretend not to notice. But this time, for some reason, she wanted to follow and see where he was going. Sure enough, Wen Fingqi went to Guoanqin's house. Under the dim yellow light, Wang Xianhua saw Wen Fingqi smiling gently as he talked to Guoanqin. She froze in place, feeling cold as the chilly wind blew on her. She didn't know if it was the weather or her heart feeling cold. She felt an indescribable emotion. Inside the house, Gua Anqin's laughter could be heard from time to time. After a while, Wang Xianhua's vision suddenly darkened. When she looked again, the lights in Gua Anqin's house had already gone out. Soon after, she heard the sound of a cat meowing from inside. In the darkness, Wang Xianhua's senses seemed to become sharper. The embarrassing sounds waves washed over her one after another. Although the noises were very soft, they sounded very harsh to her ears. The cold wind was blowing loudly. Finally, Wang Xianhua, standing at the door, moved 2 steps. The pain in her feet made her frown. But she stopped after taking 2 steps forward. She didn't have the courage to open the door and argue with Gua Anqin and Wen Fingqi. Wang Xianhua hobbled back to her house. The cold room and cold bed made her sit quietly in the dark without turning on the light. No one knew what she was thinking at this moment. If it had been before, when warmth still hadn't left this home, she might have noticed Wang Xianhua's strange behavior and quietly comforted her. Wang Xianhua wiped away tears from her eyes, wondering why she was thinking of one at this moment. It must be because she missed her own daughter so much. Meanwhile, Wen, who was being cared for by Wang Xianhua, was holding her blanket tightly and nervously watching the door.
Huh?
Grandma, what's wrong? I think I heard some sounds. Did you hear them too? Zhao said from the doorway. Wen breathed a sigh of relief and quietly told Lu Jinchuan, who was sleeping on the ground, I'll go check. Just a moment ago, Zhao's knocking almost scared them both. They were afraid she would come in and see Lu Jinchuan sleeping on the ground, which explained why they had been sleeping separately since moving in. What's wrong, Grandma? Wen asked as she went out and helped Zhao onto her bed. Maybe someone is arguing somewhere. Why would they be arguing? Zhao shook her head. You tell Jinchuan to check the backyard. I thought I heard sounds from our backyard. Grandma, Lu Jinchuan also came out. Tomorrow I'll go to the mountain to find some branches and fix the fence in the backyard. Okay. Zhao waved her hand. You all should go to sleep now. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Lu Guizhi looked at Feng Xiulian with disbelief. So Wenwan, is it true? The person who crushed Lu's spinach the other day was you? I didn't. Feng Xiulian glared at Wenwan. That woman always tattles. You know this house is on the 3rd floor and has no backyard. I was just thinking of making some chive pancakes for you tomorrow morning since we don't have any chives at home. If you ask what the people in the family building envy most now, it is the warm greenhouse at home. Even in this cold weather, they can still eat chives. How can people not be jealous? Originally, she wanted to secretly go and pick some chives to bring back at night. But unexpectedly, her luck was bad. Before she reached the greenhouse, her leg suddenly hurt, and she almost fell flat on her face. My leg hurts so much, and you don't care about me, she said, with tears in her eyes, glaring at her son. Sure enough, once you marry, you forget your mother. Am I that easy to deal with? I just wanted to get some food for you and the kids, Feng Xiulian said, crying as she sat there. Unlike some people who don't even cook a meal. What did I do to deserve this? Don't think I'm a bother. I'll go back when it gets light tomorrow, she added. Grandma, Lu Yiming cried, hugging Feng Xiulian. I want to go back with you. Lu Jiaming also cried. Lu Guizhi was overwhelmed. He looked at Wenwan and said, How can you be a good wife at home all day? Wenwan was watching a show, but she didn't expect the fire to burn to her. She was unhappy too. She goes out all the time, visiting other people's houses. Can't I stop her? Warm is your sister. Mom wants to eat some chives. Can't you ask her for some? Lu Guizhi said. She still calls you her cousin-in-law. Why doesn't she ask you?
Wen Juanito Ortiz. You.
Lu Guizhi raised his hand in anger. Hit me, Feng Xiulian said to Lu Guizhi. This daughter-in-law needs to be taught well to be sensible. Go ahead, Wenwan said with a faint smile. If you hit me, I might as well marry someone else. Who would dare to marry her then? Lu Guizhi lowered his raised hand, looked at Wenwan with a tired expression, and finally said, I'm already tired from work. Can you all behave? All right. Wenwan reached out her hand. Give me some money. You're asking for money again? Lu Guizhi said with a dark face. I heard there's a high school exam prep class in the county town. I want to join, Wenwan said. I can't focus on studying at home.
You.
Lu Guoji choked. If I don't pass the exam, it will still be your face that gets lost, Wenwan said. She realized that Lu Guoji cared a lot about his reputation. In the end, Lu Guoji still gave her the money. Feng Xiulian was trembling with anger, pointing at Wenwan. Was it not like this before? The first wife was so good, but whenever Lu Guoji was unhappy, he would slap her without hesitation. She didn't dare make a sound after being hit, and she did all the chores at home well. Sadly, she was short-lived. She gave birth to a pair of twins, but also lost her life. Mom, Lu Guoji lowered his voice. Didn't I tell you recently? Just be patient for now. Once things settle and his work transfer is confirmed, he would properly settle accounts with Wenwan. But we can't just let her do whatever she wants here, Feng Xiulian pouted. And she wants to go to college? If she gets in, she'll be so proud she'll look down on everyone. Mom, if she can get into college, I'll be proud of her, Lu Guoji said calmly. As long as she gets in. So now, he let Wenwan do as she pleased. Just bear with it for now. Lu Guoji took out some money and handed it to Feng Xiulian. When my transfer to Kyoto is done, our family will be proud. Not like now, stuck in this village, unable to do anything. It's my son, Feng Xiulian said with concern. You two should also listen to Grandma, Lu Guoji told Lu Yeming. Be good these days. Next spring, we'll go back to Kyoto to start school. Since the children arrived here, Lu Guoji initially planned to send them to kindergarten. But soon after, Feng Xiulian came, and his work might be transferred back to Kyoto. Lu Guoji didn't want to bother anymore, and the kids didn't want to go either, so he decided to stay home and play. Isn't childhood meant for playing? Dad, we are very obedient, Lu Yeming said. Don't call me a good grandson. Feng Xiulian hugged the two children. They are so obedient, and they even care about me, bringing me water to wash my feet. Unlike your wife, I swear, even if I die, I wouldn't want to see her. Just wait, I'll have her come serve you, Lu Guoji said. Wenwan obviously didn't want to, but Lu Guoji also said if you don't want to, that's fine. Anyway, I can't transfer to Kyoto. You'll be stuck here for the rest of your life. Just stay in this mountain village. After saying this, he lay on the bed feeling defeated. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, lost in thought. Wenwan thought for a moment and finally tugged at his clothes, feeling wronged. She said, I also want to be good to Mom, but look at her. Since she came here, she's been acting like she doesn't recognize me. Lu Guoji stared blankly at the ceiling and didn't respond to Wenwan. Maybe, Wenwan hesitated, we should let Mom go back to Kyoto. Dad is alone at home, and the two kids are old enough to go to kindergarten. They can't be running around the yard all day. Are you trying to send my mom away? Lu Guoji looked at Wenwan, surprised.
How can you say that?
Wenwan said, feeling upset. You don't understand. She's been talking big with the old ladies outside every day, and she's been stirring trouble with the kids. It's hard enough to be a stepmother, and now the kids are so hostile toward me. Besides, are you really okay with Dad being alone in Kyoto? Dad has everything he needs at work, so don't worry, Lu Guoji said tiredly. Stop causing trouble. She's old, and if you just let her be a little, it would be fine. Xiaoyu and Jiaming were raised by Mom herself. Why did she come from Kyoto? Isn't it because she cares about the kids and wants to help us? If you tell her to stay out of it, have you thought about how Mom feels? I'm not trying to cause trouble, Wenwan said, even more upset. Look at her stubborn attitude. She's not helping at all. I just want to read a book, but she's outside with the kids, playing loud music. I try to cook, but she says I'm a bad cook and wasting food. I don't cook, and she calls me lazy. She's always criticizing me behind my back. What am I supposed to do? Lu Guoji looked at her coldly. She's my real mother, the one who raised me with her own hands. Wenwan, can't you just be a little more considerate of her? Are you still unhappy with this family? Think I don't work hard enough? He said as he stood up. What are you going to do? Wenwan grabbed his arm. Wen Fengqi was the same. Whenever he was upset with Wang Xianhua, he would go out to find Guoanqin. Just because we're newly married, you already don't like me. How will we get through the future? Wenwan pulled at his clothes. You're not allowed to go out looking for other women. Lu Guoji angrily said, my relationship with Zhou Yani was just an accident. How many times do I have to explain before you let this go? I don't care. Anyway, if you dare to go out, I will cause trouble at your workplace. Wenwan cried. You are not allowed to see other women. I am going to see my mom and kids, Lu Guoji said, pulling away her hand. You're crazy. Outside the house, Feng Shulian's face was dark with anger. She was so upset that she didn't want Wenwan to even bring her foot-washing water. I'm leaving now, she said, tears in her eyes when she saw Lu Guoji. I won't bother you here anymore. Mom, Lu Guoji said weakly, it's nothing. Just stay here peacefully. I won't let anyone force you to leave. After speaking, he frowned and went to the bathroom to prepare foot-washing water for Feng Shulian. When he poured hot water, he found the thermos was empty. Lu Guoji then went to the kitchen to boil more water. He stood alone in the kitchen, staring at the gas stove in a daze. Quietly, he took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He smoked one after another until the water in the pot boiled, making a bubbling sound, which brought his thoughts back. Lu Guoji always felt this was not the life he wanted. He once had a strange dream. In the dream, he married a warm and gentle wife. She took care of the family, educated the children well, and was respectful to her parents. She raised the two kids well, with ambition and good manners. She also cared for her parents, helping them enjoy their old age. Of course, she was even better to him. In life, she took care of his daily needs with great attention. In his career, she supported him wholeheartedly. Whatever decisions he made, she supported him completely. In his dream, he became someone everyone admired. He lived with dignity, achieved greatness, and his children were filial and obedient. His marriage was happy and loving. These were feelings he had never experienced in real life. If only life could be like in the dream. If he hadn't had bad thoughts and instead sincerely pursued warmth, would she have agreed to marry him? Would his life then be just like in the dream? No one could answer Lu Guoji's question. Finally, after calming down his entire family, Lu Guoji sat exhausted on the sofa, his mind blank. She ended up sitting all night. When morning came, she hurriedly washed up, packed her things, and left the room. Last night, Wenwan knew that Lu Guoji hadn't gone out, so she went to bed. But thinking about Feng Shulian's attitude made her very angry. She kept tossing and turning and couldn't sleep. Eventually, she drifted into a hazy sleep, not knowing exactly when. In the early morning, she thought she saw Lu Guoji come in. Suddenly, she sat up in bed, forgot to put on her shoes, and ran outside. She looked around but didn't see Lu Guoji in the kitchen or living room. Feng Shulian was eating with the two children. The breakfast was brought back from the big cafeteria earlier, and of course, Wenwan wasn't included. A woman who doesn't cook and doesn't know when her husband leaves doesn't deserve to eat. Guoji has left. Wenwan asked, a little surprised. Isn't he on leave today? Feng Shulian sneered. Guoji is on a business trip. She didn't even know her own husband was on a business trip or at work. What kind of wife was she? Wenwan was completely stunned. How long will he be gone? They had just gotten married, and their two children had arrived that day. With the children around and Lu Guoji busy with work, their married life was already limited. Later, Feng Shulian came. Whenever she and Lu Guoji showed affection, Feng Shulian would cough loudly outside or make some noise. After doing this a few times, Lu Guoji lost interest. So, since they got married, they hadn't been truly intimate many times. And her pregnancy, there was still no sign of movement. She had thought that this time, when Lu Guoji returned, they could be close. But Feng Shulian ruined that again. Wenwan was furious. She stood there, chest heaving, breathing heavily, as if she was about to explode or trying to hold back her anger. The two children looked at her timidly. Wenwan, with a blank face, returned to her room. She decided to leave now. She had more important things to do. Fortunately, Lu Guoji had already given her money yesterday. Today, she would go to the county town's tutoring center to register her name. She planned to study hard, focusing on her exams, so that when Lu Guizhi returned, she would be ready. This was a crucial time for Lu Guizhi. Once his job transfer was successful, she would also get into college. She would become a university student, with a status stronger than that of Zhou Yanni, who was from a worker-peasant background. Moreover, in the future, no one in Kyoto would dare to look down on her. As for Feng Shulian, Wenwan's lips curled into a cold smile. She was not someone easy to bully either. Anyway, Lu Guizhi was not at home. During this time, if Feng Shulian dared to cause trouble, she had plenty of ways to deal with her. Wenwan spent a long time in her room preparing herself mentally. Finally, she changed into her going-out clothes, washed up, and didn't even look at the 3 generations sitting in the living room. She grabbed her purse and left. "Grandma," Lu Jiaming whispered. "What is she going out for?" "Who knows?" Feng Shulian said irritably. "Hopefully she just stays out and doesn't come back." But Lu Jiaming hesitated. If she dies, won't Dad have to remarry again? Who knows what kind of wife he will marry next? What if she's not better than Wenwan? What should we do then? Feng Shulian choked. "Pfft, I was just talking nonsense. If Wenwan died, her son's reputation would also be damaged. She'd be blamed for causing trouble in the family." When Wenwan left, she just happened to see Lu Jinchuan coming out of the apartment building, with Wenwan behind him. She paused her steps. "Li Ba, wait for me to come back, so we can do it together," Wenwan said. Lu Jinchuan smiled. "Can I handle that small job? You go ahead to work, and I'll check the results at noon. I'll make sure the boss is satisfied." Wenwan smiled with pursed lips. Both of them saw Wenwan standing not far away, watching them with an unclear expression, but neither paid her any attention. Wenwan didn't expect that privately, Lu Jinchuan could be so gentle. Compared to Lu Guizhi, he was much better. She couldn't help but feel a mix of envy for Wenwan's good judgment and some anger. Did she realize that Lu Guizhi was not as good as Lu Jinchuan? So, she had picked up Wenwan's discarded shoes? Big sister, after they parted ways, Wenwan caught up and called Wenwan. "Wait for me." Wenwan stopped and looked at her. "What do you want to call me? Is it necessary to be like this?" Wenwan said angrily. "I told you, I don't have a sister like you," Wenwan said calmly and continued walking forward.
"Aunt."
"Auntie," Wenwan gritted her teeth and shouted behind her. "Are you satisfied now?" "Just say what you need," Wenwan replied impatiently. "I have to get to work." "Can you let me use your information?" Wenwan asked. "I heard that Xiao Yanan's father works at the Kyoto Education Bureau." "No, I won't share," Wenwan replied simply.
"You," Wenwan said angrily.
"Are you afraid? I'm a high school student, and you haven't even finished elementary school. If you give me that information, I will get into a good school, and you won't," Wenwan smiled. "Then, you're just a joke in the Lu family. Do whatever you want," Wenwan said with another smile. "How did you become a high school student? Don't you know yourself?" Wenwan's grades were terrible, only slightly better than Zhou Yanni's. What made her think the college entrance exam was so easy? "I will definitely pass," Wenwan gritted her teeth. "That's best," Wenwan said lazily. "At least, all the hard-earned money I spent over the years won't be wasted. Otherwise, she would be heartbroken." Wenwan was speechless. She just realized that Wenwan no longer cared about her at all. Her heart felt a little sour. It seemed like something important was slipping further and further away from her. She also noticed that Wenwan, who was adopted from the Wen family, was living better than they had expected. She wasn't the poor girl she used to be. Now, Wenwan looked like she had undergone some transformation, beautiful, confident, and generous. She seemed to radiate a kind of light that made people want to explore her. Wenwan rubbed her eyes. Is this really the Wenwan she grew up with? She felt a bit regretful. If she had known things would turn out like this, when Wenwan was expelled, maybe she should have stood by her side. Would things have been different? But soon, Wenwan dismissed that regret. No, she didn't regret it. Without Wenwan, she could still live a decent life. The facts didn't allow her to regret. After all, that night was her own choice. Wenwan flicked her braids and strode confidently toward the county town. Worm has a bicycle, and it is the only lady's small bike in the whole county. Wenwan has known this for a long time. She also wants to borrow Worm's bike to ride, but she knows without asking that Worm will not agree. At this moment, Wenwan is full of confidence and remains very motivated after registering for the county exam. However, when she sits in the classroom and listens to the teacher explaining the questions, Wenwan feels completely confused. She can't understand any of the questions. Wenwan feels like crying but has no tears. Finally, the teacher reminds her, "Have you reviewed the middle school knowledge?" Wenwan is stunned. "Then maybe you should switch classes?"
The teacher suggests.
"You said you had already reviewed all the high school topics, so I put you in this advanced class. We also have a basic class. I recommend you start there." At first, seeing her so confident, the teacher thought she was a top student, but it turns out she is not. Okay, Wenwan suppresses her sadness. In the big dining hall, Worm can now cook and stir-fry dishes. Many people like her cooking. Her dishes are not very salty and don't use many seasonings, but they bring out the natural flavors of the ingredients, making people enjoy eating them. What's even more enjoyable is watching her cook. She works smoothly and orderly, like a beautiful scene in the big dining hall. The family housing area at the base has no secrets. Last night, the argument between Lu Guizhi and Wenwan spread quickly. While Worm was getting her meal, she overheard some women gossiping while choosing dishes. The meat dishes at the base's big dining hall are always delicious and generous in portion. Especially on days when they serve braised pork or preserved vegetable with pork, many people come to get food. Today, Worm is serving her braised pork. She hears Lu Hohat, who is planting spinach in her backyard, talking to another woman behind her. A daughter-in-law can endure for 100 years, and once she outlives her mother-in-law, her good days will come. "Hohat, are you thinking like that?" The other woman teases her with a smile. Lu Hohat replies with a smile, "My mother-in-law treats me well, but not like the one from the capital. She's quite strict. You all should stay away from her in the future. Her mother-in-law recently learned her lesson." "That's not certain. I think her mother-in-law might not be able to control her," said another person. "She's not someone easy to bully. Maybe she will make her mother-in-law so angry that she will get sick of her." "I heard Wenwan is taking the college entrance exam. She hasn't cooked at home these days," someone said with a smile. "If she really gets in, things will get interesting in the future." There is a strong-willed mother-in-law from Beijing and a college girl from the countryside. Both have bad tempers, and neither will tolerate the other. TSK, I wonder who Director Lu will support?" Someone chuckled. Wenwan listened quietly, without saying a word. They say a daughter-in-law endures for 100 years and finally finds comfort, but if her husband is a bad man like Lu Guizhi, it only makes the woman angry and sad. The reason why a mean mother-in-law dares to bully her daughter-in-law is because men often do not protect their wives. In family conflicts, men are the key to smoothing things out. But someone like Lu Guizhi, who lacks responsibility, doesn't know how to handle conflicts. He just avoids problems, finds them troublesome, and leaves all the trouble to his wife and mother. He thinks these issues are not his business. He believes that when he returns, the conflicts will naturally disappear. But in reality, the longer the problems go unresolved, the more they build up and become harder to fix. In her past life, Wenwan would swallow her anger and endure. But Wenwan's temper is different. From stealing flowers to buy clothes for herself, it's clear she is not someone who accepts suffering quietly. "What do you want?" Wenwan asked the big sister-in-law who was sneering. "How much?" "Half a pound of braised pork," Lu Hohat replied calmly. "Wenwan, give me a little more." "Then 8 ounces?" Wenwan asked suspiciously. The people behind burst out laughing. "Half a pound is half a pound," Lu Hohat pouted. The person behind said in surprise, "Sister-in-law Lu, are you expecting visitors today? Just 8 ounces? It's delicious, and my mother-in-law loves it." Lu Hohat smiled, but her eyes kept watching Wenwan as she served the dishes. When the others finished serving, Wenwan heard her say to someone nearby, "Did you hear? Captain Lu's mother came on his wedding day." She didn't agree with Lu marrying Wenwan.
Is that so?
Another person agreed and said, I heard her face looked very bad, and the two of them even argued. Wow, you guys say the Wang sisters are quite impressive, Lu Guohua said gossiping, glancing at Wenwan. The older sister married the younger brother, and the younger sister married the nephew. Wow, their family ties are really complicated. A few women looked back at Wenwan and said, Who says not? Food is ready. Why not go home and cook? Master Gua scolded. Don't block others from getting their meals. Old Gua, what did we do to bother you? Lu Guohua said angrily. You're bothering me because I'm mopping the floor. It smells terrible. I need to clean it quickly, Master Gua said, then took a mop from the backwater room and swung it toward the women standing nearby. The mop was wet, and the women screamed and ran out of the dining hall. A bunch of idle women, just gossiping behind people's backs, Master Gua said angrily. When he turned around, he saw Wenwan standing at the window, smiling at him. Are you stupid or what? Master Gua said, a bit annoyed. And still smiling. Thank you, Master, Wenwan said with a small smile. Please don't be angry. You said they're just idle women. Their mouths are on their faces, so let them say whatever. You. Master Gua shook his head helplessly. Wenwan handed the spoon to someone nearby, then went over to take the mop from his hand and cleaned the wet floor thoroughly. After tidying up, she asked, The weather is changing again. Does your leg still hurt? Your medicinal wine is really effective, Master Gua said with a smile. I drank some, and now my leg doesn't feel as bad as before. Little Mwan, can you? No, Wenwan said seriously. You shouldn't drink too much medicinal wine. Why is it that trust between people is so hard to keep? Master Gua looked at her with a frown. I'm not some greedy kid. Wenwan just smiled silently. It wasn't the first time this had happened. Master Gua chuckled awkwardly. Is your medicinal wine easy to make? My old buddy has the same stubborn cold leg as me. Really? Wenwan asked suspiciously. Girl, don't you trust your master's words? Master Gua said sternly. Worm smiled gently. All right, I'll bring it to you later, but master. I know, just him. No one else will ask me about it in the future, Master Gua said with a smile. I can't cause trouble for Worm. A few days later, the base experienced the biggest snowstorm of the year. Overnight, the outside world was covered in white snow. Worm didn't need to go to work today. She stayed in bed, staring out the window at the snow, feeling like she had missed something important. This snow is so heavy, Zhao said as she opened the door and came in. We must be careful our house doesn't get crushed.
No, Grandma, Worm replied.
Our roof was just repaired in May. Don't you remember? Older people tend to forget things easily. Well, I'm worried about the other families in the village, Zhao said. Such heavy snow is dangerous. What if it collapses on someone? Suddenly, Worm had a bright idea. She remembered what she needed to do. Grandma, I just thought of something. I need to find Ajin, Worm said quickly as she got out of bed and started dressing. You stay here and be good. With such heavy snow outside, why are you going out? Zhao grabbed her. Stay at home. Jean Chuan will be back this afternoon. He didn't come home last night on duty, but he usually returns in the afternoon. However, by morning, the snow was still falling heavily. The houses in Sancha village were built quite solidly, and when Worm helped repair the roof in May, some houses with leaks were fixed too. Every autumn, when Yofu would have the villagers fix their roofs again. Zhao said when Yofu's great-grandfather had once died after being buried in heavy snow. The problem wasn't in Sancha village, but in Shangshui village, about 5 kilometers away. Shangshui village was the poorest in the commune. Most houses there weren't very sturdy, and this heavy snow had damaged several homes. In her past life, Lu Jinchuan, the captain responsible for security at the base, was tasked with helping Shangshui village. It was supposed to be safe, but when he was rescuing the last woman, she suddenly ran back to get her savings. At this moment, an accident happened. The roof beam fell down. Lu Jinchuan was hit in the leg while trying to save a woman. The injury healed, but it left some lasting effects. It is said that he later transferred to a local position, mainly because of his leg problem. This incident is not something Wenwan deliberately forgot. In her past life, around this time, Lu Yuming was seriously ill with a high fever and almost lost his life. Wenwan took care of him day and night, so she had no time to think about other things. The reason she has a vague memory of this is because, later, when Lu Jinchuan was hospitalized, Lu Guizhi asked her to make chicken soup to help him recover. That's when Wenwan realized so many things had happened because of the heavy snow. She also learned that Lu Jinchuan was outside for too long and froze, which is why he didn't react quickly when the roof beam fell. Lu Jinchuan was in a state of despair for a long time after transferring to the local position, but he eventually pulled himself together. Thinking of this, Wenwan's heart tightened. She secretly scolded herself for being so useless, forgetting such an important thing. Now, she hurried to deliver some medicinal wine to Lu Jinchuan. She made it with wine and ginseng from her spiritual kitchen. It's good for health and can help resist the cold in this chilly weather. Grandma, don't worry. I'm just going to deliver this medicinal wine to him, Wenwan said with a smile. If anything happens, their unit will be the first to respond, right? You little girl. Zhao sure helped her with a scarf and a wool hat. Be careful, okay? Wenwan nodded with a smile, lined the basket with a cotton pad, then placed the medicinal wine inside and covered it with a lid. I'm leaving now. Stay at home and be good.
Don't worry about me.
I might not come back for a while. Wenwan waved goodbye and just stepped outside when she felt the cold wind slicing her face like a knife. The wool hat on her head was almost blown away by the strong wind. She quickly covered her hat with her scarf and tightly wrapped it around her neck. The basket contained 2 large jars of medicinal wine. She had quietly put them into her spiritual kitchen just before leaving. Even carrying an empty basket, walking was very difficult. The further she went, the colder her heart felt. There were broken tree branches weighed down by thick snow along the road. Walking alone like this was hard enough, let alone Lu Jinchuan and others trying to rescue people in such weather. It was even more difficult. When Wenwan entered Lu Jinchuan's workplace, she just saw Zhang Jigang hurriedly coming out from inside. He was surprised to see Wenwan and asked sister-in-law, "Why are you here? Is there something at home? Such heavy snow." He spoke while leading Wenwan back into the house. Because of the heating, the room was still quite warm. Wenwan placed the basket on the table and took a deep breath. Her hands and feet were already frozen. "Where is our team leader? I came to deliver something to him." Wenwan looked around but didn't see Lu Jinchuan. "How could you be so reckless?" Zhang Jigang was a bit worried. "It's such a big snow outside, so dangerous." On her way here, she almost got hit by a suddenly broken branch, but luckily she reacted quickly and dodged.
Is he here?
Wenwan suddenly felt something was wrong. The next moment, Zhang Jigang scratched the back of his head and said, "You're late. The team leader went out on a mission. He just left a little while ago." Wenwan's heart immediately lifted. She hurriedly asked then, "Can you take me to find him? I have something very important to give him." Zhang Jigang hesitated. "The snow is so heavy now, we probably can't catch up." He added, "Is it something very important? I can help you deliver it." Wenwan suddenly thought of her past life, her face turning pale. "Zhang Jigang, hurry and take me. I must find him." "But." "No buts," Wenwan said firmly. "I can do it. I won't hold you back. Once I reach him, I'll give him the thing and leave. I won't cause trouble for you." "All right then." Zhang Jigang couldn't refuse her and had to agree. "There's a collapse near the village where the heavy snow fell. We just contacted the base from Shangshui village for support." The team leader received the order and took people to help. He didn't go because he was on duty for 2 days. "I know a shortcut to Shangshui village," Wenwan said, though that path was a bit difficult to walk. The two hurriedly rushed out. Zhang Jigang originally thought it would be slow, but in the end, he was proven wrong. Watching Wenwan rushing through the snow, he grit his teeth and chased after her. "Is it very cold?" Wenwan smiled and took out a large jar from the basket. "Drink a little to warm up." "Are you really going to give this to the captain?" Zhang Jigang took a sip and immediately felt less cold. He said excitedly, "This thing is really amazing. Let's hurry and go." Wenwan nodded. This was made with wine and ginseng from the spirit kitchen. Master Guo's old cold leg was cured with this medicinal wine. However, when Wenwan hurried to Shangshui village, she was still a bit late. As soon as they entered Shangshui village, it was clear how different it was from Sanchika village. Most houses were made of mud and thatch, and there were few people on the road. "Are you sure this is Shangshui village?" Wenwan asked doubtfully. "Maybe we went to the wrong place again." "No, it's definitely Shangshui village," Zhang Jigang said. The village chief of Shangshui called for help. Some houses in the village had already collapsed. Since their team was assigned here, they couldn't have gone anywhere else. Could it be that we arrived too early? Zhang Jigang wondered. But he quickly thought it wasn't likely. Although they took a shortcut, it was still some distance. And Lu Jinchuan's team was rushing to save people, so they were moving very fast. At that moment, Wenwan suddenly heard a sound, and it was clear that Zhang Jigang heard it too.
"Over there," he said.
The two hurriedly headed toward the sound. "Help!" The voice grew closer. Wenwan heard someone calling for help, and then she saw the green color that only the base personnel had. "It's the captain and the others," Zhang Jigang said excitedly. Their steps quickened even more. "Where's the captain?" When they reached the scene, Zhang Jigang hurriedly grabbed a teammate and asked, "Where's the captain?" Wenwan also looked anxiously for Lu Jinchuan. "Why are you here?" "The captain is still inside saving people," the teammate said. As soon as they entered the village, they heard someone calling for help. They rushed over to rescue, with the captain leading the charge. But why did Zhang Jigang bring his sister-in-law here? The teammate was a bit confused, but now wasn't the time to worry about that. They had just rescued one person, and they needed to get him to the hospital quickly. "My son," a middle-aged woman cried, lying on her son's body in the yard. "It's all my fault. I wanted to fix the roof, but I kept putting it off." She always thought everything would be fine. Who would have thought that last year there was hardly any snow, and this year the snow would fall so heavily? She also never expected that her house's roof would be so weak. Before the snow even stopped, the roof collapsed. "Please help my daughter," the middle-aged woman cried. "Don't worry, ma'am," the rescue team member said soothingly. "We'll take her to the hospital first." At this moment, Wenwan saw Lu Jinchuan jump out of the snow pile, holding a little girl in his arms. "Why are you here?" Lu Jinchuan immediately saw Wenwan and felt worried. Is something wrong at home? Otherwise, why would she come here? "No, I brought you something," Wenwan said as she carefully looked at his leg when he appeared. It seemed fine, not injured. Lu Jinchuan looked a bit upset. He glanced coldly at Zhang Jigang, who also shouldn't be here. Zhang Jigang shrank back. "Don't blame him," Wenwan quickly said. "I insisted he bring me here. Even if he didn't, I would come alone." "Comrade Wenwan," Lu Jinchuan called her. "I brought some medicinal wine. You should give them some first," Wenwan interrupted him, pulling out a large jar from her basket. "It's very cold, and if they get frozen, going to the hospital could be dangerous. And you and them," she added, "drink some too." Seeing him still serious, she softly said, "I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry, okay?" What could Lu Jinchuan say? He put the girl down and pulled Wenwan to a quiet spot. "Did you bring a few bottles?" Wenwan carefully opened the basket. "Wow, 3 big jars filled to the top." "You really?" Lu Jinchuan was so angry he couldn't speak. "Stay here and don't move." After saying that, he went back, saying something I couldn't hear. Zhang Jigang and the others handed her their water bottles. Lu Jinchuan came over with a water bottle and poured all the medicinal wine from the jars into several bottles. "Don't do this again," he said softly. "These things, don't take them out unless it's absolutely necessary." But now, it's an emergency, Wenwan blinked her big eyes at Lu Jinchuan. Lu Jinchuan was completely out of patience. "We'll settle this properly when we get back." After finishing, he dried his water bottle and handed it to her. "You should have a sip too." Her face was red from the cold. Warmly smiled and took a couple of sips, then handed the bottle to Lu Jinchuan. He was also freezing and, after drinking, felt much more comfortable. Even his stiff body became more flexible. He gently patted Wenwan's head with care, then turned to give the water bottle to others and went to arrange for the rescued men and women to be taken to the base hospital. Continue rescuing others with me, Lu Jinchuan said. He looked at Wenwan again. You stay here too, and don't run around. He signaled Zhang Jigang to keep an eye on her. Wenwan was worried he might send her away, but when she said she would stay, she smiled and promised, I will listen and not run off. Some team members originally thought Wenwan was just a troublemaker for their leader. When she married Lu Jinchuan, some, like Zhou Jin, had opinions about her. But after she drank the medicinal wine, everyone shut their mouths. Her once stiff body became lively, which was very helpful for rescuing people in such cold weather. Just now, if the team leader hadn't quickly pushed his teammates away, Wang Xiaojiang might have been trapped under the falling roof. There were several collapsed houses in the village. Some families woke up early and ran out in time, but others weren't so lucky. Lu Jinchuan and the others had been busy since drinking the medicinal wine, with no rest. Finally, they rescued the last family, and everyone's faces showed happiness. The heavy snow had stopped by then. Captain Lu, thank you so much, the village secretary of Shangshui said gratefully. If you hadn't arrived in time, it could have been fatal. It's what we're supposed to do, Lu Jinchuan replied. The snow has stopped, but if some houses are not sturdy, there's still a risk of collapse. Please remind everyone to stay alert. Yes, Wang Shuijun, the village head, sweat on his forehead. I will organize people to clear the snow from the roofs. While it was still not frozen, Lu Jinchuan nodded. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise. Their faces changed and Lu Jinchuan and his team immediately moved, running toward the sound. Wang Shuijun reacted and ran after them, but he became more and more anxious. Why does the direction look so much like their home? When they reached the place, their legs felt weak. Sir, please help save our daughter, the woman cried as she saw Wang Shuijun rush over. Aren't I telling you to stay inside the house? Wang Shuijun shouted. Why did they run to the side house? The woman looked embarrassed and started crying again. Wearing Lu Jinchuan's clothes, she begged, please, save my daughter. She just want to get something. Is there anything more important than life? Wang Shuijun said angrily. It would have been better if we had fixed up the side house back then. At that time, his wife said their daughter lived in the side house. If something had really happened, she could have slept in the main house with them. Plus, the family didn't have much money, so they decided to wait until next year. But they kept waiting year after year. He knelt on the ground, regretful, hugging his head. Meanwhile, Lu Jinchuan had already gone with people to rescue her. When Wan stood outside anxiously. Although it was the side house, it was still a house with a beam. When Wan wondered if Lu Jinchuan had been hurt in his past life while saving the village chief's daughter. She was upset when she heard the village chief's wife say she was going to get something. As the village chief said, nothing is more important than life. Suddenly, they heard a voice from inside, as if someone had been found.
Great.
My daughter, the village chief's wife exclaimed excitedly and stood up. But before she could straighten up, there was a loud. The beam hanging on the wall suddenly fell down. Onlookers gasped. Ah, Jean. Wenwan hurriedly wanted to rush in but was stopped by Zhang Jigang.
Don't go.
Let go of me, Wenwan shouted angrily. Zhang Jigang was startled by her and didn't hold her back. Instead, he saw Wenwan rushing toward the side house. Ah, Jean, are you okay? Wenwan called out. I'm fine, Lu Jinchuan's voice replied. Don't come over. Wenwan covered her mouth, trying not to cry. I won't go. But tears finally fell. After a while, I finally saw Lu Jinchuan come out holding the girl. My heart warmed and returned to normal. I kept staring at Lu Jinchuan without blinking. Captain, give me the person, Zhang Jigang said as he and his teammate took the girl away. Look at sister-in-law, she was so worried earlier. Without him saying anything, Lu Jinchuan already saw that Wenwan's face was pale and full of concern. I'm fine, don't worry, Lu Jinchuan said as he walked over. Wenwan blinked and looked at his leg. Are you hurt? Her voice was a little shaky as she looked at him. Lu Jinchuan shook his head, reached out to pat her head, and held her in his arms. He softly comforted her. I'm fine.
Don't cry.
He added, thanks to the medicine wine you gave me. When the big beam fell, it almost hit me. Wenwan looked up at him blankly, then tightly hugged his waist. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore. It's okay now, Lu Jinchuan patiently patted her head. Aren't I fine now? Although it was still snowing heavily before, suddenly the sun broke through the clouds and shone on the white land. Let's go home. Don't make Grandma worry, Lu Jinchuan said gently. Wenwan finally realized she had been curled up in Lu Jinchuan's arms. Feeling a bit panicked, she moved away from him and lowered her head, replying softly. Captain Lu, thank you so much, Wang Shuijun said excitedly, not knowing how to express himself. Wenwan looked at the girl Lu Jinchuan had saved. She saw that the girl was still clutching a wooden box, but she didn't know what it was. She only glanced briefly, and then followed Lu Jinchuan outside. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Shuijun's daughter was watching Lu Jinchuan with admiration. She didn't know that something was also happening at the base. As the first group of rescued people was brought back, some news started to spread. Zhao Shi was worried and restless at home, not even bothering to eat. Through the window, she saw tree branches broken by the heavy snow. She regretted not stopping Wenwan from going out to deliver things. Why isn't she back yet? Zhao Shi waited anxiously, talking to herself because Wenwan hadn't returned. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Little Worm, is that you? Zhao hurried to open the door, almost falling. Why is it you? She recognizes the person. It's Lu Guoji's mother. She's not a good person. She often talks behind their backs, spreading bad rumors about their family. Don't you know yet? Feng Shulian exaggeratedly covered her mouth and said, I heard Jin Chuan went to rescue someone and got into trouble. As for what kind of trouble, she doesn't know. What did you say? Zhao's eyes blacked out. How could something happen? How is he? How is he doing? Zhao nervously grabbed Feng Shulian's arm. Tell me clearly what happened to Jin Chuan. I heard the house collapsed, Feng Shulian said. By the way, is your granddaughter also there? The people at the base are rescuing others. Why would a girl cause trouble? Honestly, she thinks Worm is a bad omen. She even looked down on her son at first. Feng Shulian's son is so outstanding. Why would a village girl like Worm look down on him? So, when she heard that Lu Jinchuan went to help and that the house collapsed, Feng Shulian couldn't help but come over to mock Zhao. Of course, she was talking when she was entering the north gate of the base. There were many people around, so she didn't get close, only catching bits and pieces. Something about Captain Lu rescuing people, the house collapsing, and so on. Then she filled in the gaps herself, thinking that Jin Chuan was rescuing people when the house fell, and he was buried under the rubble too. No, it can't be. Zhao trembled, turning back to grab her clothes and cane. I need to see him. Jin Chuan won't be hurt. My little Worm. The old woman trembled all over, struggling to put on her clothes. Feng Shulian saw this and pouted. I hope he's okay too. Better yet, let him die outside, so no one will compare Lu Jin Chuan to her son anymore. Seeing Zhao so upset, Feng Shulian felt a twinge of regret. Did she say too much? But then she thought, if the house collapsed and hit him, that would be very serious. She quickly said, I only heard about it too. Nothing serious. I'm leaving now. At this moment, Zhao's mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Jinchuan and Wenwan's accident. She couldn't hear her own words. Finally, she dressed properly, wrapped a scarf around her, and took her cane to go outside. When the door was opened, a cold wind blew sharply against her face. She almost fell over from the wind before stepping out, but even so, the old lady gritted her teeth, leaning on her cane, and slowly walked out. All she could think about now was her granddaughter and son-in-law. Oh heavens, please open your eyes. Suddenly, her footing slipped, and she felt as if the world was spinning. Then, Zhao lost consciousness. Wenwan tried her best to keep up with Lu Jinchuan and the team, But she was a girl, after all, and couldn't match those who trained every day.
Soon she fell behind.
Come, Lu Jinchuan said, walking over and squatting down in front of her. Get on my back. I'll carry you. I'm heavy. Wenwan shook her head. And I can walk by myself. Hurry up, Lu Jinchuan said. What does your weight matter? Or do you want everyone to wait for you? Wenwan hesitated. Lu Jinchuan patted his back. Then hurry up. She hesitated for a moment. Earlier, her foot had accidentally kicked something in her rush, and now standing felt okay, but walking hurt a lot. Thank you, she thought for a moment, and finally leaned on Lu Jinchuan's back, letting him carry her. Actually, her weight was nothing to Lu Jinchuan. Training in snowy conditions with heavy loads was something he did almost every year, so he quickly caught up with the team. When Wan rested her face on his broad, reassuring back, smiling happily. It was so good. She had stopped all of this from happening. Lu Jinchuan was not injured while saving her. His leg was fine, and it wouldn't affect his future career. She even wanted to shout with excitement. Are you so happy? Lu Jinchuan's deep, magnetic voice came over. No more of this in the future. Seeing her earlier almost scared her to death. Now, thinking about it again, she couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. What if something had gone wrong on the way? But as soon as that thought arose, Lu Jinchuan quickly dispelled it. I will never dare to do that again, when Wan obediently admitted her mistake. But at the next moment, she earnestly reminded Lu Jinchuan, you also have to promise me that no matter what happens in the future, you must protect yourself. Okay, Lu Jinchuan replied with a slight smile, promising her. Having someone to care about, he would cherish and be more careful with every task. He thought today's matter was over, but just as he reached the north gate of the base, he saw someone waiting anxiously. When he saw the team approaching, they hurried over. Captain Lu, you should go to the hospital quickly, a young man called out. Your grandma fell and was taken to the hospital. When Nguyen's heart raced. My grandma? How is she? Dr. Zhou told me it's nothing serious. Don't worry, the young man said. With Dr. Zhou here, Grandma will be fine, Lu Jinchuan comforted Wenwan. He told his team he wouldn't go back to the station but instead took Wenwan to the hospital. The old lady was lucky. When she fell, the snow was thick and it was a kind of slide. Her foot was injured because she had foot binding from old times and she was also old, so she twisted her ankle when she fell. It was snowing heavily then and few people would go outside. But shortly after she fell and fainted, a child on the third floor saw her. The child was originally looking out the window at the heavy snow when he saw Zhao's family member, who was on crutches, hurriedly leaving. Mom, Grandma is playing in the snow outside. I want to go out too, the child said to his mother. What's snow playing, Grandma? Zhou Xiaohong asked. Zhao Xiaomao, don't talk nonsense. It's true. It's the grandma from the sister's family who gave me sugar-coated peanuts, Zhao Xiaomao pointed outside. I saw her lying in the snow playing. Zhou Xiaohong finally realized something was wrong with her son's words. The sugar-coated peanuts were given by Wenwan, so her grandma must be Zhao's family member. Although Zhou Xiaohong's house was on the third floor, the people living on the first floor had been relocated to Kyoto for over a year and had not returned. Before leaving, they had planted vegetables in Zhou Xiaohong's backyard. Recently, everyone had been helping Wenwan set up a greenhouse, and Zhou Xiaohong was among them. Their family has a hard life. During the cold winter, it is very rare for them to get their children to eat green vegetables. Sometimes, if they can't finish their food, they secretly sell it outside to earn some money to help the family. So, Zhou Xiaohong is very grateful to Wenwan. Following her son's pointing finger, she sees Grandma Zhao, Wenwan's grandmother, lying on the ground. Grandma has fallen, Zhou Xiaohong quickly says, warning her son not to go outside. She quickly puts on her clothes and rushes downstairs. When she reaches the bottom, she finds Grandma Zhao unconscious. She calls others to help take Grandma Zhao to the hospital. It's best to put a cast on her to keep her stable for a while. Zhou Jin, who is at the hospital today, sees the elderly woman being carried in and feels angry. Where is Wenwan? How can she let the elderly go out alone in this cold weather? When Wan went to deliver something to Captain Liu, the nurse whispers. Zhou Jin had heard about it earlier, but still couldn't help but complain. What important thing could she have? And she even went out in heavy snow to deliver it? When he sees Wen Wan, his tone becomes serious. You know how dangerous it is for someone her age to fall, especially in this snow. If it hadn't been found in time, you'd regret it, Zhou Jin says. I didn't know she would run outside, Wen Wan says helplessly. I hope my grandma is okay. That was lucky this time, Zhou Jin says irritably. Enough, Lu Jinchuan warns, glancing at Zhou Jin, then pats Wen Wan's shoulder.
I'll go with you to see Grandma.
Wen Wan nods, and the two go into the ward together. Grandma Zhao has just woken up. When she sees Wen Wan, she finally feels relieved. It's all my fault, Wen Wan says, leaning on her. Grandma, I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Zhao shakes her head. I panicked when I heard you had an accident. You went out despite the bad weather. She couldn't stay calm after hearing that Lu Jinchuan was hurt and Wen Wan had an accident. Thinking about it now, she realizes it was probably Feng Xiulian, that crazy woman, who lied to her. Feng Xiulian? Wen Wan asks. Are you saying she came to our house and told you I and Jinchuan were hurt? A warm gaze turned cold, then she smiled and held Zhao's hand. You're okay. That's a relief. It was fortunate indeed. After settling Zhao, the two of them left the hospital room. Jin, Wen Wan called out to Lu Jinchuan. What are you going to do? Lu Jinchuan asked her. I'm going to fight someone. Do you think that will affect you?
She asked.
The person she wanted to fight was obvious, and Lu Jinchuan knew without her saying. No, he said with a loving smile. I told you before, even if you tear a hole in the sky, I will fix it for you. Wen Wan finally showed a smile. If my grandmother has suffered, I want her to feel it too. Feng Xiulian left Wen Wan's house and met Lu Yuming and Lu Jiaming downstairs, who were building a snowman. She said a quick hello to the children, and then went upstairs. Today, the snow was falling heavily. Wen Wan didn't go to the county to attend class and was doing her homework when she suddenly heard a loud at the door. She frowned. No one else entered that way. Surely it was Feng Xiulian again. Since that day, Feng Xiulian hadn't spoken to Wen Wan, but she often made noise at home just to show she was there. Wen Wan was stimulated by the tutoring class and had been focusing on studying these days. She couldn't let Wen Wan look down on her. Usually, she ignored Feng Xiulian's actions or, when tired of studying, argued with her. Hey, after arguing, she felt refreshed, and her studying efficiency improved a lot. But today, what was wrong with her? Wen Wan paid no attention. Feng Xiulian kicked the door open and sat on the sofa to rest. Soon, she heard noisy voices downstairs, and it seemed someone was calling for help. Curious, she looked out the window and saw a few people hurriedly carrying someone. She couldn't see clearly who they were carrying, but the crutches and the clothes the person was wearing looked familiar. Could that person be Zhao? Feng Xiulian suddenly felt a bit scared. If Zhao was in trouble, it probably had nothing to do with her, right? Yes, it wasn't her concern. She had only tried to warn Zhao kindly. Her foot was on Zhao's leg. How could Feng Xiulian stop her? Furthermore, Lu Jinchuan and Wen Wan both had accidents, so they probably don't have the energy to deal with this matter. Who will remember today's events in a few days? After mentally preparing himself, Feng Xiulian went back to lie on the sofa. Meanwhile, Wen Wan, after talking to Lu Jinchuan, found something nearby and left. You stay at the hospital to take care of Grandma. Lu Jinchuan looked at what she was holding, paused, and said, I used to say I wanted to teach you how to fight without hurting yourself, but I never had the chance. So, do you want to teach me now? Wen Wan asked blankly. Well, better late than never. Lu Jinchuan's smile grew wider as he gently tapped her head. He even showed her how to hit someone in a way that hurts more but leaves no marks. Wen Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Could it really be like that? She had learned her lesson. Go ahead, Lu Jinchuan said at the end, but just one rule. Don't hurt yourself. Got it, Wen Wan said with a smile and waved her hand. She was going to confront someone physically, So, how could she let others hit her? Wouldn't that mean anyone could bully her in the future? However, after Lu Jinchuan interrupted her, her anger from earlier wasn't as strong anymore. The snow on the road hadn't melted yet because the sun was out, and the two kids were still playing in the snow downstairs. When they saw Wenwan coming, they were surprised. Lu Jiaming immediately remembered the scene when she had beaten him in the backyard of Wenwan's house that day, so he quickly pulled his sister to run away. They found a hidden spot to continue building a snowman. Why is she here? Lu Jiaming muttered softly. Who knows? Lu Yiming rolled his eyes and played more happily. Both of them are bad women. Lu Jiaming didn't say anything. Maybe she's here for Grandma? What does she want with Grandma? Lu Yiming said. Don't worry, who is our Grandma? Wenwan's sister-in-law. She wouldn't eat our Grandma, would she? Besides, when Grandma was in Kyoto, she never lost a fight.
But
This is Shaanxi province base. Feng Shulian and Wenwan didn't always win when they argued. In fact, Wenwan often made her so angry she was about to explode. Adults' matters are not for us to worry about, Lu Yiming said. As long as we have food and play, that's enough. She saw a benefit. When the adults didn't want to bother with them, they would give them money to solve things on their own. For example, Wenwan doesn't want to cook, so she gives them money to eat at the cafeteria, and Grandma gives a little less. Anyway, the ones who benefit most are them, so they don't care. The louder they argue, the better, because they can get more money. In the past, in Kyoto, Grandma was strict and didn't give them anything, not even pocket money, which was very little. Feng Shulian is lying on the sofa at home, rocking her feet and humming along with the radio. Wenwan is inside the room, impatiently blocking her ears with cotton. But the faint sounds of their voices can still be heard. Just as she gets annoyed and wants to argue, the door suddenly bursts open from outside.
Ah!
There's an earthquake. Hurry and run. Feng Shulian quickly gets up from the sofa, forgets to put on her shoes, and grabs the radio to run outside. But before she can take a few steps, she sees Wenwan standing there with a serious face. Apparently, the noise earlier was Wenwan kicking the door. Why are you kicking my door? Feng Shulian says angrily. If you break it, you'll have to pay for it. Also, my heart is so scared. I feel like I can't go on, Wenwan says coldly. Really? Wenwan sneers. Then let me see how you can do that. I heard you went to my house and told my grandma a bunch of nonsense. She leans lazily against the door, looking at Feng Shulian with a faint smile. I was trying to be kind, Feng Shulian says nervously, holding her head high. I heard it from the people returning with injured soldiers at the North Gate. Who knows if your grandma believed it? Feng Shulian looks confident. She's so old and panicked.
No wonder. Ah!
It hurts so much. Before she finishes, Wenwan pulls out a rolling pin from somewhere and starts hitting Feng Shulian wildly. But every strike makes Feng Shulian feel pain all over. She screams loudly. Downstairs, Lu Jiaming and Lu Yiming hear the noise, look up in surprise toward their house, then exchange glances.
Was that
Grandma's voice just now? I've never heard Grandma scream like that before, like a pig being slaughtered, Lu Jiaming says. Lu Yiming nods, agreeing that it does sound similar. Dad. Suddenly Lu Yiming looked up and saw Lu Guoji walking toward the house. She smiled sweetly and said, You're back. Are you tired? Dad works so hard. Her words were always very sweet. Compared to the somewhat dull Lu Jiaming, Lu Guoji liked Lu Yiming more because she was obedient and sweet-tongued. Upstairs, Feng Shulian let out a loud, pig-like squeal. Did your grandma fight with Wenwan again? Lu Guoji looked upset. He had just come back, and these two couldn't behave peacefully? It's not Aunt Wen, it's Wenwan, Lu Jiaming said. We saw her go upstairs just now. Why did Wenwan come to their house? For some reason, Lu Guoji felt a little bit hopeful. What's wrong, Dad? Lu Jiaming quietly asked Lu Yiming as he watched Lu Guoji rush upstairs. He had just been reluctant to come home, but now he seemed to be looking forward to it. Adult matters are really troublesome, Lu Yiming pouted. Let's keep building the snowman. Haha, they played downstairs for so long without anyone bothering them. It was so fun.